we found. I'm ready. We still got a long way, but look how far we come now. Hands up for your colors. There's beauty in the unity. One hand, two hands for your colors, yeah. There's beauty in the unity. Show your true colors. Here we go. Hands up for your colors. Represent your country. Raise your flag, show your true colors.
Since 19... welcome to a really nice Swedish lady called Sylvia. And she's in at 28 this week with her new single, Y Viva España. And here she is, Sylvia!
All the ladies fell for Rudolph Valentino. He had a Beano back in his farmer days.
Hola, hola.
Time you meet a nice creature, you gotta teach her a blood and daddy way.
Hola,
But he
mi amigos.
felt the strain.
¿Cómo estás?
Advances in the rain. All this year I'm up the sun.
Today, we are Spanish.
Viva España.
España.
I'm taking back the stuff from a plane. Eh, viva
España.
If you'd like to shut the matador,
Oh, good lord.
cool campaña and meet Senor.
This is genuinely a really shit song. Yes, yeah. Hello, mi amigos. Muy tambiens. Today, we're fucking Spanish. Good morning, everybody. Decrepit and Thin, thank you so much for the 3 months in a row. Thank you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Isn't it great to be Irish, lads, as well? Isn't it really good to be fucking Irish? Don't worry, your Irish hot sauce is back. My momentary delirium that inevitably crashed, as it always does with England, is gone. We're back to Irish core. You, yeah, mate. Second, I stormed home from my mate's house last night. España, por favor, vence la Argentinas despicabaloles. Did you see the pictures of Lamine Yamal? Yeah, he's a cutie. No, big up, like, Spain should win. They're substantially better. Argentinian fascists, go home. Scumbags. Yeah, we were shit. We were shit. We totally deserved to lose. Argentina are scum. If you support Argentina, you're supporting Nazi fascist scum. Well done. The only silver lining is, like, thank fuck, like, nobody's doing a racism in England. Everybody hates the coach. So thank fuck for that. Thank fuck for that. Like, no, everybody's like, we love you, Bellingham. You gave it your best, because that's accurate. And there was a tactical decision, and it was the wrong one. Yeah. Everyone's like, fucking German. Did you know that he? Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first half was really frustrating. Yeah, honestly, Donatella, because I was like, oh, please, like, I don't want to wake up and just see, like, a barrage of abuse, right? Because we've been there before. Now, everyone just hates the coach and the manager. I'm like, okay, fine. To be honest, with pretty good reason, but people are being a bit extra. People are being a bit too extra. It is simple. We're playing against a phenomenal team, and we made a tactical decision on the 60th minute to play deep, and we lost for that reason, and we deserve to lose. Argentina played so fucking dirty. Like, if you support Argentina now against Spain, what's wrong with you? Argentina, Israel. If Gazans can support who they want, we'll never had shade. Gazans deserve to support whoever the fuck they want in this day and age, you know? Police rescuing Argentinian fans from London in riot vans. If I speak, I am in trouble. No, that's not nice, right? They gotta protect police got to protect their white people. You know, the Argentinian white fans from upset people. True. I'm gonna be bitter for this morning, and I'll be back to being Irish. Also, I have got some exciting stuff about women's football as well, actually. What music should we put on? Right, let's put this on, actually. Morning, Bor, as well. You're up super early. Mbappe has the golden boot to play for. Yeah, and he just had like one bad game, right? But honestly, I think that it's pretty clear to everybody that Messi and the Argentinians. So I accept that we lost on our own lack of merit. But like Argentina were just kicking the shit out of our players, and apparently that's fine. You know, referees just like, oh no, sorry, I just need to like kiss Messi all the time. I want both teams to lose. Nah, mate, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Viva España. Yeah, of course. Stephen, you are a very valued member of this community. Morning, Leona. Todo muy bien. Exactly, Donatella. See, now I'm with you. Hi, Aiden. Morning. Morning. Hi, Doggo. Rooting for Spain is hard. I've met too many fuck-ass rich loyalist Spaniards. You're in America. You're in America. Of course you're gonna get the like chuds. Like, the motherfucking Spanish. It's like being like, yo, I really want to support Cuba, but like the Cubans in Miami are dickheads. Like, well, yeah. Ironically though, like Spain is. So I had like an anarchist Spanish girlfriend for a while and toured with Spanish anarchist bands, and like Spain are either like fascists or like the coolest people, you know, and it is very black and white. I think it's pretty clear which side are you on. The Nazi killing side, okay? And which is why I want them to, in football, murder the Argentinians, okay? But don't worry, everybody. I have recovered from my momentary Englishitis. I'm back to being Irish. And the Irish women are actually good. So next year we have the Women's World Cup. That's going to be so much fun. Very exciting news. China and North Korea already qualified for the Women's World Cup. It's going to be so much fun next year. I'm super, super excited. We were overwhelmed, and when we switched to defense after the goal, it failed because they knew we'd do it, and we actually gave them space to build momentum. Yeah, it was a tactical error. And the thing is, when we were released, we got close to scoring some goals again. So, and it was too late. It was too late, and it's crazy how a game can be decided in the last 30 minutes, but it was. Like before the Enzo goal, everybody was either on Messi. Yeah. They're like, it's like, hello, welcome to our box. Would you like to dismantle us? And like, I left my friends. In fact, I actually need to message my mate and be like, I'm sorry I left a little bit early, upset. Spence. Oh, Stephen. Jed. I'm sorry, mate. No. Jed literally is the reason why we lost, and like, no shade. Okay, the coach is the reason we lost. Jed allowed for the same run 5 times from Argentina and was like, oh my god, how have they played down the right wing and crossed inside to the box again? And it's like, my lad, like, come on. In the last 10 minutes when we tried to equalise, we actually looked strong because you need to press Argentina. Exactly. Tactical error, which is why, luckily, I guess, the shade is towards the German and not our fucking black and brown players, that's the scary thing is supporting England, is the racists are very happy to do a racism. And fuck those fucking cunts, they don't belong in the game. We got some yellows and England were at it too. No, come on. Argentina played dirty as fuck. Like, saying that like this isn't in part allowing Argentina to just like destroy football and not allow football to be played in the first half. Like, come on. I'm perfectly willing to accept that we were outplayed. Absolutely. But like Argentina literally just fouling left, right and center. It's like we fouled as well, but we got carded and we got held accountable. All the fascist Madrid fans will hate seeing a Barca light team full of Basque and Catalan players who are like, it's very easy to support this Spanish team, right? Because they are like woke as well. And Spanish football's phenomenal. I can totally picture that, Strawberry. Yeah. I drove home, but yeah, I was like, left backs have been failing at stopping him for over 20 years. Yeah. But anyway, ooh are up there, and big up Spain, who are, I think, I might even have a cheeky fucking bet. But yeah, I can go back to absolutely shitting on everything English and not having the extreme cognitive dissonance I've had to like objectively hating England anyway. And join you in exactly Viva España on Saturday. The game is when I am usually streaming. I'll stream a reaction to it as well. Yeah, it would be great because especially the women won the World Cup 3 years ago, so the men have won the Euros. The Lionesses won the Euros though. So yeah, thank goodness it's been mostly discombobulating, having a brown nose. I know. I'm sorry for dragging you guys through that. But don't worry, I'm back, lads. Don't worry. My momentary madness is gone. Folks, we have so much planned for today as well. For those who didn't see and aren't in the Discord, the update is streaming will change over the next couple of months. I very luckily have been offered the consultancy work. I have literally just signed the contract and have it delivered back to me. So, fuck, I really fucking needed that, guys. I have been so stressed. This means that I can afford more treatment in the future and I can afford to survive. And just, yeah, like, fucking hell. It's real tough out there, you know? But it means that from next week, I will not be streaming on Fridays. I will be streaming, I will not be streaming on Thursdays. I will be streaming on Fridays. Because I'm going to work Wednesdays and Thursdays. You know, just employing consultancy. Fact check. Need it quite greatly. Was feeling really sad because I'd worked for them before, and basically I had an email that had gone to freaking Classic, innit? All the other emails had come through fine, and the email of like, we'd like to offer you the thing, had gone into spam. And I was just like, Sag. They hate me, Sag. She hates me. She's not messaging back. And she's like, I've messaged her. Why isn't she responding to me? But yeah, like, luckily it's a good organization to work with. I like them. They're doing the best they can in all the contemporary circumstances of, you know, all the problems with aid. They are, they're trying their damn best to be the best support that they can be to partners internationally, and I look forward to working with them again. And then by the end of it, basically, I will have enough money to think about like future treatment and stuff, where I can pay for the vast majority of it, you know, like immediately. I need to double check my contract. But I don't think I can say. I don't think I can say. I think I've like signed an NDA now, essentially. But it's with an organisation that has done similar work to what I've done before. Let me put it that way. And I am happy to offer my services. And also just as someone who has been dealing with so many disabilities, consultancy work like is well paid and like is the sort of work that you can do remotely, that I guess doesn't require you to come in 9 to 5. And I was like, I wanted to set up essentially, so I'm registered as a sole trader, and I wanted to set all this up so that I can, have it officially on the books and stuff. Oh my god, I'm doing a capitalism. I am a hypocrite. Yes, I need to survive. And I have to pay my taxes and national insurance so that I get my state pension and stuff. And all of that is done now, and like I now officially have like a consultancy business essentially and have clients. So I look from the outside. McKinsey, yeah, you should cut everything and murder everyone. Please give me £100,000 for no. It's not that kind of consultancy work, luckily. There's no ethical work in this area, but it's not objective evil work, Yeah. Just the best I can do, basically. Yeah, it's tough out there for your disabled friends, is all I can say. Trying to survive. Oh, so yeah, I didn't sleep very well, so I'm a bit eepy. It's kind of cold here in the UK as well. I feel a little bit of a post-football come down. It is a relief. It's a huge fucking relief. I can't even begin to like explain. And also, yeah, I dropped my laptop, but it's fine. I dropped water on my laptop, but it's fine. Somehow, I keep on getting away with exploding things, but not exploding them forever. So yeah, from next week there are changes. In August and September I will be going down a day or two for the stream, you'll just have to work with me. I'll try my hardest. I think, like, I'm sorry, I hope you guys understand why. I know that people, like, I actually really like rhythm and patterns as well. It sounds really silly, but the other day when I was streaming at a weird time, it, like, really fucked with me. And, like, genuinely, as someone... So I am pushing the GP now to get a formal ADHD diagnosis after every single therapist I've worked with ever is like, you have the child crackhead energy. And I'm like, yes, I do. Thank you for the follow. And I don't actually want to take meds, but I do want support. And I want a formal diagnosis to help me. And, like, lack of regularity and pattern, like, I hated it. I really hated it. And you'll have to sort of bear with me a bit, because, like, regular patterns really keep me self-regulating, I guess. And, like, preparing stuff for you guys and then streaming in a particular way actually has, like, kept me sane. And it might be a little bit dodgy for August and September, but it is for a non-starvation cause. You'll be busy swimming in your giant vault of gold coins. Facts. No liquids on the same. The laptop. So my liquids are here. Look at the little Othello mug. And the laptop is now moved to a place where even if I spill everything, it, like, can't be hurt. It's on the side. I just found out with my new insurance, it's going to be $200 a month for meds. Oh my god, fuck me. So much of Canada is on fire. Oh no. Holy shit. Is the dark red like mower fire? The smoke is bad here, and Stu was saying he watched the smoke thicken as he was working. Shit, because it's on. You're on the border, right? The Great Lake border. Oh damn. Parts of Europe are on fire. Yeah. The map shows smoke and fire. Right. Fuck. Holy shit! Look it up here. The Rational National has a great video on we get smoke from wildfires. With fires in Derby. I feel like it's slightly less, though. I've been so stressed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Okay. Let me just bring out some of the stuff from today. Got some theory stuff, got some other stuff. Where's my thing on Tito? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Joseph Bruceff Tito. Toronto has the worst air pollution in any city in the world at the moment. When I was in Canada, I remember seeing, like, the after effects of wildfires and just seeing as far as the eye could see just acres and acres of completely burnt land. Are two different Great Lakes states, and we're feeling the effects of the smoke. Plus there's a heat wave. Oh, God. Does anybody know the amount of people that died in Europe from the recent heat wave? Does anybody know the figure? I saw it recently. It's higher than I assumed. More than 3,000. It's more. Is it chilly where you are, Alex, as well? It's a little bit cold at the moment here. 2,000 was the last time, so over 3,000, yeah. By quite a factor. Yes. Yeah. A lot more. So they think, I mean, I can do you a better than Wikipedia. I think there's about 20,000 people that have died. So whilst the EU is like, we need to arm ourselves to the teeth so that we can prevent Russia. I can see Russia from my house kind of crap. People are dying. Literally. Death toll exceeds 20,000 people across Europe in the June heat wave. Yeah, it's really bad. It's not too chilly. I'm right next to Brighton Fair. Yeah, that's like really fucking bad. It's bad, isn't it? You know? 2,700 in the UK alone. Oh my god. And yet we do nothing about, like, getting so fashy in Europe as well. Yeah, literally cooked. Literally cooking.
How much money?
Yeah.
Do you think the United States has spent since 1945 on the Cold War?
Billions.
Sometimes I ask this question and
Because your government doesn't work for you. They aren't going to stop bombing in Gaza, and they keep wondering why climate change is getting worse. I mean, whilst there are, I guess, ecological effects of the bombing of Gaza, and there is ecocide along with genocide in terms of like there was actually like an agricultural base in Gaza, and a fishing like base in Gaza, but prior to the recent iteration of the genocide. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that the violence in Gaza is running in tandem to the effects of climate change, which is a prolonged, I guess, attack on Mother Nature by countries, but by the fact that like the Seven Sisters, who are no longer the Seven Sisters, but regardless, my point suffices. Like, own your governments. There's no such thing as democracy, and increasingly, I hope people like stop thinking of us as conspiracy theorists. But like, our government is seeing a changing of the Prime Minister. We're going to explore this later. There's an option to have a renewed approach to climate change in the UK. And the UK is not the worst country when it comes to climate change adaptation and mitigation. And like, we're going to reverse all of these, like the small, marginal, predominantly capitalist anyway, efforts that we've made. Will all be fucked, and it matters to note the sheer volume of bombs dropped in Gaza. It does. That's just not. I don't see that has a causally or correlative relationship with climate change. I think that, sorry to be like a nerd, but I know the effects of like munitions on, I guess, like flora and fauna, and it's not good, but it can be addressed quite easily. But like, the genocide is the most pressing issue there, as it were. And we see like the mass bombing being done in order to create like a new development state so that it can utilize that to ethnically cleanse the community. That is a part of the American military industrial project, yes, and the wider European industrial and Argentinian industrial project, right? Like, it is a geopolitical strategy to like blah blah blah, only democracy in the Middle East. That's a complete like joke. I don't think that you'll just have to explain to me the calculation of where it's related to climate change. Climate change is like a long-term, an ongoing, like very hard to shift effect of greenhouse gases on the heating of our atmosphere, right? That is having huge long-term effects on weather systems around the world that affect people in ways that are like literally actually climate change is causing more people to seek asylum because people are fleeing like actual like climate related poverty and related disasters like more extreme flooding and stuff. Genocide is the most pressing issue, though the logistical transport and deployment of weapons is a non-significant source of carbon and other climate-inducing gases. We could argue, I think, properly that there is an industrialized element to the war machine that has a strong relationship with the production of greenhouse gases, but it's not just that. it's the whole thing, right? It's all electricity, it's all heavy industry, it's all light industry in Europe, in America. China is one of the few countries that's like, and to be honest, the UK was trying to do a better approach at climate adaptation, but is not at the moment. But yeah, and I don't, that's that kind of stuff is not like I'm not a climate scientist, so I can't look at the science and be like, I can't differentiate what's like a sensationalist headline, but I have read like articles, as in like scientific articles and journal papers that are like, we're fucked. We're gonna have huge like food security crises at global scales that are gonna cause like mass displacement, mass starvation, and huge violent societal reactions to that, because when you're hungry, you want yourself, you know. So yeah, there is a, I guess there is a problem. I guess I don't see Gaza through a lens of climate change. I see Gaza solely as a lens through the genocide of a population. And it's not that everything has to be like one thing. You know, clearly it has a relationship with industry, and that industry and the focus, as we're going to look here, being a focus on industry that is about the war machine in opposition to, you know, the kind of tech that China is producing. Because regardless of what you think about China, and we are going to explore China a bit today, like, it's not what wars have China done? What wars have China done, folks? Where's the Iraq of China? Oh, it's not a thing. Like, America is the problem, right? Thank you. Let's take a look at this. Military action is a huge impact on greenhouse gases from the production side, right? The deployment of munitions can look. This was a part of my job, right? So please don't fucking take this as it's fine. we can just deploy whatever we want. I clearly don't mean that. But in terms of like the long-term impact of munitions being deployed in an area, like a bomb being dropped is not the problem. The construction of a bomb is the problem, because the construction of the bomb is interwoven with everything else, you know? America may be preparing for that with its protectionist pogromite policies. The Israel-Gaza conflict carbon emissions have exceeded 30 million tons. Total emissions have amounted to 33.2 million tons. Emissions from the open where's the methodology? Okay. A decade after the Paris Agreement, significant reported emissions associated with military activities represent one subgap, with direct emissions from conflicts frequently unreported and pre- and post-conflict emissions consistently overlooked. Efficient military emissions from being included in international climate agreements, undermining climate mitigation. We used open source data in government, think tank, and civil reports on combat operations and military installations to assess emissions from the Israel-Gaza, including pre-conflict infrastructure. Right, there we go. That answers my question. So yeah, it is not just about the bombs. It's about the infrastructure that builds those bombs, and that being an interwoven component. Active conflict and post-conflict reconstruction. Yeah, like the amount of like cement that will have to be produced because like Israel's fucking purposefully leveled Gaza in order to ethnically cleanse the area, right? Bombs are indeed a problem. I think, you know, I would never be like, actually, I'm pro-bomb. If we all reduce fiber intake, we can cut methane emissions in half. Godzilla, it's going to be Godzilla. The latest forecast a model for the sea surface temperature. Well, El Nino is identified. The latest data shows a mean peak anomaly of about 4.2 degrees Celsius above the 1991. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're fucked, right? Over the next subsurface anomalies. We are so fucked. Yeah, and obviously already observed to be way worse than ever. So yeah, this is an interesting paper actually. The UN body on climate change is adaptation and mitigation is the UNFCCC, rolls right off the tongue, and in their methodology, as the authors are rightly saying, like it doesn't factor in like the war machine, and they're seeking to fill in the gap, and as I think Carl Sagan here will explain, like, yeah, billions for producing bombs to kill Gazans that downstream do make the situation worse in terms of climate change. Pennies for any form of climate adaptation and mitigation.
Comes and answer billions and billions. The amount of money that the United States has spent on the Cold War since 1945 is approximately $10 trillion.
When is this from as well?
With the T.
Because this will be old now.
What could you buy
1990.
$10 trillion. The answer is you could buy everything in the United States except the land.
I think I understand what you mean now, Bo. So I guess my head went to EOD and I was like, clearing bombs can allow for development, but I think maybe you meant the military industrial pipeline and Gaza, and now I'm with you. I understand, yeah. Of all the horrifics Trump is doing, banning wind and solar and using fossil fuels to power giant AI centers is the worst.
Pencil, baby's diaper, everything
I
in the
get
United
you
States
now,
except
yeah.
the land. That's what we've spent on the Cold War. So now let me ask, how certain was it that the Russians were going to invade? Was it 100% certain? Guess not, since they never invaded. What if it was only, let's say, 10% certain? What would advocates of big military buildup have said? They would have said, we must be prudent. It's not enough to count on only the most likely circumstance. If the worst happens and it's really extremely dangerous for us, we have to prepare for that. Remote contingencies, if they're serious enough, have to be prepared for. It's classic military thinking. You prepare for the worst case. And so now I ask my friends who are comfortable with that argument, including the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal, why doesn't that same argument apply to global warming? You don't think it's 100% likely? Fine, you're entitled to think that. If it's only a small probability of it happening, since the consequences are so serious, don't you have to make some serious investment to...
Here's the problem, though. What he's advocating for is what happened. So he's asking for climate adaptation investment, which is what the global north countries started agreeing to as a part of the mitigation, right? And that money was supposed to help developing countries that are on the lines, as it were, of experiencing climate change in terms of the effect on their populations. That there was extra money in the UN to be able to try and offset that and mitigate it. But it literally just became carbon capture and Green Deal funds And again, Trump's just like, fuck it. We need rare earth minerals. We need development. Fuck you. Stop getting in our way. Again, he's just like, no, just like do the capitalism. Stop trying to limit the capitalism. Just fucking objectively do it. And we need tech, right? And we need to utilize a way of breaking the reliance on fossil fuels. It's pretty clear that China will lead on this, because China sees that as a national security objective as well, because it is. Take, for instance, what's just happened in Iran, right? The Strait has been locked down by Iran. America's pretending it controls it now because it's a little bitch baby. It's like, no, we haven't lost. No, we haven't lost. We are winning. We control it now. Great. So now everyone hates you. It's not even true. But regardless, the Chinese state were aware that this could be a possibility and literally stockpiled oil. And a part of their long-term strategy is to ensure that they're not reliant on like a critical choke point when it comes to somewhere like Iran and the oil that they were shipping from there. Kamala would have done the same. She even backtracked on her pre-2024 anti-fracking statements. I mean, yeah. Luckily, none of us have to entertain that as a reality anymore. Okay. We're going to start with Time Guesser, and then we will get to politics. Why is this like 60s outfits and then this weird shit? What's happening? I feel like this guy. Huh? Hotel of the Opera. So what's going on here? Fracking is the worst idea out of all the fossil fuel extraction techniques. It's fucking disgusting. And look, we've got okay, I think we're in the 60s because of the clothes and this old TV camera. I don't recognize the buildings other than thinking it's like somewhere in Europe, and I don't know who these people are. Like, I don't know if this man's famous, but our Greeks are literally in danger from Enbridge line 5, and I feel like people are not aware. You can I think you've shown this before, Boar, at least to me. You can send stuff over and we could take a look at it today. So remember, folks, you get more hot sauce on a Thursday or a Friday from next week. I'm on for 6 more hours, so yeah, we have time to go over a lot today. I really don't know where this is. I'm going to guess in like Paris, but in the 60s. I really, really don't know. Okay. Toulouse Mayor Pierre Bourdieu is playing a barrel organ before a crowd during a Christmas television broadcast in Toulouse, France. Okay. It looks 60s, but I have a gut feeling. Yo! Miss Vamps, your gut feeling was correct. Okay, why does this feel like America? Rocky Mountain? Could it be Colorado? Colorado? In the 50s? Hold on. Silverton, Colorado. That's right, America. That's right. Hands up, anybody who 56. We'll try 56. Does anybody know where Silverton is? Is there anybody here who is good at editing stuff? If so, I need to send you something, and could you look at something? 6, 7. Video. To the left? Like in the mountains? I can do basic video editing. I would like to send you something if that's okay. Okay, let's try 56. 16 years off. Oh. Okay. Crowds gather along the main street in Silverton, Colorado during the Labor Day celebration. Fuck off, Colorado. What flag is that? What flag is this? Thank you. Perfect. 12 minutes. Is that the Portuguese flag? Is this fascist Portugal? Where's the little man in the middle? And what's going on here? It could be Portugal. Those are definitely the colours. And it could be there's just a fold in the middle bit. So we could try Lisbon. In the 80s. '84. 19. We fucked it. A street in La Paz, Bolivia. Okay. We absolutely fucked it. 1998. I think that's the worst I've ever done in a round. What does the Bolivian flag look like? Yeah, we fucked that one. Bolivian flag. Oh. Okay. Right. Yeah. So a marathon of some sort? An inclusive marathon? I can't quite read. Tikifupito. Good morning, Christina Pepina. I can't fucking read. Why do I feel like we are... Is it Polish? Okay, I was like, I feel like we're Eastern Bloc. Let's go for Warsaw. I guess like 90s? Oh, 88, fine, whatever. 87. Yep, cool. Right. Well done. It is in the International Warsaw Peace Marathon. I guess just before the collapse as well, right? Mubarak? That's like congratulations, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Are we Turkey? Are we like a Central Asian region, maybe? Hi. Cute kid. Okay. Turkmenistan. Do we have... Yeah, Eid Mubarak. So it could be celebrating Eid in Turkmenistan. I'm going to assume that this is the era, like maybe early 90s. But do we... Okay, so here's my question. Soviet heads and satellite states. Does anybody know the clothes well enough, right? Is this an independent country, or is this like... Because I think that will tell us what era it is. Tajiki, I think it's Turkmenistan. There. What's the capital of Turkmenistan? I don't know. What's the capital? Yeah, it was independent from the Soviet Union in 1990 with the dissolution. Where's the capital? Ashgabat. Thank you. Ashgabat. That was, yeah, here it's quite close to the border, right? I'm just gonna guess 91. 2000, right. So it's post-independence. Passenger crowds around buses at a city bus station. Okay. Right, we sucked at that. Let's try year guesser, or year to beat, sorry. I'm going to leave you for a second though. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So it'll be 1 sec. We have an option of flags or countries after this as well for the starting gamba. Let me know what you want. Excuse me. Hi. Okay, we'll do flags. Stephen. Hi, style. Got a belter of a headache. My migraines this week have been bad. I don't even know if paracetamol touches it, but I just need something. Even if it just takes the edge off. Jesus. Okay. Right, let's do year to beat because it's fun. Do you have a nice poop? I didn't poop actually. I was hanging something out to dry.
You must understand the touch of your hand makes my pulse react.
Oh my god, this is a banger. I swear every song on this is a banger. Year-wise, I want to say like 87?
It's physical, only logical.
That's an 80s suit, innit?
Must try to ignore that it means more than that. Oh, what's love
Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? Queen.
What's love
Got to do. 1984?
Who needs a heart when
Let's try in the middle of what we picked.
may seem
86.
I'm acting confused when you're close to.
Oh, Miss Vamps. Absolutely killing it today.
If I tend to look down.
God, what is this shit? God, I fucking hate these wankers. David Wanker. I didn't realize the music video was as terrible as this. I want to say this is like 2010 or something. I don't want to listen to any more of this complete dog shit. 2009, fine. Right here, right now, right here, right now. Like, songs that you can know within like 3 seconds of listening to it. Greta solving racism. So funny. I'm more of a fat boy fat. Right now. Right here. Yeah, 2002, I think. Right here. Right now. Right here.
Right now,
Think.
right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now.
I just want the drop. Okay. Oh, 1998. When did he come out? 1992?
I will not give you up.
Wizard!
One good thing that
Had a close family. Wizard, I'm so sorry, my love. I'm really sorry to hear that. Don't fucking ever apologize. 32 months in a row. God damn, Wizard. I'm really sorry to hear that, mate. Please look after yourself. Heaven knows I was this young boy. Yeah, I feel like I think it's mid 90s. Socialist gay friend, George Michael. Yeah, don't ever apologise, Wizard, for putting yourself first. Like, come on. Sending you lots of love. Something you should know. Sometimes the road does make a man. All we have to do now is take these lives and make them true somehow. I just want to listen to the song for a bit. Is that you don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom. Okay, sorry, 1995. 1990. Right, round 5 of 5. No, no, God. Okay, I want to say it's the 80s. No, 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 no. 92. Okay. 1988. Okay, I'm having two different highs off as well. I'm gonna go in the middle. Okay, Donatello's also said 92. Techno, 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 techno. There's no, I'm gonna go 1990. Dun, dun, dun. Fine. Okay. We're looking in with 1992. No, 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 no. Sorry, Zav. You were so short as well. Flags. Okay, flags. Yes. No, you were close. Flags of Africa. So, let me give you the chance to vote. I don't know how to let you vote in the other place that exists, the other places that I am on. So this is just for the Twitch crew. What music do I want today? I lost hearing, so I wanted to laugh at England losing. Okay. Cool. Good luck to Scotland. I wish I could live rent-free the whole year around, you know. I'm gonna presume you didn't watch the game. Scots supporting Argentina should be like straight up appalled with themselves.
Stephen 2.1 just salute.
Right. Give me one sec. So, what should we go for? 95% or more. I think I haven't done it for a while, but I still think that I should make it difficult. Flag Queen 95. So do I get 95% or more? You have 2 minutes. Gamba go. Shirt supplying Argentina is fucking appalling. Oh my god. No, I actually will mod people who support Argentina. Well done. Argentinian fans are being racist. I hope you're proud of yourself. And for once, English fans aren't, which is a surprise for me as well. But yeah. So no, Don't do that. Not here. You can go do that elsewhere. I don't support Zionist fascists. Thanks. Imagine being proud of like giving Milele a win, or Zionist Messi. We are now Spanish. We are now Spanish. Donatello. I've come full circle and I'm right back with you, mate. I don't suppose Zionists and those who, I mean, yes, you do if you support Argentina. Like, you objectively do. So, great, cool, really sticking it to the anti-imperialisms, guys, you know? Fucking state of you. Anyway, so we got flags. There's no timer on this, but I haven't done flags in fucking ages, and like I can't remember shit. Like I think that's the Seychelles. I can't even remember at this moment. I support the team that, yeah, Argentina, the fascists. Anyway, no, I've made it clear. Don't support Argentina here. Argentina are fascists, so stop. You don't have to support England. I'd never, ever, ever put that on somebody. Stop supporting Argentina. Argentina right now are like continuing their legacy of genociding black people, right? And by celebrating hating black people and hoping that they destroy the multiracial team of Spain. Viva España. Viva España. I went to let out my dogs and it's smoky outside. Shit. It's only for... Oh my god. Nom, can you please stop? I've asked you. There is a huge difference. Like, stop. It's not my fault that, like, Scotland is shit. It's not my fault that you thought beating Haiti was good. I would love Scotland to have done well. The women will do well. The women are better than the men's team. Don't support Argentina. Argentina is like a racist settler colonial state that has genocided. Like, it's supporting Israel. It's the same thing to me. Either you are for indigenous communities and black and brown communities, or you're not. And this is the first time ever in my existence that England has been, let's be real, England, you know, we're still problematic as fuck, but like Argentina are like worse substantially. We had no people voting for no, so I'm sorry if I let you guys down. It's like a campfire outside. Shit, I'm really sorry to hear that. Seychelles, Rwanda, right looking in, Nigeria, Tunisia. I want to say that's Benin. No, Togo, Guinea. I fucking fucked it already. Fucking motherfucking fucked it. These are the ones I constantly get confused on. Guinea-Bissau. There we go. Gabon. No. Equatorial Guinea? Equatorial Guinea? How the fuck you spell anything, hot sauce? Okay, no. 100% belief? Uh-oh. 100% gonna do in England and completely let you down. Oh my god. Fucking, let's just do the ones I know. Right. Malawi. That's South Sudan, right? Eritrea. Oh shit. Is that Djibouti? Yeah. Mauritius. Uganda. No, sorry, that's Zimbabwe. Kenya. I've forgotten everything. I've fucking forgotten everything. What is it? I don't know how to spell Tom and Principe. It's not even that. Ooh, fuck. Okay, can't remember. That's Cape Verde. Is that Mauritania? Yes, Burundi. South Africa. Lesotho. Sierra Leone, maybe? Yeah. Central African Republic. That's the Congo. Democratic Republic of. Botswana. Ghana. No. Senegal. Tanzania. Fuck. That's not Mali. I want to say it's like Chad or something. It's Chad. That's Zambia. Niger. Is that Burkina? No. That must be Ghana then? Yeah. Comoros. Benin. Is that the Republic of... I can't fucking... Algeria? Yeah, Algeria. Mali. Namibia. Libya. Ethiopia. Angola. That's Sao Tome and Principe. I swear, yeah. Because it's got the two little stars. Because it's got the two little places. That's Uganda. Is this Burkina? No. Cameroon? Yes. Ivory Coast. Eswatini. The Gambia. Sudan. Morocco. That's Burkina. Burkina Faso. Somalia. Okay. So, I think we're pretty much always at the places that I like really fuck. Yeah. I already got the Seychelles. Okay. We have Mauritania, so I'm going through it in my head now. Do we have... Yeah, we have Senegal. We have Gambia. So we have... Do we have Guinea? We have Guinea-Bissau. I think that... Do we have Guinea? I don't think we do. And... Oh, that's Liberia. Egypt. Sorry, there was some, like, very famous ones that I missed there. I just overlooked. Morning, Losu. How you doing, my love? Seychelles, Rwanda, Nigeria, Tunisia, Guinea-Bissau. So it's not Mali. Benin, Togo. No. Gabon. Got Chad. Got CAR. This is where Gabon's not there. Is that Gabon? Right, that's Gabon. Equatorial Guinea is somewhere. Equatorial Guinea. How the fuck you spell fucking... Okay, it's not that. Is it that? Equatorial Guinea got it right. It got a fancy one. I'm alive, so every day above ground is a good day. Positive attitude. Oh my god. There's... What's the motherfucking islands? Not Mauritius. Not Mauritania. Seychelles, Comoros. And there is some islands as well that are off the coast of India that are technically in Africa. And this is one of the ones I forget. No, not the Chagos Islands. Not them, brother. They belong to Britain, brother. Yes, we have very lovely people here. I'm very lucky. And look, Lossu, I'm back to being Irish, don't worry. Peace is restored in the universe. Fucking cunt wank. This is the shit I always can't get. I'm sorry. Like, Benin, Togo. I think we just did Guinea, didn't we? So Equatorial Guinea. Oh. Okay, that's Guinea, right? Fine. I don't know. I fucked it. I fucked it. Like, is this Togo? Maybe. Okay, that's Togo. Do we have Benin? We have Benin, Togo. Oh my god! I like have one. To be honest, they shouldn't give me the option of like guessing beyond one for somewhere as well. That would be much harder. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna give up. It was Madagascar. Fuck. Fucking Madagascar. It's massive. It's like one of the biggest islands in the world. Well done the one person who believed in me, though. I will give you your points right now, which is just your points back. Because nobody else, excuse me, voted. So thank you for believing me. You get nothing for that, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right, we're just coming into an ad break, and then after that, we have quite a bit planned for today. We need to start somewhere. We have... So yeah, this guy, Gabriel Rockhill, who's come up in a couple of other circles on Twitch left, as like critiquing what happened to Western Marxism, and he's on with the Deprogram Boys. Does anybody have a gifty for Boar going as well? I always believe in you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. Because Boar is stuck in ads, and I think Boar would like to no longer be stuck in ads. So does anybody have a gifty for them going? We're going to do some reading today from Joseph Broseph Titoseph, which is speaking about the workers managing factories. We are going to have probably a very low intellectual effort discussion from the Tory graph and Aaron Bastani on communism, China, and Joseph Stalin. Keir Starmer's gone. Lol, get fucked. I Ironic, I've gotten a lot of points for always being the hater. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is from 3 years ago. It's about how we're being manipulated. I don't know. I haven't seen it. It was just recommended by someone. We are going to check in and learn a bit about Sudan. And let's also have a section today, I guess, learning about climate change. Let me just see if there's anything else that we had to learn. Oh yeah, something I wanted to bring up is how the fascists are like going to criminalize Gelga in the north of Ireland. So that's the Irish language. Gaelic, which is Scots Gaelic. Yo, Mavan, thank you so much for supporting Boar and supporting me as well. Thank you so much for giving Boar a gifty. Thank you. And the Welsh language as well. Let me just check. I think that's everything. I just got like real fucked up the other day, by the way, when my stream got interrupted. It like really, honestly, I don't do well with disruptions to my patterns. Did you know that there was a Tiananmen Square times a billion in Taiwan and nobody ever talks about it? We're gonna look at it. A day where the government killed loads of people in Taiwan, but nobody ever talks about it because China bad. Removing Welsh as a language should mean no one votes for reform in Wales ever again. Yes, I agree. I would say, though, there are some people who place their hatred of the, 3 immigrants that exist in Wales above their, I guess, Welsh pride, which is appalling. But it should fucking radicalise working class people in Wales and remind them that they are a colonised people as well. And it's not even like the Scots, where... So no matter what our Scottish friends will tell you, this notion that, the Scottish elite didn't want to do a colonialism is not true. The Scottish elite wanted to do a colonialism, couldn't do it, so agreed to be a part of Britain to do a colonialism. The Scottish workers have been very based and cool, though. Some have also actually been massive unionists, and fuck those guys, but yeah. Reform did the best in Welsh-speaking areas. Fuck me, that's really worrying. So yeah, we have a lot to look at today. Anyone else feel really guilty for using AC? No, because we don't use it here. It's just a vicious cycle of perpetuating global warming and putting a band over it, and I'm a privileged piece of seat for even having AC. I don't think that you should feel bad about the fact that the air, your aircon is powered by fossil fuels. I think that these no have AC. Yeah, we don't have AC really here. But I strongly and passionately disagree with this notion that it's individual consumers who are the problem when it comes to climate change. 90% of emissions are by mass industry, including, we were looking earlier, the military industrial complex. So, and that's not your fault. So, and I think that kind of self-blame, it's that gets you nowhere in terms of you not using AC doesn't help the working class meaningfully at all. Freon is also a massive greenhouse gas. I mean, there's other ways, right? I saw recently, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know the specifics here, but you can have ACs and you can have cooling systems without all the horrible effects that come with contemporary cooling systems. But you using it, your suffering will not benefit people. It is a much better use of your time to advocate for the transfer of energy systems to green energy. Which, let's face it, in America is like literally only going to get done through a socialisms. Like it is. Your bag for life isn't going to solve global warming. Yeah. Not using AC does little to offset O2 emissions and say getting rid of private jets or rich. But yeah. It feels very lib coded to blame yourself. Yes, it does. And like, that's not your fault as well. That's not your fault. Drain and Glazer. It's not your fault for feeling that way. I think that you've been subject to a lot of like there's a reason why messaging around climate adaptation is like done on an individual basis, and it's because it's paid for by big companies to pretend like it's not their problem. Exactly. Like, have hatred for the 7 sisters, who are now the 5 sisters, but have hatred for them. Because they're the capital owning, like, mega, like, class anyway. Who are like, I want to murder everyone, fuck all of you. That's the problem. And the only reason why China is able to offer meaningful technological advancements is because it has, whilst it's offset like elements of the development into into the market, right, which the Chinese state calls a mixed ownership model. The simple fact of the matter is, if you don't do something in line with the overarching agenda of what China wants and needs in terms of the development goals, you won't be able to get very far. Don't blame yourself. Paper straws won't save you. Like, huge mass amounts of wealth and technological investments, of which, like, basically China is doing. And let's start with a discussion on China, actually. Let's start with a look at this. Is like genuinely the only response. There is something I want to say, though, because I have glazed an awful lot of China here. There is a huge downside to the way that China sources its current resources, including charcoal, that forms solar panels. In Burma, Myanmar, on the border is incredibly porous. There is a huge amount of destruction of forestry that is being used en masse to basically ship out charcoal to China for domestic production of solar panels. For those who don't know, I worked essentially as an expert in Burma, Myanmar for a year. I think it's pretty easy to hold two facts at once. China is incredibly progressive when we're talking about this. It does come at a price, right? This is based on the exploitation of workers and resources in a neighboring country, where this sort of diplomatic ambiguity is massively working in China's favor. And I just need to make this clear. The military fascistic junta that they are not necessarily politically aligned with, but having a diplomatic relationships with, are fascistic, genocidal people who came in off the back of murdering communists, okay? And, like, have killed not just the Rohingya people, but many, many, many different ethnic groups in Burma, Myanmar. It is an incredibly complex situation. A lot of people don't understand the many nuances. But there is forestry regions in like Shan states and other regions that border China. These are places that are subject to mass logging that finds its way into the Chinese supply chain, that those, like, they fucking know where it comes from. And it literally comes from, like, the military junta making money and shipping out resources and, like, burning their own forests en masse. Because they have their own, like, military infrastructure state as well, right? Yes, China is doing a lot of really positive things internationally, and I still retain it's like a net benefit. But simultaneously, like, there are communist factions fighting inside Burma and Myanmar. some of those as well, China actually aligns with. Some don't. It would take like a whole fucking stream devoted to teaching you everything about the various factions and factors that play into like the socialism and communism that's that genuinely at play inside Burma, Myanmar as well. Because some of them are like Maoist, and then some of them are like anti-Maoist. So as you can imagine, it's like, oh my days, it becomes a very complex, nuanced discussion to have, where it's not really about like me like having a point to say other than like geopolitics is hard, and I'm gonna be spending most of today glazing China, but I think it's also pertinent to be like, this still comes at a price, and like the solidarity, you can acknowledge that there are drawbacks to the supply chain that is supporting Chinese technological advancements as well. I would say, though, we're about to watch a discussion between, the Tory graph and discussions about China, which is just winning constantly. When discussing with like chuds and libs about China, this isn't a discussion that we have with those people, because it's just going to muddy the waters, right? It's discussions that we can have as like socialists genuinely trying to understand dynamics. And I think people don't understand Burma, Myanmar often, but it's one of those like choose your battle type situations where the libs don't need to know this. They'll just use it to be like China bad, and won't entertain nuance in their brains because China bad, China really bad, you know.
My colleague Aaron
like Trotskyists and libs and conservatives all aligning on their special interest of China hate.
To debate communism, China and Joseph Stalin with Camilla Tominey of the Daily Telegraph. Aaron, we're going to look at a few clips from that very interesting debate. You actually covered a lot of topics which are very dear to my heart. First of all, fill me in on the context. How did you end up sort of having an hour debate with Camilla Tominey on the Telegraph podcast? What were you invited on to discuss?
Well, our good friends at the Telegraph. I think I actually disagreed with Camilla about something on X, and I think I criticised the Telegraph. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't anything.
Are the Telegraph pro or anti-Stalin? Sorry, I have just realised I have done this like 3 times. Just realised why my stream's a bit juddery. I've just got fucking Civilization 7 open still. One of the most CPU intensive games that I own. Cool. I'm very good at this. What's wrong with me? It's almost like I have an ongoing autoimmune disease that fucks up my brain, but yeah. The people who criticize China over their supply chain act as though, so yes, yeah, fucking idiot. So if you're wondering why things were a bit juddery, sorry, that's been fixed now. Okay.
It was a policy disagreement. Probably something like, I don't know, wealth tax, something like that. We disagreed, and then she said, oh, maybe we should get you back on. And then one of the producers got in touch, and I went to Telegraph Towers. Lovely big building, lots of money, great resources, and yeah, we had the conversation.
Andy nuking the stream.
Come on.
Lol.
So parts of the debate were riffing off Aaron's book, Fully Automated Luxury Communism.
My understanding of the premise of your book and how one achieves luxury communism, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, because I might have got it wrong, is that you want to create this society where automation and technological advances mean that the working classes don't need to do the menial chores anymore, and that society will flourish because they are freed into a different direction where with state help they will be supported to have more enriched lives. Is that a fair summary?
Well, the idea that people are not going to be doing manual work, horrible back-breaking work, I mean, that might happen under capitalism just because of levels of automation with people like Elon Musk driving it and whatnot. And that brings its own problems because, of course, that's going to create greater inequality. Lots of people won't be able to access work, blue-collar jobs that have provided lots of work for people over the decades.
Who's
Driving,
Dale
for example,
Vince?
Right now, I think something like 3.5 million people drive for a living in the United States. If you have self-driving cars, those jobs disappear. So the automation bit's happening. The question is who's going to benefit from it? would be the kind of the central part of the book. And you don't, have to be a radical socialist to think it shouldn't be billionaires and oligarchs. It could be a relatively widespread sort of affluence, like we saw after the Second World War.
But back to the Chinese example, aren't they building houses and roads and other things at an alarmingly quick rate because the workers there are on very low wages and possibly being abused?
I've never been to China.
But you've got experience of China having abused the human rights of its own citizens,
so again,
right?
Which the West has famously never done. I was literally waiting for, but at what cost? Just so you know, I've asked this question as well, and China real wage growth. Wow. Like every time. Oh, fuck off, dickheads. So they've doubled in 20 years. In 10 years, sorry. Real wage index. Urban non-private. This is a particular area. Non-private leasing and commercial services. I mean, good. There has been suppression of certain industries by design, right? God's sake. China blue collar wage growth. Hi, Ahmed. How are you doing, my love? Hello? Okay, China's... I have no idea who these guys are. Blue collar wage growth beats white collar pay for 6th year. This is... What year is this? This is this year. China's labour market is undergoing a significant structural changes as the income of blue-collar workers such as food delivery riders and maternity caregivers has increased faster than that of white-collar workers for 6 consecutive years, steady narrowing the wage gap between the two groups. But at what cost? So, obviously, like wage labour, etc., an emergent bourgeoisie in China, it is a worry. But like China also has the biggest motherfucking like communist and socialist political party in the world. So I don't know, I just think that they'll be able to sort it out, guys. Many of my Chinese colleagues told me that their families lived in abject poverty 20 years ago and now they're doing okay and don't have to worry about getting on the yes. Which I think is accurate, right? Let's get back to this. Sorry. There has been an astronomical and quite rapid development in China that I think some people would be like, oh, it's because they became the factory of the world. Like, yeah, 20 years ago. Like, you have not updated your... But at what cost type situation. There is a essentially state, I guess, centralized trade union movement, which basically I've read a lot of different kinds of papers and different analyses into the movement, has been quite good at securing macro benefits for the working population in the context of this mixed ownership model that China now employs, right? What that means is better wages. It means because unfortunately for now they still have like an insurance model, just a very heavily regulated insurance model for healthcare. It means like good insurance systems and stuff. in general, they have scored wins for Chinese workers in terms of like micro, like let's say small. Oh, this factory was actually really shit and abused their workers, and now they've shut down. The unions are like it's quite hard for them to react. But what I would say in terms of supporting the workers until after it's too late, sadly. But if you do fuck around in China, China is not messing around. Like, you actually will just straight up get killed by the state there. I personally am for like, I'd rather that people went to jail for life, but I do appreciate that you cannot mess around with this shit energy that China has. But the thing being, it's sort of a reaction to a problem rather than addressing the structural problem itself, which is that, like, everywhere in the world, you have people who try and take advantage of situations. To be clear, the death penalty doesn't necessarily result in your death. Sometimes it doesn't, no. Look, that's their fight to have, not mine. I know that I would... What I admire is just how you cannot fuck around, okay? You can't fuck around. Like, who's been held accountable from Grenfell Tower? Who's been held accountable for the PP scandals that killed people in the UK? Nobody. There's a big stick in the background. Exactly. And, like, I got no beef with that, is basically what I'm saying. Because the rich just get away with, like, murdering poor people in this country and aren't even held accountable after the fact. So I got a lot of time for this approach. Even if I'm not pro death penalty, that's fine. I would apply it a different way. But yeah, I got a lot of time for this.
If I speak to people from China, I've spoken to British people who've been to China, and they say, I would rather be born in Britain, you know, the whole John Rawls, you know, veil of ignorance. But actually, having seen how old the people live there, I think it's perhaps the best place in the world to be in.
They're poor, so fuck them, exactly, yeah.
But again, I don't want to talk...
Execution is carried out if...
I've never been to China.
Oh, okay, it's like a suspended sentence.
A few more clips, but from listening to the whole thing, especially talking about...
Who has been held accountable for the East Palestine train derailment?
Was that Camilla Tominey was almost coming from a similar place. Not, you know, apologies, James Butler, not sort of in the totality. But when you did your first Folk interview with James Butler, I remember sort of his big critique was, you're all into abundance because you think we can have this radical abundance.
So people had to die, Stephen.
The exploitation of resources and the exploitation of labor in countries like China.
Yeah.
And that was her critique.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
because exploitation doesn't happen in Britain, of course.
Yeah, that's what was quite strange about it. Because if you're going to critique kind of the Chinese model, the fact that they exploit...
Who's been held accountable for the 2008 market cash and all that? Like, literally nobody. It's almost like our entire system is completely fucking wrong, and whatever like critiques we have for China, the state is first. That means if you fuck around, you know, maybe jail for life, right? And maybe a suspended sentence because you don't fuck around, but like you don't get to fuck around with shit anymore. And I like that. And I actually think most people like that. I think Western media is like, they try and show it off like it's really bad, and people are like, nah, I can't fuck with this. I can't fuck with this shit. Like, it's got like the state version of Luigi Mangione type energy, which obviously is illegal in America, right? So that's just like scattered violence and is bad, but it's almost like it is the state monopoly on violence, and then the state is working for at least large macro indicators of development for the Chinese people. That has worked. No one was held accountable. Then again, we have a national health czar that keeps saying shit like, COVID is the elderly's best friend. Oh my God. Oh my God, that makes me feel really sad. I mean, COVID will kill me, so I kind of don't want to talk about it too much because I'll get really anxious.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if it works.
If I get COVID, I die. End of
Because
conversation.
Capitalism does that too.
Yeah. It's quite interesting, isn't it, when people from the right say, oh, it's state capitalism, it's not communism. You say, okay. Like you said, this is something that Trotsky would say. I don't think that, by the way. I don't think it is state capitalism.
We can come on to that. We've got a clip on that. Let's look at this next clip, because this is the one that sort of they clipped to put at the beginning of the interview. I don't know if it was supposed to be as a gotcha or just a sort of taster of what was to come.
Don't you think that the development of these electric cars and all of these solar panel and other...
At what cost? Like, she's literally just going to be like, at what cost, at what cost, at what cost about China forever.
Frankly, there's an irony here, by the way, because they're building these coal-fired power stations while at the same time exporting all of this gear to countries like us that lap it up, that want it hook, line and sinker without asking the real questions about who's being abused in the process.
Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? No, like, genuinely, what's her name? What's her name? Who is she?
So parts of the debate were riffing off.
What was her name?
With Camilla Tominey of the Daily.
Camilla Tominey.
Right, say, oh, it's...
She is the Telegraph, but... Camilla Tominey? She's a GP. She went to private school. Her parents divorced like a great Catholic. Oh no, dad was a GP. Okay, hold on. She's on GB News. Jesus titty fucking Christ. I don't know if we have as much. I wanted to see if she is right wing, but I just wanted to explore anything that she has direct control over or direct relationship with in terms of her investments, and then just working out just how ethical those are. Hello, YouTube?
I can't engage in a positive conversation about net zero and stuff like that because of what you said, your attitude, your denial of the facts, the human rights abuses. It's just outstanding to me. Astounding, I mean. I'm sorry.
Alright, so in this video, we're going to see what happens when Telegraph journalist Camilla Tominey tries to push the identikit, far-right, Likud-friendly views that dominate the right-wing media. She expected progressive guest Dale Vince to just validate her bad faith framing. Instead, he systematically dismantled her horrific genocide defense.
Okay, I'll be back in one sec. I just need to grab a snack. I'm quite hungry.
Well, if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it is a duck. If it is a terrorist group and they carry out terrorist acts on October the 7th, which we both agree on...
They're defined as a terrorist group by UK law.
Yes.
And they have committed acts of terror. I think that's a reasonably established fact. But at the same time, they're trying to defend their country. Now, if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, is it genocide that's being committed in Palestine?
Well, now that's a really good point. Now, let's be honest about this. And I know you are somebody who absolutely thinks Israel has committed and is committing a genocide against the Palestinians. That's not been upheld in any court of law. There's been no legally binding decision to say that it is a genocide. So let's be very clear about this. The ICJ has said that it is plausible that the rights of Palestinians in Gaza under the Genocide Convention are at risk of irreparable harm, and it's ordered Israel to take steps. But there has been no finding in law that Israel is committing genocide. So how do you know better than the ICJ?
I don't, but I read that they had made a preliminary finding of genocide.
No, they haven't. That's a misinterpretation of what the ICJ have found. They have merely found, and let me state it again,
That's fine.
that they're at risk of causing irreparable harm to Palestinians, and Israel have been ordered to take steps. But this whole Israel is genocidal isn't correct. It's not been found to be the case in international law.
So is somebody not murdered until a court founds them to have been murdered?
Well, that's a really interesting point, because murder requires intent to kill and an actus reus, the actual act of killing. If you're going to give a defence to murder, which in this case is self-defence, then yeah, you might not be found guilty of murder.
Self-defence.
Yes.
100,000 civilians bombed. 6 Hiroshimas dropped on the tiny state of Palestine by the Israeli army, a local superpower. I mean, look at the kettling of millions of people, the starvation, the deprivation. I mean, and the statements of the Israeli government, they're saying they want them out. They won't allow food and aid in. They blame that on Hamas as well. But you just look at the statements of the right-wing Israeli government. They are extreme. We wouldn't tolerate this from another country in this world.
Sure. So, okay, let's use a different example. Were the British committing a genocide against the Germans when they bombed Dresden?
That was an act of
self-defense.
No, it wasn't. Firebombs in a wooden city. That was a deliberate act of terror.
But in war,
that was
when does war become genocide?
Well, war has rules.
Yes. So under the current rules, the ICJ hasn't ruled that Israel is genocidal.
Well,
therefore, why are you bandying around this, as some would say,
I'm not bandying.
blood libel?
No, I think some in the right-wing Israeli government call it that, but it's a ridiculous thing to say. I mean, there's so much blood been spilt in Palestine by the Israelis.
Sure.
There is no question that it's deliberate targeting of civilians, of aid workers, of the press, of children. There are more.
Did she just say what I think she said? Did she just say it's just like bombing Dresden?
More child amputees in Palestine than anywhere else in the world. It's an incredibly barbaric thing that the Israeli military...
It is a two-way street, right?
It's barely a two-way street.
Well, hang on.
Give me a chance to speak then.
Okay, go for it.
Because you're not, actually. You've got a prepared script and facts and you're bombarding me. Let me speak. Okay. So the Israelis have been clear that they've acted in response to the incursion on October the 7th, but it's an overreaction by anybody's measure. It's incredible. 100,000 deaths versus, was it 1,000? I don't know. You know, it's almost 100 to 1. Now, is that a proportionate reaction? Is the bombing of Gaza to the extent that it looks like the face of the moon, with 95% of all buildings gone, is that a proportionate reaction? Is the starvation of civilians millions of civilians in Palestine, the denial of aid, is that proportionate? That's a war crime, actually.
It's
an occupied territory.
Argument.
Bear with, it's an occupied territory. Yep. Israel, as the occupier, has the obligation under international law to look after those people.
Sure.
And it isn't doing that.
Okay. My counter argument would be they haven't been found guilty of any war crimes. They haven't.
That's a lie.
Officially been found responsible for a genocide, despite the rhetoric that you and others use.
That's also a lie.
Hamas have been using people as human shields now.
So there's been a provisional ruling. Yeah, everyone, by the way, should have waited until the end of the Holocaust. We should have, stopped. When we got into the camps and they were like, are we sure this is what it is? By the way, should we stop? I don't know. Maybe it will offend some people. It's literally what she's arguing, by the way. There's been a provisional ruling because that's how it works. And they're like, genocide's happening. You have an option to either stop it or not. So to be clear, she's speaking for genociders. She is speaking for the Nazis.
For years and years and years. The fact that there are mass casualties is because it's actually a proportionately tiny plot of land compared to the rest of the Middle East. That if actually Hamas weren't building tunnels under actual civilian populations, then the bombings wouldn't have that effect.
This is the oldest. We've heard all this shit before, right? Just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. The provisional ruling does count as genocide. Yes, that is how it works exactly, because they're trying to stop genocide and they can't wait. Yeah, that is. It's almost like that's the point, Neuro, innit? Maybe they should have lived in a less densely populated area. Remember, from like the 90s and noughties onwards, just like the American and Israeli state was proactively publishing stuff about how it was going to frame everything ever. And it's always human shields. Thing is, nobody buys that anymore. The truth is out there. The truth is out there.
And that indeed we know humanitarian aid has gone in because we've seen the humanitarian aid being delivered. We've also seen footage out of Gaza that doesn't suggest that everybody is being starved to death. It literally doesn't suggest that.
Have you seen the pictures?
I've seen all sorts of pictures. I've seen staged footage as well.
There's barely a building left standing. Have you seen the reports of snipers targeting children in their schools? Have you seen those?
I've seen all of the reports, but just in response
how's that self-defense?
So human shield, use of Gazan people as human shields by Hamas?
Do they? That's what the Israelis say. But do they?
Well, I think actually journalists have found tunnels,
The Israelis have been
they?
accused of doing that, going into buildings, holding Palestinian people in front of them. Have you seen those reports?
I've seen loads and loads of reports, but some of the reports are unverified, aren't they? Because we can't actually, this is where you and I will definitely agree. What we actually need is for impartial journalists, and I mean impartial, to go in and try
Fuck off, you fucking Nazi ghoul. Cunt. I could only handle that for so long.
State capitalism, it's not communism.
Welcome in.
Okay. Like you said, this is something that Trotsky...
Morning, Bloody
I don't
Sunday.
think that, by the way. I don't think it is state capitalism.
We're going to come on to that. We've got a clip on that. Let's look at this next clip, because this is the one that sort of they clipped to put at the beginning of the interview. I don't know if it was supposed to be as a gotcha or just a sort of taster of what was to come.
Don't you think that the development of these electric cars and all of these solar panel and other they would of their own country?
Just from what I've read.
But you're forgiving them this because they're communists, and you can't bear the idea of communists being bad people.
No, communists have been very bad people.
Okay, good. I'm glad we agree on that. Well, there are some on the left that don't think Stalin was that bad. And actually, you know, look at Jeremy Corbyn in his bloody little red book. Oh, Chairman Mao. Actually, he was a big, friendly, cuddly bloke who wasn't responsible for me.
Fuck off, you Nazi. Nazi. Like genuine Nazi. Genuine motherfucking Nazi. Jeremy Corbyn in his little red book. Why are you making him sound so cool? I wish. Jeremy Corbyn actually isn't great on China, and it's one of my few critiques of the Corbynista. China is winning. You're failing. The entirety of the West is built on slavery. Fuck you, you fucking Nazi scum.
Of death during
Mao
the
did some
Cultural
evil
Revolution.
stuff, but he was also, you know, he was one of the great historical figures of the 20th century.
Imagine
he just
doing
was.
that. Imagine saying that about Hitler.
But in what regard?
Well, that's a bit like saying
Hitler took over. Okay, now you
Hitler
make your
was
argument,
an
I'll respond.
evil Nazi, but he was a good orator.
He was a good orator.
That was very entertaining.
It's true.
People in the comments have said, you put that at the beginning, but what Arab has already said is obviously completely true there.
Of all the criticisms against Hitler, he was a bad public speaker. I've never heard that one before.
Actually, let's go straight on to our next clip, because I don't want to preempt sort of what we're going to get onto. Because again, before the comment about Hitler and oratory, again, she was talking about how sort of Chinese development is based on the exploitation of labor and the
and just so you know, famously on Turf Island, we got no exploitation. Marx didn't come here specifically to write about the exploitative dimension of the working class in Britain, because we industrialized first. Like, yeah. She literally is just a mouthpiece for fascism. Like, It's funny though, because these people can be like, at what cost? At what cost? At what cost about China forever? And we know that there are some costs to other comrades in the global south that we would like addressed. But that in general, it's like China's going to overtake you. China is a better, like, there being at least some kind of fucking balance of power between China and America is literally better for the rest of the world.
Exploitation of resources, which again is kind of the Trotskyite criticism of Chinese development, not really the right-wing one. And this all relates to one of our favourite debates to have, the extent to which China is capitalist. So let's go to that clip, that part of the debate.
China today is a market economy, but it's not a capitalist economy, and we can learn a lot from it.
I don't know why you're arguing that it's not a capitalist economy.
Oh my God, here we go. But it's not money. Checkmate, liberal. It is quite simple, right? We can just use the Chinese state's like explanation of this now. So Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, Dengist, Xi Jinping thought, which is the Chinese state promotes a mixed ownership model of essentially what we call capital in terms of money and wage labor. And that in the Chinese pursuit of long-term communism, we're in a period of socialist controlled. People will think I'm critiquing here, and I'm not, but essentially a form of like state-managed capitalism to a certain extent. I don't think that's bad. I think that the mixed model is kind of innovative, and it is a difficult thing to sort of reduce down, right, to a really simple, like, China is a capitalism, or China is like completely state managed, completely state run, and you just have to like read what China says about its own economy, and it doesn't believe it's in that stage of development. It believes that by essentially socializing market forces in a capitalist world, as it were, through a mixed ownership model, it's able to unlock resources both domestically and internationally to focus on the 5-year plan strategic goals, which are often like the current 5-year plan that it's in is there's a big emphasis on like chip technology in order to have certain amounts of sovereignty when it comes to tech and biotech, right? It was a solution to a problem in poverty that they have, a solution that clearly works. Fighting large-scale poverty is a very socialist goal. Absolutely. And whilst there has been an emergence of a bourgeois class in terms of a wealthy group in China, it is wrong at a very fundamental level to say that China is a capitalist society. Why? Because those people who do extract wealth from others, whether that be through state-managed, contracts or just through wage labor, do not own the political power of the state. And I don't think ever will. That's why China's winning. That relationship. We're going to look later, maybe after this, at the Yugoslavian approach to workers managing factories in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia did 2 5-year plans of, like, I guess that sort of more traditional, like, for want of a better framing, like Soviet vibe era development. And just so you know, if you play Civilization, just don't leave it open if you're streaming. Communism is very, very OP when you're going for like mass productive capacity. They built up huge, heavy and light industries actually on the back of like nothing. It was ironically the same in Eastern Germany as well. East Germany is a bit more complex because they had to pay so much in reparations to the USSR. But Super OP. You build up a huge industrial base, which what happened in like the UK, it was the bourgeoisie who did it. And remember, Marx is like speaking about phenomenons that he's seeing around him through dialectical materialism. He just made some maybe incorrect assumptions about the working class in Western Europe. Civ 7 any good after the updates? It's much harder. I just won my first game actually on medium difficulty this morning, and I was on deity before the update, so it's harder. I like it. I think the update has made it a really fun game. But anyway, the point being, sometimes this is very sort of rudimentary. Communism when government does stuff, capitalism when government not do stuff because government bad, sort of baggage that comes to discussions like this. In China, like calling China a capitalist country is just fundamentally wrong. And it's because of the role that capital has in the country. Can we really truly say that there is no role that capital plays in Chinese development? No. And I think if you read the way that China speaks about its development agenda and its current socialism with Chinese characteristics approach, it says, look, we're having mixed ownership models. This is in order to unlock the developmental potential. But why long term is Britain so fucked up? It's because the capitalists who exploited the workers now just have always controlled everything, right? Here. They control the land, they control the sky, they control my thoughts, at a certain point. They control the media, etc., etc., etc. It does not have that relationship in China. They went from essentially an occupied feudal state to mass industrialization under Mao, and then hit the barrier that they did hit in Yugoslavia, and we're going to look at this adaptation. Just remember, in Yugoslavia, they were allowed to do this because they were non-aligned, and that meant that they worked with America to a certain extent. Whilst they had substantially more loans and development that was supported by the USSR, they did take money from America. That meant that America would destroy them that way instead of killing them all. But yes, China obviously was threatened with that reality as well in the 90s and 80s sort of democracy movements, right?
So
anyway,
based on free markets.
It's not based on free markets. It's not based on free markets. It's not based on free markets. Nowhere's based on free markets, but China is categorically not based on free markets. It is based on utilizing capital investments and wage labor in order to promote strategic goals of the state through predominantly state-owned enterprises. So that's not a free market. They're just trying to have it both ways, basically. They can't handle that China's winning.
So, if you look at a company like...
With Chinese communists living here in the US, they say they're going to target them, but I prefer to target brown people. My fear is they'll target East Asians.
They can give very low interest rate loans to many of these companies, large and small.
Who will, China or America?
To
use money is capitalism, true.
Razor thin margins, but of course at huge scale.
Yeah.
Companies in the West can't do that for a ton of reasons because of, we have shareholders, because the costs of accessing credit are much higher.
Well,
101
also
reasons.
we can't compete with low energy costs in Chinese factories fueled by carbon.
Chinese energy costs aren't necessarily that. A great example of
Chinese energy costs are considerably lower
much
than
lower.
ours.
Taiwan, high energy costs actually, but they have this $1 trillion company with
they're making
TSMC.
all these microchips. But hang on, I must take issue with this. Do you think the workers on the factory floor in China, or indeed in the sweatshops, think that there's anything luxurious about the communism?
Yes. I think that they've overseen the mass development of their nation after a difficult era. The Chinese Communist Party now will have summaries about some of the... So Mao is obviously a revolutionary hero. There was eras of, the Cultural Revolution and stuff that did not meet the goals that the Chinese people sought themselves, and they are not stupid, you Nazi, this lady. But she doesn't care about that, right? This is Zing checkmate liberal. Yeah, they own housing. They have access to better healthcare. It's not a debt-ridden society. There is, we can say that there is, like I said, exploitation of workers. Yeah, there is, but China is managing it in terms of there are trade unions, and they will try and seek the benefit of workers in China. At macro levels, they're good at it. At micro levels, like individual small factories and workshop floors, it is harder because they're often working on a reactive rather than proactive basis. But like, if you work for like a good sort of state-owned enterprise in China, you're beating the middle class in America. So yes, 100%. I can say that safely.
Their
You're
system
being very selective.
No, I'm really not. I think
Yeah,
if you look at India and you look at China, I know, and I'm sure if anybody, and you as well, if you're being totally honest, what country would you rather have been born in the last 30 years? I think China is an economic miracle when you look at the last 50 years.
Under no circumstances on earth would I wish I was born in China in the last 30 years.
Rather than India.
Can you address... Oh, I see. Not rather than the UK.
Well, no, but the UK had several hundred...
Yeah, you're rich, so that's why you want to be born in the UK.
Start, yeah.
Fine. But can you just answer the question about the actual workers on the factory floor and indeed in the sweatshops of China, in the Xi'an factories and beyond? You think they're enjoying
God, I hate her.
luxury communism?
I don't think the process they go through is any different to what happened with this country's working class over the late 19th and early 20th century.
No, I'm
it's the
talking
same.
about it.
Again, very interesting. Very much enjoyed it. I thought it was a very productive conversation. You both come across as, quite charming, open-minded people. I suppose what I want to put to you here, because I think there was something strange about the conversation, even if it was sort of fun to listen to, because she was a right-winger who I thought was making a left-wing critique of China.
Yeah.
And you're a left-winger saying that actually sort of Chinese development, yes, there are these injustices, but Chinese development probably makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah.
Right. And I suppose my position here is a bit different to both of yours. So I am...
Oh, God, here we go, Michael.
I am pro-China in the sense that I think that Chinese development has been a net good. I think that, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And they are still lifting millions of people out of poverty, and the middle class is constantly growing. And having been there...
A bit speedy, give yourself
1984,
time to relax.
Seems like there is a social contract which is generally working, and that to the extent that people are sort of exploited in their work, or at least, they have difficult times in their work, there seems to be a general societal understanding that we are getting rich, in the sense that there is social mobility, our children will do better than we do, and so we're willing to take the downsides of the system to benefit from the upsides. That's my impression. Now, obviously, I can't speak for 1.4 billion Chinese people, and actually I did meet people who disagreed, because I met people who had a more Trotskyist critique of the Chinese Communist Party. Obviously, these weren't just random people I bumped into in the street. These were people who I was sort of linked up with. But what I find, I suppose, difficult to come to terms with or get on board with is people who are pro-Chinese development but anti-capitalist. Because I think that all the things that...
Fuck's sake, Michael. This is your brain, or without having read genuinely the very basics of Marx. I don't think there's anybody who argues that there hasn't been an unleashing of elements of capital in terms of, particularly in terms of the investment that's brought into... Yeah, I don't like him. I don't like Michael. He's tries to both sides discussions about trans people as well, and fuck off. But I had a feeling he was going to say some absolute bullshit as well. China was at a different stage of development than, say, Britain or America. In his analysis, he's not going to talk about the role of the party, and he's not going to talk about the relationship between capital and, I guess, powers. which like the entire system in China is contingent upon. And that, like, it just feels like you are just being a trot then, right? If you are saying, well, either the state does everything and that's a communism, or it doesn't and that's not a communism, like what is your actual analysis then? Because the nature, every economy is mixed. The nature in which it has evolved and works in China is really, really important. And I just don't think that he gives a shit about that. And I don't think that's within his frame of understanding. I used to think he hosted in the Devil's Advocate style to get an interesting debate. Now I think he's a kind of knob. I think he's not as smart as he thinks he is.
Are sort of defensible and justifiable about the Chinese system, whether or not you call it capitalist.
Marx and Lenin didn't write much about all the socialist countries because there wasn't any. And they were analysing capitalism, you know? Focused on fighting capitalism in capitalist countries. Yeah, exactly.
Because I think it's almost semantic whether or not you say China
No, it
is
isn't.
capitalist or it's communist or yada yada, market communism. But nearly all of the moral problems that people have with capitalism, the Chinese system also has. And the strongest argument for capitalism, you know, as it's existed in the West for the last couple of hundred years, is to say that yes, it does have these injustices, it does have these imbalances of power, but ultimately what it has brought about is the greatest levels of economic development and increases in living standard.
He just hasn't read Marx, right? Like, he just clearly hasn't.
In human history, and therefore,
He is,
as a
yeah.
package, it's worth it. And I was
He's not as smart as he thinks he
the Chinese
is.
system is exactly the same.
Come on, Aaron, because this is fucking ridiculous.
So I'm in a way, I've become less ideological as I've grown older.
Oh my God, I can't believe you see the Chinese system and think that it's not ideologically driven. When there's like 5-year plans that are like, here's how we literally are doing a pragmatism for our ideological approach to mixed ownership. And here is specifically how it's working in tandem with our internal and external development goals and our agenda. It would be like, what was China going to do? Build a communism tomorrow? Okay, so now that you've set that impossible bar, why don't we just look at the steps that are being made towards that and maybe try and work out why it's succeeding in China where it's not succeeding in Britain? And maybe that has to do with actual relationships of capital and whether there is a capitalist class, i.e. the bourgeoisie, who run and manage the country for their interests exclusively. And at the literal, like, expense of the workers. He hasn't engaged with it. Yeah. I hope Aaron pushes back here.
I'm very much just into like development. Sort of, I look at the outcomes. If the outcomes are development,
God, he just thinks
then,
he's like really
yes,
fucking smart.
probably the package can be acceptable. Yeah, we'll make reforms here and there to try and make it fairer, to try and make it more tolerable, to try and make it more civilized. But the existence of injustices doesn't mean we can reject the package. And I feel like the only way you can possibly defend the Chinese system is to say, yes, the overall development justifies the injustices because the package is worth it. And I want to put that to you, because you've written a book called Folk. So are you someone who's pro-China and anti-capitalist, or are you someone who is open to the Chinese model of development and the Western model of development?
I'm not an anti-capitalist. I'm a communist. I'm a Marxist. Marx never said I'm an anti-capitalist. He wrote a book called Capital. He viewed capitalism as a necessary precursor stage to communism.
Okay, and this is what I know some people are like, fuck Aaron Bastani. And sometimes I feel exasperated as well. But he does understand Marx. You do not have to agree with all the conclusions that he makes. That's fine. This is to a certain extent true. And this is really, like, the Chinese model is really, really, really important on this. Marx always maintained that, like, we'll go back, but basically that. So there's an element of Marxism that's like economic determinism that I think is wrong, in terms of him saying revolutionary forces are going to be born out of contradictions, and that will emerge in Western Europe, and that was a flaw, right? What was true from that dimension of that analysis under Marxism was essentially the socialist and communist developments being contingent on elements of capital development. Now, again, we're talking, 1848 that the Communist Manifesto was published, and Das Kapital was around then as well, I think just a little bit later, in terms of him building a project from what he saw around you. This explains why Deng was right in terms of the reform and opening up. Exactly. And it's acknowledging that an era of development can be managed through, like macro managed, let's say, like the Chinese model, through the utilization of what we can call in terms of capital being, let's say, at its rawest sense, an extractive element of workers' outputs in terms of where they work within the Chinese model. They're not 100% paid for their labor. So at the moment they are in that era. I think if you spoke to people in China, guess what? They fucking know, because they actually like read Marx and understand it. So what Aaron is rightfully saying is like being a communist or being a socialist is more than just like a moral platform of a child like get rid of capitalism now. Oh my God, people still have money and wages in Venezuela. Your entire project is bullshit. I am a Trotskyist. I am very, very smart and have definitely been a net benefit to socialism by providing absolutely nothing apart from newspapers and critique. Bad faith critique, right? Like not good faith critique. Bad faith, Trotskyist. Good capital relations still exist in the world. I win. Checkmate. Yes, like if you read Marx, we know. China knows. China's smarter than you. China knows. Like the Chinese state has, they have entire universities where they study and speak about Marxism and understand that this is a like decades long, centuries long project. Also, I just really need to make this clear as well. There are a couple of really important things in the China model that mean that the Chinese approach to socialism happen, which is a macro control of capital in terms of foreign direct investment and their stock markets. You aren't free to have like a Robin Hood type thing, the app in China, as you are here. It is more tied to your direct labor so that you don't have the phenomenon of wealth creating wealth, assets creating assets. Secondly, land is owned by China, not the rich, like it is here. So they have the capacity to do things like deflate the value of housing in order to increase the socialist goals of unlocking investment to build more homes. Okay, and then creating a surplus from that is fed back into a system of macroeconomic outputs that is investment, which is, yes, it is capital. Okay, but this is what's important that Aaron is getting at. It's capital under the ownership of a communist party who owned the land, who owned the macro outputs. Yes, that has a side effect of not everybody having good human rights in the factory floor. Do you understand that the factory floor was built off slave labor in Europe? Like slave labor. So when the Tory graph fuck is saying that shit, you do have to compare those things, because that is the economic. These are the time frames that these countries are talking about. Yes, it's not nice. I think that I think that long term, it's pretty clear that like the Chinese states wants the betterment of workers' rights, right? In terms of getting more at a interpersonal and macro level for their labor. Yes, and they clearly have objective goals for the people and the nation. Whereas capitalism, when it's a bourgeois capital control, have the goal of just making money and constantly expropriating wealth from the proletariat. And like capitalism, exactly. Like, sorry, Aidan, this is quite dense in Marxist theory. I'll try and take a step back and say, I encourage you. A lot of people access politics through a moral lens because they see something they don't like, and they're like, I don't like that. I think it's a net bad. And they might read things like the Communist Manifesto, which is a accessible pamphlet, and say that looks really good. And I'm no. It's on me to try and explain it better as well. And I want you to know that it's sort of taken quite a long time for me to like, and I'm like, go back and read parts of Marx and stuff, right? And I don't think there's an end point to where you 100% understand Marxism. The end, I think that it's an approach that we carry with us forever. And it's like a tool that we can become sharper at utilizing in terms of what dialectics and what materialism are. Dialectics is the history and the various forces that are in play in your country. In my country, it's empire, slavery, the subjugation of people in the colonial peripheries, war, and aristocratic control. Because the only time we got close to having a workers' revolution was in like the 1700s in the UK, and unfortunately they lost, right? Which is why we still long-term have a king and queen. And why all of their motherfucking cousins and shit like own the land everywhere. I please do ask questions though. But the point being, Marxism is supposed to be a viewpoint through which you understand class relationships in a society, and you cannot understand those societies and nations without understanding the history. China has a different developmental history than Britain. China had feudal, not necessarily empires in the term empire. China had feudal relationships, okay? China did not have a vast colonial empire. In fact, it was subject to colonial control in the 19th century, the Japanese Empire. So that's like a world of difference, and you cannot and should not ever think that those countries are starting from the same viewpoint. 20th century, thank you. Because the world carries on shifting material conditions because people continue to develop. Marxism, Leninism, that's also the reasons you can't ever be done learning about it. Yes, you can't. And like, even though I am, I guess, ideologically, the principles of Luxemburgism are things that I think are more relevant and more suitable to like a socialist Britain. I view Marxist-Leninists as people who are able to produce socialist states, and like Marxist-Leninists are like trans people are my friends. Transphobes can catch these ends, but like I'm pretty comfortable being like socialism will find form in different ways. And MLs seem to be pretty good at developing socialist projects. And I think that China is bucking a trend in that a lot of ML projects have ultimately like failed long term for various reasons, right? And China is applying this unique Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics that it utilizes literally like its huge university apparatus of Marxist educated Chinese scholars to think about the questions that we're thinking about, right? Like vast intellectual, for want of a better term, capital, you know, to really, really think about how the fuck to put fucking food on the table for your motherfucking workers. Okay? in a country that does not benefit from slave labor, like the emergence of capitalism did in this country. Do you think mandatory union membership is a good idea? The New Zealand Greens just released that as a policy. I would have to understand the role that trade unions play in like class consciousness and labor relations and building people, whether it's concessions or whether it's trying to get workers control of the means of production to whatever extent it can, you know? So yeah. So sorry, we will go back to what fucking try hard Michael here being like, actually, when you look at China, it means that capitalism is good. Oh my god. Like it just shows like a fundamental, like non-Marxian, comprehensive analysis that no. Why are you apologizing, Aiden? Why are you fucking apologizing? I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't understand like the relationships. Because it might just push that problem, kick the can down the road where we still don't have good like class relationships and class consciousness, but people are in unions that aren't very good now. Did you know that Xi Jinping was denied membership to the party? Oh yeah, like loads of times because of his dad, right? So don't fret if you are denied membership in any socialist party. Because I derail streams. If you derail, I'll let you know. This is not derailing. This is like getting people to understand that Marxism is a class-based analysis. That yes, we would be lying if we said that Marxism doesn't come with a moral understanding of what we want the world to be like, but that first and foremost is a methodology for understanding the world. The money, the power, and then the vibes that can only ever be produced by the money and the power, right? And the money and the power, who got it, who don't, that's your history. Like, it's that kind of simple when it comes down to it, but it becomes infinitely more complex when we attach all this jargon. So when you're looking at China or when you're looking at New Zealand, which is obviously a settler colonial state, and it has a different relationship there than China, which is a multi-ethnic national nation now, you have to, in order to understand the money and the vibes and who has it and why, you cannot ever come to the same conclusions in one place. It will always be a different reading, you know? In my view, China is neither capitalist nor socialist, but a different thing. I think it's objectively socialist aligned. And that for me, every time I look for like, when it comes down to it, will China put the interests of their socialist agenda over the power that the bourgeoisie, the emergent bourgeoisie has in their society? Yes. Yes. So that's why long term, even with my critiques of China, right, and the global supply chains that we want to get better, I think China got this. I think China got this. Like, I never look and I see, oh no, actually the capitalists won in China and loads of people got enslaved. I don't see that. Like, please show me where this happens in the Chinese development. So the power to utilize for the socialist agenda whilst they unlock this era of capital development is being used pretty heavy-handedly, and I think that's kind of based, to ensure it is aligned with long-term socialist goals that won't be realized or transformed into like actual communist relationships until, frankly, we're all dead and buried and we're worm food. It's not capitalist. Capitalists aren't in power. They don't have the same sway of the policy. Yes. Hi, Ahmed. By the way, if you wanted to share your chuffed, please do. Okay.
Because you've written a book called
Right.
Folk. So are you someone who's pro-China and anti-capitalist, or are you someone who is
Hold on.
open to the Chinese model of development and the Western model of development?
Yes.
I'm a communist.
Thank you.
I'm
Hold
a
on.
Marxist. Marx never said I'm an anti-capitalist. He wrote.
Right. Folks, if you have the spare cash, Ahmed here is with a family inside Gaza. Confirmed. If you have some spare cash, Ahmed's basically trying to get outside of Gaza so that he can send money back home. Remember, the genocide in Gaza and Palestine is still happening. If you have a spare $5-10, do not give it to me. Give it to Ahmed and his family, who we can confirm are based in Gaza, and the money does go directly to helping a family in Gaza.
Anti-capitalist. I'm a communist. I'm a Marxist. Marx never said I'm an anti-capitalist. He wrote a book called Capital. He viewed capitalism as a necessary precursor stage to communism, which is the highest stage of production, and communism is only possible with the fullest unleashing of the forces and liberation of production, which is the same reading on political economy that you get from Deng Xiaoping after the mid-1970s. So this anti-anything. Look, when you had capitalism, Adam Smith and David Ricardo didn't say, I'm anti-feudalism. No, they were talking about a new mode of production.
But so the argument you put forward.
So he's right. Aaron is right. But this is lib framing, in my opinion. The occasional conviction of a criminal doesn't really mean anything. King, what the fuck? Do you think, here's the key question. Do you think the emergent bourgeois class, the capital owning class in China, have the political power? How the hell is that lib framing for a start when we are talking about power dynamics? Please demonstrate to me the times in which they've been able to overtake the development agenda and do what they want at odds with China's development policy managed by the state. Because I think it absolutely does mean something. Like, it absolutely, categorically does mean something. It actually means everything. Like, the notion, like, where is the accountability for the thousands dead because of the PPE scandal? Where is the justice for is it 84 people that suffocated to death in Grenfell Towers? Where is anybody held accountable? The occasional conviction. Wait, hold on. Right, you're speaking to. Okay, so I just need the bathroom as well, but I really want to hear what Michael's saying. I'm like locked in.
That's not how I would see the difference between the UK and China. I wouldn't say sort of.
But I've got moral critiques of capitalism.
Exactly. He just is like going to a moral framing, whereas at this very core level, before you move to morality of what I would like and the problems I have, let's say, with the current China model, which obviously are allowed, but if you cannot do that first step of understanding the labor relations and the class relationships and the power relationships inside the country and the economies that you're looking at, you are just trapped in like liberal blah blah blah. Actually, blah blah blah. That's bad, because I say it is
social and economic systems. But the historical Marxist critique of capitalism is not a moral critique. It's about a set of contradictions internal to the system which cannot be resolved.
But
okay, we will come back to this. Sorry, I really want to listen. I just need the loo. Desperate for a wee. Be back in a sec. Okay. My point is that the conviction doesn't actually change things systemically. The systemic change is why that conviction can happen. Do you understand? That's my point. Because the laws and the development agenda are the end goal of British liberal ideology. You're living in it. We live in it. It's the mass exploitation of us. And it's why Britain won't survive, I don't think. And we'll just have to see what happens in the decaying rubble, you know, in hundreds of years' time. The system deciding to convict is the system displaying itself. Exactly. That's my point. My point is, you're saying it's just a snapshot of a conviction. For a start, it's happened loads of times. And it is actually the demonstration of the power relationships that we are saying makes the Chinese model feasible, possible, a thing. Because you live in the liberal reality. You live in the reality in which American, I guess, what's the word? Sorry, British, actually, really, like liberal political ideology has succeeded. China has recently made a point of recent convictions of pedos. They got the death penalty for a pretty horrible scale of sexual assault against minors. Wow, that's exactly the same as Epstein. Look, I think that you're what you are not understanding is we're trying to say why those convictions could happen, and what's the legal basis of the courts in China, and how they apply Marxist law, and who the boss and who not the boss, and who's the boss in China, the CPC, who the boss in Britain, our fucking landlord aristocracy class, like that rich fucking Nazi cunt that we saw. So. And that's actually the most important thing, is who's the boss, who got the power, who gets to set all these development goals. Like King, you should be very angry with the Britain that we live in. I know that you are, but I think that you're totally missing the point of what we've been trying to get at. Okay.
So I still think that that's not what we're seeing with the West and China. So the Marxist model was to say you begin with capitalism, then there will be these contradictions, and then therefore out of that,
well, there are a ton of readings actually.
But that seems to me
the idea that they all agree.
But that seems to me what you're suggesting there, right?
No,
it's
like,
not
so,
a moral critique.
No, so somebody like
it's stages. No. So capitalism comes, then there's communism. Whereas to me, it looks like there are two parallel paths. No. There's a path of Western development, which was actually much better at dealing with crises than Marx ever.
Oh my God, fuck him. It's entirely contingent on labor exploitation in the global south. To be clear, including the working class in Ireland. Like, massive lib. Like, at least he's honest and he says that he's ideologically committed to the Western model of development, which is, by the way, slavery and colonialism. That's why, ironically, the reason why the wealthy elite have so much power is not only were they content in... Exactly. Not only do they have the capacity to exploit workers in this country, they basically allowed for the more rapid development of industries in what we now call the imperial core, or the decaying imperial core in Britain, because they brought in fucking wealth and extracted wealth from colonies. So that's specifically what he's advocating for. Or he's advocating for this like idea of capitalism, which is just some vague idea of like money, and is so not grounded in reality, it has become a philosophy paper thought experiment, of which, aside from your developing your own thought, where it's very, very useful to go through that process in education, it's completely at odds with reality, because the first thing that you should start with is a economic understanding of the world that you live in. What do you mean, King?
Were predicted. And
Why? Why? Because there was the political alternative of the USSR. And the minute that disappears, capitalist West falls apart in terms of trying to give any decent share of increases in productivity to the working class. So, no, it's true. Marx, geopolitically, there were literally 2 poles in the world after 1945, and to get legitimacy, the capitalist West obviously has to give a decent share to the working class. Of course, Marx didn't foresee that.
No, but
who could?
His argument was that that capitalism couldn't resolve its own crises, and clearly it was able to. Maybe it needed some outside pressure, but it was able to. And I think you've got this parallel.
We haven't. No. He doesn't understand Marx. Oh my God. He's like, when you just show your whole arse in front of people, like liberals doing this for us for free in 4K all the time. This is your brain thinking, okay, all I care about is like immediately development goals. Marxist analysis is looking at what? Class contradictions. Does Michael look at Britain today and think that we are a post-class like society? No. So he knows that those contradictions haven't rested. How does Aaron put up with speaking to somebody who at such a fundamental level does not understand what he's talking about?
How
has it?
How has it?
Yeah.
Well, because he thought that there would just be the endless immiseration of the working class.
The immiseration
and that
crisis
hasn't happened, right? The middle class has grown and grown and grown.
The middle class is not, oh my God, the middle class is still working class.
Grown. Right? I mean, at the moment, we're in a bit of a stagnant place, but that's for the last 15 years. Up until...
Oh, yeah, man. It's just like austerity is just like literally killing people. But okay, fine. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. What the fuck is a middle class? It is a working class that has slight... He thinks that is the conclusion of class antagonism, and that Marx was like, yes, and we'll just get a more middle class, and that's better. No. And what you have here is like why debates, by the way, can never, ever, ever, ever work. Because you, particularly if you're actually a Marxist that understands things, you are just not you're speaking to people that it's really frustrating. It's really, really frustrating because he genuinely does not understand what he's talking about. To deal with a trigger, okay, fair.
Till that point, the middle class was growing and growing.
But hold on,
and
that's
it
not
is growing and growing across the world.
No. The contradictions are, for instance, one contradiction is capitalism wants ever greater efficiency in terms of producing goods and services, so it produces more goods and services with less human labor over time. Obviously, and I think this is happening, that's going to lead to higher levels of automation. The problem is to reproduce your life under capitalism, you need access to a wage to buy the goods and services being made. So we have more goods and services made more efficiently than ever before, but fewer people accessing a wage to buy those goods and services. That's a contradiction. That's
2007, Stephen.
And you don't need to be a Marxist to believe in that. Keynes talks about it. There are loads of underconsumptionist critiques of capitalism, which aren't even particularly radical.
But they're not. But
they're
social democratic. Contradiction of capitalism.
That is a contradiction.
That is a contradiction. You think a contradiction is a failing of a system. A contradiction is class interests that are in competition with one another. Middle class should mean that you're generating your income from your assets, not your labor. It doesn't. Middle class is people who get a better deal for the selling of their labor and potentially have some small wealth accumulated from speculative capital or assets. The middle class does not exist in the UK if you're dependent on your wage. Yes, let's say predominantly, right? Because some of the middle class are able to have a diversification of their wealth, right? But yeah, so if you're a GP and you don't have investments and you don't make money from being a landlord or something, you are working class by definition. You are just working class who've been able to work out a scenario and a relationship with the capitalists who are inherently a contradiction to your interests. You've been able to get to a point where you've worked out a better deal. Michael is so poorly educated. Where did he attend? Where did he go? What did he study? Why is he so silly? Michael, Novara Media. I don't understand how Aaron puts up with this. Oh my god, he went to LSE. Lol. That's so funny. That's so funny. In sociology. Oh my god. That's really funny. LSE PPE? No. LSE Masters of Science in Political Sociology. Trying to define a middle class always has some level of arbitrariness. I think that it is a cultural phenomenon in Britain. But importantly, it's actually very simple in terms of you work out where people earn their wealth from and its relationship with capital. That's very simple. Yeah, close enough. LSE is like literally rich kid territory. Like, yo, you didn't go to SOAS. He's LSE, Ash is SOAS, okay? Aaron is much better. Aaron I could have a conversation with. Michael Waller's like, but my feelings and my morality. I literally went to one of the wealthiest universities in the world, and I've decided to make my entire platform about moralizing everything and saying that capitalism actually good, without even at a very basic understanding, like very basic level understanding the literal core tenets of Marxism, which is impressive. It's impressively silly. Middle class is arbitrary. It's designed to divide the working class. In terms of the way it's spoken about, yes. I have friends who's at King's who hate LSE.
Resolved.
Yeah, by radical social democratic policies. That's one contradiction. There are
But that's
many.
not Marx. Like Keynes wasn't a Marxist.
No, I'm saying it is a contradictory system that is not homeostatic and self-regulating. Actually, neoclassical economics thinks that it is. That's the whole point of bloody supply and demand of all their stupid econometric tables. It is homeostatic and self-regulating. That's the big difference, even between somebody like you and Tom Howard. Tom Howard's like, literally, just get out of the way. Let it do its work and everything will be fine. It's utopian
But that's
nonsense.
why I'm a Keynesian, really, not a Marxist.
But that's one contradiction. We can talk about other contradictions too, whether it's...
Yeah, at least you're a Keynesian and not a Marxist, right? That's probably why you're not making Marxist critiques, I guess. And look at this smug little fuck. Like, I don't understand how you can bring these people on to have, like, dumb discussions, you know?
Whether it's
No.
So for
It's
the big contribution of Rosa Luxemburg. We've talked about this many times. If we're looking at capitalism, what is capital? Capital demand of all their
this was earlier.
tables. It is homeostatic and self-regulating. That's the
Hold on,
big
sorry. I wanted to hear
even
what
between somebody like you
he had to
and
say
Tom Howard.
about.
Tom Howard's like, literally, just get out of the way. Let it do its work, and everything will be fine. It's utopian
But that's
nonsense.
why I'm a Keynesian, really, not a Marxist.
But that's one contradiction. We can talk about other contradictions too, whether it's climate, whether it's social reproduction. So, for instance, the big contribution of Rosa Luxemburg, we've talked about this many times. If we're looking at capitalism, what is capital? Capital is value in motion, money making money. That's capital, right? That's a wheel turning to generate more value. And Marx is the first to say that capitalism as a mode of production is really good at creating more value. Some of it's fake and really bad, like, vape shops and betting, but it's often very good, right? But the point is, you can only reproduce that circle that's creating more value if you have two other circles. One is social reproduction. Okay, where is the labor coming from? It's coming from people. What are people? Once upon a time, they were babies. Who's reproducing the babies? It's families, often women. They're doing that for free. Another one is nature. Nature is an input into production. And often we're viewing nature as what he calls the free gifts of nature. There's a level of abundance that's presumed with nature. So, again, that's just a Marxist understanding of contradictions.
Or a Keynesian understanding or a Polanyian understanding.
No, I don't think Keynes talks about that at all, actually.
We could debate this for ages.
Okay, like, genuinely, how the fuck does Michael have a job? He does not know what he's talking about. White men failing upwards forever. White men failing upwards forever. Oh my god. The Chinese economy is made up of 2 Ukrainian rent boys, one called use and the other called exchange value. Wow, thanks. He's going to have a wire left the left. Yeah, my God. He's kind of already there, isn't he?
My colleague Aaron
Communism is an answer to the question, what do we do with the stuff we've made with capitalism? He loves the GB News checks in it. He basically did, after he did the thing with Anna, he did, didn't he? Yeah. Oh, God, I forgot about that. Actually, I'm a Keynesianism. Keynes doesn't speak about society. He spoke about governments and government relationship to debt and development. Yeah, but look smug. We all tried our best to forget about it. Yeah. Aaron has a bunch of GB News appearances. I mean, folks at Thingy Left, Turn Left, did appeared on GB News as well. I don't know, Michael goes on there as well. Right, Curtis, that's it. Yeah. Like, I would rather someone like them were on than just the right wing, like, chuds. But I personally wouldn't think that you could ever change those platforms or change anyone's mind that way. I think you are being puffed up as a sort of balloon, Ash has been the woke has gone too far in recent years. On that note, we should look at after this, we should look at the Requiem for a French Theory. We should look at the analysis of the Western left. But yeah, like, I don't know how Aaron puts up with him. I think the problem is with these discussions, Zarf, is that we can speak about it as we watch this because everything's connected. The id-pol side of the progressive reaction to capitalism does need to die. And it needs to be replaced by quite explicitly progressive socialism that places class contradictions first and acknowledges the intersectional nature of those class dimensions. And that we can, most importantly, we can only settle those contradictions when we have state power. And I have not read Ash's book closely enough to know if she's making the same argument that we are. Because I know, even though literally I'm a fucking dyke with a mullet, if I say id-pol, liberal id-pol does not work in my favor as a queer working class person, somebody will hear, oh my God, she doesn't think that homophobia and transphobia exists or something. And I'm like, no, I definitely do. I just feel that you think it's a moral failing of society. I think it's a systemic plus part that is contingent on class relationships, and addressing it is contingent on 2 factors. The government financing essentially projects that seek to address homophobic prejudice attitudes, relationships through a series of tools and interventions, and importantly, through the development of communities in order to create less cross, let's say, ethnicity, gender, sexuality hostilities, so that the building blocks of progressive politics are built on stronger Well, that's what we were saying. She wrote a book that. Hold on. Let's take a little step in. Oh God, guys, my heart rate's really fast just from my autoimmune pots. Ash. What the hell is Ash's second name? Novara Media. We can just take a look at her Sakar. That's it. At her book. To see exactly what her framing is. You have to tackle both the social and economic factors simultaneously. Exactly. Right. Minority rule. Oh, Michael. Yeah, no, I think Michael kind of already has. And as you can see, that's your brain on Keynesianism. Completely irrelevant to today's challenges and not understanding things that are very fundamental, like very fundamental class-based analysis. I'm gonna just grab a drink. I'll be back in 1 second. Make sure you're having hydration, folks. Okay. Marxist analysis to create what she describes as the weaponization of culture wars. Okay. Contemporary culture wars are deliberately manufactured by ruling elites to prevent unified opposition to power. I mean, that's factual. Socialism surrounding the other existence of the Cold War, keeping capitalism more restricted. In combination with a more class-conscious working class in America, although a very motherfucking racist one as well, right? We've spoken about this before, but I think first and foremost is the power of the working class, and by extension, the perception of like a successful communist revolution hammered that home for a lot of ruling elites. And I think it is important to flesh that concept out, because they weren't just like afraid of like a vague notion of like the USSR. They're afraid of the power of the workers in their own countries. And they did fear a communist revolution because a communist revolution was happening. And the reason why the communist revolution ultimately won actually is, in addition, workers who were a part of the white forces stopped fighting. They were like, fuck this. I don't want to fucking kill Russian people. You're oppressing me. Not like en masse, but enough to allow there to be victories by the Russian new communist forces. Okay. There has been a cult of victimhood that's developed with the contemporary left-wing organizing. There has, though. So we're going to look at this. This is connected to Requiem for a French Theory. I think if you like don't think that I am intersectional with my approach to understanding the world, I don't know what to tell you. I think that the working class is intersectional. I do not understand how you can divorce the two, and that like liberalism has divorced the two and created a culture of individualistic victimhood, right? And it's not that queer people aren't subject and victims of homophobia, or that people of color and communities of color, migrant communities, aren't victims of ethnic and race-based hatred. Of course they are. It's understanding where that comes in and then how to meaningfully challenge that. And I think as the Deprogram boys are going to explore with Gabriel Rockhill, Western leftism has been co-opted by post-structuralism for a very specific reason, And I think that post-structuralism, if and it doesn't posit itself this way, if we saw it as an extension of Gramscian thought, where it's saying ideology, which is produced by class-based relationships, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of, or like a self-sustaining intelligentsia, right? Class-based relationships produce the smart people who yap at you, including me. Those people who yap at you go through universities. Without access to Marx, we all would be like fucking the Michael Wallers of the world that think we're above everyone, and that China's actually capitalism, and they don't know, wait, I'm a Keynesian actually, I don't like Marx. Okay, well, get fucked. Discourses have power because they set the barriers in which you can talk about things. The invisible brackets on what like the presupposed notion there that capitalism when money, capitalism when market, which obviously is totally at odds with Marxist understanding of the world, and therefore you have to start again from first principles with people, and it's like and it's very frustrating, and that's why you all probably look for socialist commentators, because we are not the Michael Wallers who were just completely bogged down. He added nothing of value to that conversation. That no, I think China proves that capitalism's good. Also, I don't understand Marx, because I'm a Keynesian, I'm surprised he isn't just outwardly a Fabian yet. Yeah, real capitalism hasn't actually been tried, but people like Foucault and French theorists essentially started saying, yo, let's look at the way ideas talk about ideas, and ideas that are based on the idea of ideas. That's the important thing. Throughout this, if you are like, what the fuck are you on about? I'm going to show you something very simple. This should help lock you into understanding this. We as Marxists, of whatever iterations, whether it be democratic or Leninist or Maoist or whatever, doesn't really matter. The one thing that we're all based on is understanding the world through the means of production and who owns it, and the relationships between the classes in your society. Okay? That produces ideology, which is arts, family, culture, religion, philosophy, law, media, politics, science, education. Everything is produced by something. Profound, I know. Okay? So it shapes and maintains the superstructure. Everything that, this is the point that we were making earlier, King. This produces the law. We were looking at an example of Chinese law to say, look, this thing exists. And you were looking at the law saying, no, it doesn't. And we were trying to say, look, we're saying this law works in this way and operates effectively because of what it's based on. That's what we're saying. Now, the post-structuralists are like, ha ha ha, I am very smart and French, ha 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 ha, and I have realized that ideology creates more ideology. I am very, very smart. And they basically say, wow, the way people talk about things is the power in and of itself. And who says it? Man, bro. And it is completely... It's not that they're completely wrong. It's not that is... If you would just, Gramscian about it and you realize that ideology was based on something, you can be locked into the world. But instead, they literally focus up here and say that power comes solely from this area. And we as Marxists say, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Philosophy does not create the world that you live in. Philosophy is created by the world that you have inherited. And that world is a world that's built on class relationships. So, hi, I know some stuff. Sorry for the lost England. No worries. England who? England who? We're Spanish now. I know some stuff. Okay, cool. So just in time, 12 days ago, the Deprogram boys had these guys on.
Hakeem, you had a story.
This guy on.
Yeah, I got discriminated against age-wise, but not in the assumption that I am too young. No, they assumed I am not only unk status, but I am boomer status at this rate. A very frequent occurrence in my life. I don't think I look old, right? I have all my hair. Most of my hair is just black with
wise.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. You go and JT have seen me, so they can decide. But the coworkers at various unrelated workplaces all make assumptions that number one, I have not one kid, but several kids, like 3 or 4. The other thing is that the assumption that they're making about me is that my kids are not only... There's not several of them. I have no kids, by the way. Is that I have older kids. Like they are teens or preteen age. And the next thing is they come to me a lot of times with assumed wise advice that I'll be able to have about raising kids. They assume the troubles that they're having with their kids I have experienced and solved.
Little do they know they're picking the exact wrong person. You're the guy who routinely talks about the torment cube as a method for disciplining children.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So of course you do give them advice though, right?
Yeah, please.
And you act the part.
Hi, Abundant.
A gentleman with the dyed blonde Lenin beard who can tell them how
The
to...
theory should be after the... Okay. Oh. They're talking about being old. Okay. Here.
The first and only time I've been to France, alhamdulillah, was against my will for various reasons. But anyways, it was a thing, we had to go. I went there and I was like, yeah, I've heard so much about French, makeup and creams and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, oh, let me go get gifts for family and stuff like that. So I walk into some store, a beauty store, I don't know, not a makeup store specifically dedicated for skincare. And I walk in and I'm like, Jesus, the amount of telegraphing, you're ugly, your skin is imperfect, you have blemishes. It's it's marketed for every size, every race of woman, right? But the message is always clear: you are ugly and inadequate.
Yeah.
Exactly. You need to purchase these 400 euro creams for you to be even palatable to look at.
Jesus Christ.
Well, thank God there was the wine store next door, so you could visit and quickly get the wine. Right?
Exactly. Right, yeah. The large wine drinking that Hakeem
Which
does.
way, souvenir shopper?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Which way, souvenir shopper? And I love how even when you're trying to be in solidarity with your partner, if you happen to be into women, right? And she's going to bed and now she's applying like 17 different types of creams, and the only thing you do is like maybe every other night wash your face, third night take a shower. So like you're trying to be on the same page and you're going to bed together and you're like, okay, let me try all of this stuff. I want to remain pretty and eternally young for you. But then you're like, what am I doing? Like the one thing that we kind of as men manage to not allow the market into pushing us towards, for obvious misogynistic reasons, is that we don't have to use like 17 different types of animal tested products on ourselves every morning.
But I needed to reduce my pores. Yeah.
Out of solidarity, engaging in non-materialist analysis, identity politics, which we're going to be talking about even to an extent today, by now using some of her cream, which makes her buy more cream. So it's the eternal loop of now I'm going to sound so pretentious, but the eternal loop of the commodification of every positive intention that we might have is sometimes very scary to think about. So I guess don't think about it.
This is why people think we're boring. This is why everyone complains about the left. It's like, just shut up, put on the sunscreen.
Oh my God, okay.
The work we have times the price. I was like, how? And it had
It's talking about fucking right, there we go. They're talking about motherfucking soaps. Communism when no GameCube. Checkmate.
Everybody, and welcome back to the deprogram. Today we have Professor Gabriel Rockhill with us again, a lovely and exciting guest that we've had once earlier for a fantastic book that I still recommend almost on the daily. Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism? Go and purchase it from Monthly Review as well, right? It is published by Monthly Review. Yes,
yeah,
fantastic.
Exactly.
Yeah, so do go check that out. Now, Dr. Rockhill is a professor of philosophy and global interdisciplinary studies at the University of Villanova. He is author of many books, I believe, more than a dozen books now, right?
Yeah, but the ones that are really worth reading are the more recent ones, to be quite frank and honest about it. So we can leave it at like 2, 3 maybe, because I edited Western Marxism by Lasordo, and I think that's definitely worth the read.
Nice. Absolutely, yeah. And he's also editor-in-chief of the World Marxist Review, and he is on the...
Does JT have a blue screen? This one of those fake Google Meet things, right? That's not his house, is it? Hold on. Like, it almost looks like AI, like, AI, like, look, I'm a man, here's my man thing. It's a set. Oh, it's a set. Oh. His man set. Okay.
The editing board of the book
Thanks.
series Anti-Imperialist Marxism,
mods.
which is just an absolute treat.
I love it when you guys wouldn't have seen it. Someone tried to come in and do like a Nazism, but like they couldn't even do it. That's funny. I can't use Instagram. He's either got a shed or renting a studio. Man shed.
On top of being a beautiful man, also, you don't need to even listen to him. Just looking at him makes you happy.
Don't fuck Nazis. I doubt they're generous lovers.
Regularly, you know.
Add his latest book to my unrealistically long book list. That was so quick. Thank you.
Yeah, actually.
Just as a complete side note, this is not a threat to anyone. It's just a piece of history. What was really cool was going to Norway last year and hearing about like how my family like killed loads of Nazis during the Nazi occupation in Norway. It's a really cool piece of history. You know, where they like held like people who were like quislings, who were the Nazi collaborators. And then they gave them a trial for like 5 minutes and then took them out back and shot them in the back of the head, and how everyone's like correct. And that happened to more people. And that my granddad, it's sad because he was 14 and he should have been doing 14-year-old things, not fighting Nazis. But my granddad, Bishtafa, like killed a lot of Nazis, or not directly, helped kill a lot of Nazis by being a part of the resistance. It's quite a cool piece of history, isn't it? Unrelated. It's an interesting piece of history.
Actually, that's a good.
These days, yeah. I'll wreck you in the marketplace of ideas.
That's a great bit. Let's.
He's not on camera. He's not on camera.
Exactly right.
I have one problem with it though. Like
Keep an eye out. I don't think I banned them.
Well,
I don't know, because you deleted them. I don't know where. I don't know what their name is.
Gratuitous cursing.
So
Gabriel, the floor
you'd have to
is
find
yours.
that.
Please let us know. Let the audience know about you.
Well, where do I start since we already dealt with face creams?
You know what we should do with Nazis? We should debate them and we should defeat them in the marketplace of ideas. I don't know where that is, but I think we should defeat Nazis on planet Earth.
In the direction of ecocide and, nuclear or other forms of apocalypse. And I wrote
The Finns briefly allied with the Soviets to get rid of the Nazis, really.
Economy of Western Marxism. It looks at the effects of imperialism on the very tradition of thought that has been the leading force in anti-colonial and anti-capitalist struggles.
Who is Zendaya?
And then the book that actually it just came out today is a co-authored book that I know we're going to talk about, Requiem for French Theory, that is a book of dialogues that Jennifer Ponce de Leon facilitated between me and Émeric Monville, who is a good friend and excellent scholar who is based in France. And that book is much more kind of accessible in the sense that it's relatively
The one from
reader-friendly.
I've not seen either of those things, but
not a ton
okay.
of footnotes, relatively short. But the idea of the book came out of a conversation that we did in Paris, I guess in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And we realized that kind of from both sides of the Atlantic,
Fuck rich people. That's all I have to say.
basic conclusion regarding French theory. And so we wanted
So
to.
I'm not very pop culture queen. I'm more nerd. I'm just not very pop culture queen.
Tease out why it is that we think that French theory and postmodernism in general needs to be understood as the result of U.S. intellectual imperialism, as well as the war on Marxism, and what it means to reclaim the Marxist tradition from all of the various imposters and impersonators, including those who claim to be against postmodernism or critical of French theory, and yet they use the same basic rhetorical strategies and rhetoric. And so there's a way that French theory far exceeds its kind of limited scope within the academic canon, if you will.
It's definitely infiltrated like activist spaces, unfortunately. The sort of identity driven like, oh, my viewpoint's more valid, and like, the annoying like hyperfixation on the way people say things as opposed to like what is actually being spoken about. I don't mean that means I think everyone should be able to slur all the time. Do you know what I mean? It's more that like you do realize that you are not addressing structural racism by not slurring, and that's not enough, and that the addressing structural racism side of a conversation is about like class-based relationships, and racial relationships as well, depending on the countries that you live in and their particular history. They're angry at her because she's an American actress wearing Iranian artifacts that are 3,000 years old, and it started a conversation on how Western world goes to war and oppresses global South and steals their culture to wear and use for themselves. I'm glad that people are having that conversation. I feel like I don't need an American actress to have that, but I know some people do, so good. I'm glad that people are like, solidarity is being built with Iran in like lots of different ways, if that makes sense.
Kind of overview of today's episode, we're going to be linking a lot more to your everyday life and how you can carry how this analysis is relevant for us, not only as Marxists but just in like everyday analysis.
I'm
Because
really suffering with pots today,
even though
guys.
many people may have
Really
not read
well.
any of the French theory quote unquote greats, I put the many heavy quote unquote.
Yeah, apples. It's kind of like that stuff when we were looking at like Jimmy the Giant, right? It's not for me. I'm a nerd who did like literally a master's where I was reading like Franz Fanon and stuff, and like I am somebody who's read a lot of theory and enjoyed my time at university, which I'm very grateful for, like thinking about lots of things and having the luxury of having, although I did work my fucking ass off as well, but because I ain't no rich kid, but like, do you know what I mean? Regardless, I'm fortunate to have access to that education. I know that very much so. I don't know. I know that shit without it being an actress, but some people need that, and that's okay. If we're getting to the same place, you know, and we're trying to have similar conversations that's sort of vaguely in the same direction, good.
Surprisingly influential in many downstream ideological like maxims or like tired rhetorical phraseology. And I want to get into the meat.
Finnish leftists had to move to the Soviet Union and other places, the one who were not murdered or died fighting.
You lived in France.
Did they get like killed because in the German socialists that moved to the Soviet Union were ultimately killed, weren't they? There was only like I'm talking like 100 or something, like German communists that moved, but something like 90 of those people were killed, you know? Ultimately, I think because people were so worried that they were secret Nazis and obviously you were at war at the time, that kind of trumped maybe the fact that you were trying to view they supported the Nazis and hijacked the government like Tojo did in Japan. In Finland, right? I don't know much about this Finnish era.
How did you stand the French? I'm sorry.
There are some lovely French people.
Absolutely. And some of them was brilliant, but I guess yeah.
I mean, like...
It's a good point. I mean, you touch on something fundamental, which is that there is in France, but as well in other imperialist countries, a level of chauvinism among certain sectors of the population that boggles the mind. A sense of self-sufficiency, of superiority, of, if not almost omniscience, and that can be extremely unbearable to deal with, particularly when it manifests itself in the academic world. And the sense of superiority regarding intellectual traditions like Marxism, for instance. You know, these people barely even know what Marxism is, and yet they denigrate it and slander it and make up lies about it, and then proffer their own intellectual ideas as if they somehow surpassed them and are tone deaf to any counter criticisms. But it's important to recognize, of course, that this form of imperial social chauvinism, if I can use that term, referencing somebody who looks a lot like Hakim, then that is an ideology that you find in the US, of course, you find in all the imperial nations. And it's something that people have to struggle against, right? They have to recognize that just because your nation has gone out and stolen land and bombed people and engaged in extractivism and land theft and all of these other horrible things doesn't mean that somehow you're better. In fact, if you think about it from a moral and political perspective, you're coming from a country that's done a lot of evil in the world. And people living in France, like those in the US or other imperialist countries, actually have a duty to recognize the extent to which their countries have been involved in these practices and also do whatever they can to overcome it. So fortunately, there are a lot of people in France or Francophones in the kind of broader world who recognize that and are aligned on an anti-imperialist kind of struggle. And Emmerich, who's the co-author of this most recent book, is an excellent example of it. You know, he's very critical of French chauvinism as well as the other forms of imperial chauvinism that are rampant. I know that wasn't as humorous as a reply.
That's exactly what I wanted. I'm of course joking with all this, like, you know, I played up for the memes, but the reason I like to throw these kind of questions out specifically to you is because you really do reveal that professorial background, because you find the base of the question and you formulate it into something that makes sense, and then you answer that formulation, and that's why I love it, because that's exactly when I talk about standing the French, when I'm joking to you about it, it's not that French people are particularly bad as a people. It's just that there's that tendency of chauvinism that is reflected in that hypocrisy of, oh, you know, we're egalitarian and we're free and we're it should be access for everybody and equal rights and human rights. And then afterwards, at the same time, have the lineage and the history and all that they did. And somehow they never see, like, the cognitive dissonance is so blatantly ignored repeatedly that it sours you on anything coming out of them ideologically. A more serious question is, you first came to France in 1996, and then you stayed for like a good 10, 11 years, if I recall correctly from what you mentioned in the book. How did you come into, or how did you get pulled into the world of French theory, of this analysis? Because it is relatively, I mean, as a philosophical trend, it's very popular, but in the grand scheme of things, of all the possibilities of what you could have studied and where you could have ended up, how did you get there?
Well, I went to college in the U.S. in the 90s, in the kind of twilight years of communist consciousness, when it was the end of history and POMO, or postmodern theory, at that point in time really reigned supreme. I mean, it started to really take off. I mean, this goes back to the mid-'60s, but then the real wave begins in the '80s, and then the '90s, it's like a tsunami where postmodern French theory across the academy and the art world, it was what was really, really hot.
And it still is, frustratingly, as well. Like, I think there are still, like, Marxists, you know, everywhere, and people of various different political iterations, but in terms of, like, the main thing that is invested in, you will find, and as for a reason I think that Gabriel's going to get into, you will find that there are specific investments in a particular kind of intellectual, like, waffery that divorces people from class-based analysis, including, most importantly, the intelligentsia of modern societies.
Which, of course, should give one pause, but given that I was a pretty uneducated young person, I didn't have the kind of wider sense of what was going on, and that was that the supposed end of communism going hand in hand with the advances of postmodern theory, it makes perfect sense when you think about it with a little bit of distance. But at that point in time, I just thought, wow, these are really hot commodities. They're so sophisticated, I can barely understand them when I read them. Therefore, I guess I need to study the history of philosophy, and I need to learn German, and I need to learn French and ancient Greek and Latin, and I've got to read Blanchot and Flaubert, and I have to know all their references. And I just kind of got sucked into that ideology of the professional managerial class stratum and the imperial core and these kind of twilight years of communist consciousness, and circulated a lot kind of in the art world, the activist world, and these ideas were just so prominent. And then there were also, like, new iterations of them. I remember in college that Zizek's first books came out, and so I started reading those, and they were critical of POMO, but still in the same basic style. And all of that kind of created a vortex where I was sucked in, because I thought, well, I'm interested in the most radical ideas. I think that these ideas are powerful enough to somehow change the world. Of course, it was very, very nebulous at the time.
I was just thinking there might be some people who could be watching this and be like, hot sauce, why should I give a shit about this? Intelligentsia is important. What we just discussed and saw with the like, Michael Waller is genuinely an incredibly intellectually, like, limited speaker. in terms of you saw him there. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He has a debate bro lib-coded brain, and he's unable to grasp the very, very basics of Marxist philosophy, which if people are like, hot sauce, I really need you to like slow the fuck down, please ask me, okay? Please ask these things. We can go through some really basic shit, because this I know is like very, very dense, but I want you to understand that this is important because it's like the intelligentsia of the world, the educated class, okay? The people who've been through education sort of on the whole seem to end up with a very postmodernist understanding of the world. And the thing is, I know, having done this education myself, you go to university and you are presented with liberalism, conservatism, Marxist thought, and post-structuralist thought. And post-structuralist thought is presented as the most recent, I guess, addition. And Marxism is sort of presented as a antiquated model. But you are not pushed, at least none of the universities I went into, let's say you are not directly pushed into one ideological lane, but you are maybe gently guided. So I was like, Marxism make money make sense, therefore Marxism's good. And I struggled with understanding it like everybody does. Das Kapital never fucking got me laid at uni, so I struggled to read it, you know? Not even joking. I'm a very simple beast when it comes down to it, right? But genuinely, it's like very, very, very paradigm shifting, because you enter politics, you enter giving a shit about like your neighbors by being like, I care and I want what's good for them, and it's often a moral discussion. And Marxism is like, morality is secondary. Morality is secondary. What's good and right, we'll talk about that after we have done a class-based analysis of the world that you live in. And that is not ideas and who produces ideas, it's material facts. And those material facts are what society is built on. And what ideas are built on, actually, as well. So everyone going to uni and there being like, let's say, the reason probably why you watch some leftists and not others, or you don't watch like Sky News, you know, is you kind of know that they're propaganda puff pieces and they exist to blah, 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 have yapping talking heads who are like, actually, we should kill all disabled people so that we can go kill Russian people. And you're smart enough to know that that means, okay, there's some kind of money involved in that, right? Like, that guy's telling me that because there's money involved. But then you turn to people like that discussion with the Tory graph person and Michael, and it's like, you are unable to meet them at a same level where you are able to have a discussion, which when you bring socialists together, we are able to have this discussion. And it's actually why we're able to have productive discussions. It's because you start in the world of reality and class contradictions. Sometimes we make different conclusions, and that is because there's there's different patterns of thoughts, you know, the Leninist not versus, but that in some ways contrasts with Luxemburgists, that in some way contrasts with Maoists, that in some way, but they also are on the same ideological basis of who the fuck has the money? Where has that come from historically? Who owns the land? What kind of economy are they producing? What does it look like? Why is like the German industrial economy capitalist but different from the capitalist service-based economy of Britain, right? That's all the things that Marxists will think of and look at when they're looking at, let's say, capitalism in Germany and Britain. But the problem is post-structuralists will be like, yes, have you ever thought about the psychological schizophrenia of the elite in Germany and Britain? I mean, no. But like, so schizophrenia in this context has a very particular ideological meaning, and honestly, it's bollocks. You don't need to know what it means because it's all wow, 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 wow. It's talking for talking's sake. And I think what Gabriel is going to say here is that was done for a reason. To have your intelligentsia, no one also that's ableist as fuck, it is ableist. they use it in a non-ableist framework, but regardless, I kind of agree in that the common parlance of the use of the term schizophrenia is only ever going to be understood through like a mental health lens. They mean it's like the contradiction of mental thoughts. For a start, it's waffle. And for a second, it comes with kind of like you're rightfully pointing out, an inheritance of like some very negative attitudes towards essentially people who are not necessarily mentally well, you know? Like, yeah, it just does not give you an understanding of the world around you, which is why sometimes I think these thinkers are just... I don't know where Gabriel's going to go here, but from my understanding, the accusation is it is not an innocuous coincidence that these sort of 70s, 80s era, like post-structuralists who moved the sort of Sartrean psychoanalysis, which was firmly rooted in Marxism, to the waffery of talking about concepts, you know, Oedipal, schizophrenia, blah 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 blah, and like that also being elitist. And I went to good universities and I studied this stuff, and I don't understand it for shit. And I think I had what Gabriel had a bit, like maybe I'm just dumb, maybe I don't know what they mean by like all of this lingo. And I actually think on purpose it's like an anti-human, anti-intellectual, like navel-gazy, self-aggrandizing set of philosophers. And what he's saying is that's nefarious. That's been funded for a particular reason, and it's to keep the intelligentsia, in a Gramscian sense, divorced from understanding the world around them, so that, let's say, as queer activists, right, we know people are like, people will be like, queer liberation means that like we need to focus on like the discursive practices of like the state and its manifestations of homophobic thought. Nah. Homophobia is maintained by capital. It's gone through different relationships in terms of like the church and feudal relationships in this country. That's where it originally comes from. And now it's maintained by capitalism. Why? Because capitalism was based on a heteronormative family structure. It had to be, because you need reproductive labor. Like, this is Engels 101. It is so basic. Let me put it like this for like the common person, as it were. Literally, they need you to hate people so that you can't have your own families, because those families have to be built on producing workers. Because if they're not, we'll fucking kill you. That's the capitalists. And they have the power to dictate that on society, because they own everything. They own the land. They own the factories. They own the schools, you know? I just hate the use of mental health. In my mind, it's using a history of bigotry again. Yes, I agree. And it never sat right with me. And also, I'm kind of glad that Gabriel said this. I read Foucault's History of Sexuality several times. And there is one very important principle in that book that is right, which is that the ideology of homophobia and sexuality becomes a self-sustaining ideology. But then that's like, how and why and who? And that's the actual fucking question. Okay? That's the question that the philosophers of the world should be asking. And post-structuralism is just kind of like, yeah, man, because it like is, you know? Because it like is, man, because of vibes. Vibes making power, and power making vibes, and discourses making power, and power making discourses. And we're like, no. Who owns the means of production? Very frequently has historically owned, in a Gramscian sense, intellectualism. What is spoken about at universities, what is taught, and what is hegemonic beliefs. Just the norms of the society you live in. Hard work. Raising a family, all of these core capitalist heteronormative values, where does that come from? Because is it human? No, nothing is innately human. We're social creatures. So that's the problem. Like, it's not that you could totally throw out the post-structuralists. It's that they get so close to showing you the truth, and then they push you purposefully, is what he's saying, off in the wrong direction as to where it comes from. And the kind of, like Bry has rightfully said, frequently ableist language, but also the exceptionally intelligentsia. In fact, hold on. We can, I'll show you. Post-structuralist journals. Let's just see if we can go into... Here we go. If I can get access to this. Oh, it's English lit. God. And constructivist feminism. I want like a paper that is post-structuralist. Let's... Michel Foucault, History of Madness. I don't get one thing. How have the French philosophers convinced people that they are better in theory than Marxists? I don't know either, and I think that's what this guy has sought to answer through his analysis. So I don't know why they have such prominence, although I still retain that it does not necessarily follow that you get a Western education equals you get post-structuralism shoved down your brain. I would say that there's just an emphasis on it, particularly at the research level. And he apparently has an answer for why that is. And I think it's basically to divide the left. I have to tell Cappies, we don't need the rich or profit. We need commerce and fair trade and autonomy and a stronger community based on inclusion, not exclusion on greed and power seeking. Indeed. Okay. Right, we're going to drop in to somewhere totally random in Foucault. Okay, and we're just going to see how much feels like it's understandable. The structure of invasion by wakefulness is one of the most constant forms amongst the therapeutics of madness. It often assumes that the simplest aspects simultaneously, those most highly charged with images and those most credited with immediate powers. It asserts that a gun discharged near her cured a young girl of convulsions contracted as a result of severe grief. Without going so far as this iconographic representation of the methods of awaking, sudden and strong emotions achieve the same results. It's in this spirit that Boerhaave performed his famous cure for convulsions in Haarlem. In the city hospital, an epidemic of convulsions had broken out. Bad word. Administered had strong doses, did no good. Boerhaave ordered that the stoves are filled with burning coals and the iron hooks be heated, and there said in a loud voice that since all means hitherto employed in an attempt to convul the convulsions, there was only one other remedy, which to burn to the bone with red hot irons a certain spot on the arm. Oh my god, so terror. Slower but certain. Oh my god. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's on about. The third stage is a series of decrees issued between the 12th and 16th of March 1719. In them, the Declaration of the Rights of Man received in concrete application in the space of 6 weeks, beginning with the present decree: all persons detained in fortresses, religious homes, houses of correction, police houses, or other prisons by letters of cachet or by orders of the agents of their executive power, as long as they're not convicted or under arrest, nor charged with major crimes, nor confined by reason of madness, they will be set at liberty. So, what he is trying to do here is explore history and relationships with the state, and the relationships with the state being built on how discursive scientific practices in the concept of madness have allowed certain people to be institutionalized, whereas we would argue it's to do with their class relationships, right? And how meaningfully important they've been to being a part of like surplus labor for capital in the development of a capitalist state. Good Lord, I fucking hate Foucault. Well, no, Foucault, queer theory has like a place. There is something to it. It's just completely fruitless if it's completely divorced from reality, which it frequently is. I need the bathroom again. I will leave you with Gabriel.
And then it just takes a lot of time to actually study them. And I, coming from a kind of self-flagellating background, thought, you know, if I have to suffer through this, then I'll suffer more than anyone else. And so I ended up in college. I did college in Iowa, a small liberal arts college in Iowa. But then I got a grant my senior year to study in France. And so then I took a year off to like study French intensively and ended up in an odd kind of way being able to go there and study with some of these famous people, because I thought to myself, well, why would I stay in the States to study these people? They're still alive. Maybe I could go and study there. And I think it was just the kind of innocent grit and work ethic of a farm boy who was like, oh yeah, I'll just go to Paris, you know, I'll learn French, I guess, and then kind of did that. And it didn't take long, only a year or two in France, as I was like sitting in on all these seminars. And at first I was just intimidated, but little by little, the intimidation, it didn't wear off, because, you know, my class standing was very different than all my peers. They're all elitists. They grew up, you know, going to, you know, international schools, learning multiple languages. And here I was baling hay, you know, and like doing stuff that they obviously didn't do when they were kids. And so that also led to like just a steeper learning curve, because it just took a long time to see through all those elite patterns and whatnot. Anyway, I'm probably getting beyond myself, or beyond the question, but that was at least the first element that brought me in. To sum it up, basically, now when I look back on it, I think, well, I didn't choose it. It chose me. Because there are objective material structures of knowledge production that take little minds like mine and say, here's the path. And a lot of other people are on that path. And all the professors are like, oh, wow, this is amazing. This is really interesting. It's controversial. And so all of that created an objective world in which my subjective choices were mediated and conditioned by forces that I wasn't even aware of. And it took me a long time to figure it out. I'm slow, so.
You mentioned something very interesting. You said, oh, and you study with some of the big names. I think you're being a little bit coy. Could you give us some of those big names, arguably the biggest?
Well,
in French.
Yeah, the one who was the kind of big fish at that point in time was Derrida, and because Foucault died in '84. And this is in the 90s, right? Deleuze committed suicide in 95, if I'm not mistaken. And so it was also the kind of twilight years of that main generation of French theorists. So I really wanted to study with Derrida because he was the most incomprehensible. You know, it's like reading everything. And it was just so difficult to get through. He didn't accept me originally as a student. So I worked with Luce Rigori for a year. And then in his seminar, he had a policy where people could propose to do a presentation in his seminar. And so I did that. He liked the presentation. I had a meeting with him, and then he kind of accepted me as a master's student, but he was retiring. So among, I guess, I don't know what you would call this, a distinction or a, scarlet letter, or, you could do it more negatively or positively depending on your vantage point. But I was one of two of Derrida's last students.
Oh, God.
It was me and my friend Andrés Claro, who were his last master's students. But he would only work with me on the condition that I didn't continue the PhD with him because he was retiring.
Okay. See if we can find fucking Derrida. I never read much Derrida. Post-structuralism, postmodernism. Oh God, Heidegger. Right. Margins of philosophy. Let's try and take a look. Margins of Philosophy Derrida PDF. Right, we're going to go in blind somewhere. I did not study continental philosophy. I wonder how much bullshit I would have been bogged down in if I had. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, French guys like the same. Like Sartre. Sartre is Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir are Marxists and wrote, I suppose, maybe some of the last era of purely objectively Marxist-based philosophy that approached and attempted to answer more existential questions about humanity, but that at its core built off Marxist foundations of understanding class-based societies. Simone de Beauvoir saying, one is not born but becomes a woman, not because of like ideas, but because, and like ideas creating ideas, which is what the post-structuralists would say, but because the ideas of what makes a woman are products of the attitudes of how capitalists need the social reproductivity of your society to exist, i.e. just like how do families become a thing? Why is it women have different roles and have traditionally had different roles in societies that have shifted? It's because that idea of womanness has been related to constructs by the dominant dominant class who need either people who are subject to feudal relationships, right, in terms of class relationships, or capital relationships where you need a really you need people to fuck a lot and produce a lot of babies because you need a lot of workers, right, to give you surplus labor. So no, like somebody like Derrida cannot be understood in the same, and should never be understood in the same framing of like Sartre and de Beauvoir, who were like Marxists who visited the USSR and were like, this is great. And like had some critiques, right? Like, which is fine. Like had good faith critiques, but were like, quite like it here, you know, and lived through like the crisis of communism and capitalism at odds with one another in the Cold War for a bit. Also, I would say Frantz Fanon is in that era as well of thinker, where so Frantz Fanon isn't French, but he's Algerian, right? I think. But from my understanding, he did write at French universities, and he's a product of the French education system. Hold on, let me just double check that. I'm pretty sure it's Algerian. Frantz Fanon, but I could be wrong. I just want to check. French West Indian, French Department, intellectual French. Fanon supported the Algerian War of Independence and was a member. Oh, okay, he was a member of the Algerian National Liberation Front. So he was a member of the front, and he was West Indies, which is, that's a bit of an old term. It's, yeah, like Afro-Caribbean, basically. It doesn't say the exact place that he came from. And he was born in France. Hi, Cosmopolitics. A lot of the historical oppression of women comes from Christianity. No. No, it doesn't. But, sorry, Apples. You have asked me my opinions towards feminism before. I'm going to tell you which did. Which did is like the same thing that people do when they look at Israel-Palestine and they go, that's about religion, man. Or Northern Ireland to go, that's about religion. No, it's about class relationships. Because I'm only being like a little bit like, you're wrong, like quite hardline, because you have asked to engage in like feminist discussion with me, so I'm doing so. So please don't take it personally. I think that is a complete like a historical framing of the oppression of women, and I'll explain why. And our boy Engels has like literally the answer to this, just so you know. It's not that Christianity doesn't have a role, it's that it's in understanding this. But hold on. It's very interesting to see in Scandinavian countries how they went from societies where women had a lot of rights and it was rated very high and important to the look on women came to be after Scandinavian. Yes, it's a factor. What was the so here's the thing. You're very close to getting it right. You're very close to getting it right, and it actually factors into what we've been talking about here. So sorry if you thought I was being like rude with you. I think that you're approaching things the wrong way around. No. It's not even that. It's not even that. You are thinking of religion in a liberal way that is not making you understand what religion is. So just hear me out, and I hope I can explain it, because it will actually, and what I'm going to do right now, by the way, is apply a Marxist lens to understanding something that's really important, which is the subjugation of women. I'm going to start this by, whilst I'm going to just work on this for a little bit, but I have to ask you a question. Where do you think the roots of oppression come from as a phenomenon in humanity in all of history? Where do you think the idea that women are lesser, shit, blah, 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 any ideological viewpoint that has women ain't shit, bitches ain't shit, to a certain extent, what is it based on? Where does it come from? What kind of a phenomenon is it? And I asked that question to you. Okay, and I just produced something here. I would guess that the other way is religions were formed to be patriarchal, so that is they are tools of oppression. That's really close to what I was going to say. It should be the dominance in general, and that would be of women and other cultures and ethnicities as well. Self-interest? Nope. No. Sorry, I feel like I'm being like a really annoying teacher, but this is really important for people who are passionate, and I'm treating you as someone that's passionate, Apple, so I hope you take that as a compliment for the liberation of women, because in fact, I think that you folks are maybe without knowing it, and I have done this before, so this isn't a I'm actually really smart and you guys are idiots. I'm going to talk you through a process that I've made myself intellectually, okay? That a lot of people who are educated make. So, what we're going to have here is women and the family. Then we're going to have here, we're going to have culture, beliefs, ideas. So, intelligentsia. Can we agree that in periods of history, this intelligentsia has been the church? So what I mean by that is the people who produced... Who was it? Yo, you living in a hamlet in rural England. It is. I can't spell. Me very smart some ways, not very smart in other ways. Look, spelling's bourgeois, get out. But no, hold on. Let me have my point. Can we agree that certain attitudes, intelligentsia, let me focus, have been the church in terms of creating the discussions of morality, of stories that we tell ourselves about the world is, who and what we are, why we do things, why you get the fuck up in the morning, why you give a shit about the people around you. Often language, right? People start learning elements of languages through churches. It's often gate kept as literally Donatella reading my mind, but it's gatekept in terms of the class of workers who are inside that I hope you understand what I'm getting at here, right? In terms of creating systems of information about the world and what we believe in. Can we agree that the church for a long time produced the ideas of what we think of like men and women? A good example, Apple, as you're saying, is under Viking law, we know that women directly inherited and owned property. And that was at direct odds to a Christian model of what a woman should be. Now, here is the question. How are we able to analyze those two phenomena? Okay? And is it morality, or is it that those ideas have a relationship with classes, and those classes have powers, and that's existed throughout society, and through Marxist understandings we can do things like look at feudal relationships through class antagonism, and by extension how people spoke about the societies that they lived within, which I'm hoping, can we get to step one? Do you agree that the church is an important, sorry, I have to close my window, I needed some fresh air, but this shit pissing me off. Do you understand what I'm saying in that the church has had two primary purposes? It was a literal part of feudal relationships, and then as in it owned parts of land, gave legitimacy, at least in this country, to the aristocracy with their blessings. If you're like me and you're a nerd and you watch things like The House of Dragons and Game of Thrones, you know the literal power that the church can have. Because if they say, you ain't my motherfucking king, do you know what we have? We have war sometimes. That's how powerful they can be. They are a class. At a very basic level, they are a class within feudalism, and they have power. And their power is to be the intelligentsia and the people who govern social relationships. Who banging, why they banging, what they believe in, okay? Your families, your taverns, your farms. Who you marrying your daughter out to, and your son, and why you believe that's a good or bad thing. The church. So we agree on that. Give me 1 second, let me close. So, as Marxist feminists, we say, and this is what's really important because it's what is being said in this video that we're looking at. Post-structuralism will make you focus on just this part. Culture, beliefs, ideas. You will just be trapped in this idea that a lot of misogyny comes from men's hate or jealousy of women being able to make more men. And that's why a lot of misogynistic communities collect themselves around controlling women's bodies, because when they do that, they also claim the ability to make more men. You are wrong, but you are very close to being right. Let me ask it for a question for you. Why does a society need to produce more men? Now, because now we're going to get to Engels. And it's really important. You're really fucking close here. When you say church, do you mean like in all its years? I am just using snapshots in terms of the role, the social role that, let's say, the mid-century church pre Henry VIII, because that becomes complicated in Britain, right, played in defending the role of empire expansion and feudal relationships in terms of the ownership of land and the rental of land to the people who lived on it. And a part of the feudal relationship is taxation. There are different reasons, but taxes is a big reason. I think we should crack open some Engels. What we're trying to get you to think at here is gender and the economy. Who owns it? Who benefits from it? And why? Right. Engels, family, state, capitalism. Let me just see if there's a better summary. We're not going to read Wikipedia. Okay. The Communist. This is a reading guide for the origin of the family, private property, and the state, which helps comrades understand this classic text by Engels. After the death of Karl Marx, his close bisexual lover, that's true, it's not, I haven't made it up, Engels took up the colossal task of preparing volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. He also discovered Marx's notes on ancient society by the American anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan. On these notes, Engels would go on to produce The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, which is a true masterpiece of historical materialism and one of the greatest works of Marxist theory ever produced. I don't know. Yes. Well, fuck that side of it, but as long as this covers Engels, it will be right. In the text, Engels responds to many of the most groundbreaking anthropological studies of the day and goes on to explain the material basis of the oppression of women in the state, demonstrating that they are not timeless, eternal phenomena, nor are they based on like just the attitudes of a society. Because that begats the question, where do those attitudes come from, is what we're asking. It's fine, like, you know, I don't like Trotskyists, like groups like this anyway. But if we go into Engels blind, I don't have the psychological bandwidth to like go through all of Engels right now. I need a guide to help me. Demonstrating they're not timeless, eternal phenomena, but products of history that arose during the division of society into classes, and that will cease to exist with the overthrow of private property. Women being literally private property in some contexts as well. The private property of others, not their own. As Engels puts, the society which organizes production anew on the basis of free and equal association of the producers will put the whole state machinery where it will then belong, into the Museum of Antiques and next to the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. This is also, for the anarchists in chat, the notion that there would be a disillusionment long term to the notion of what the state is. It's not that like the state office doesn't exist anymore, but the extent to we feel so fundamentally alienated from the state should be reduced generationally in pursuit of the socialist project long term. I think Engels is, yeah, I would pick reading Engels 1,000 times over rereading Capital. Anyway, Engels' revolutionary conclusions have gone on to inspire and educate generations of Marxists, and Lenin, who based much of his classical work, The State and Revolution, on Engels' text, described it as one of the fundamental works of modern socialism. Almost 140 years since it was written, it continues to be essential reading for anyone who wants to understand and change the world. In the preface, Engels sets out a concise explanation of materialist concepts of history, moving on to discuss the evolution of thought on the history of the family, looking at contemporary philosophers at the time. In chapter 1, Engels summarizes Morgan's conclusion on anthropology arrived at in ancient society. Morgan divides human social development into 3 stages: savagery, barbarism, and civilization. These are coded words that I think that we can update now, because we don't have to be socially chauvinistic to our friends in the global south or indigenous friends, right? That these words have been used against. So we can just say what we actually mean is different stages of development. They're also divided into upper, middle, and lower stages. The terms savagery and barbarism are no longer used in modern anthropology, but it's about the schematic like notions of different epochs, you know, and that those epochs being defined, whilst always being porous, defined by the relationships of societies with the production of different forms of classes in relationship to the land and labor. And that gender being an important dimension of that, because clearly in societies it's been used to historically divide us, you know? So it extends all the way until 300,000 years ago, when physiologically modern humans first emerged, and the middle stage marks the infancy of our species, when we developed hand axe stone tools, which is an important cognitive leap, right? And technology. And then the upper stage begins about 50,000 years ago, ending 12,000 years ago. Part of the lower stage is how lumped into the upper Paleolithic societies. They have a character that is sometimes called trans egalitarian hunter-gatherers. Other parts of this lower stage, along with the middle stage of barbarism, are now called just Neolithic, which is farming, herding, pottery. Engels looks at the upper stage of barbarism with the smelting of iron and places the Greeks at the time of Homer at this stage of development. Subsequent discoveries have placed this a little bit further back in a copper age in a number of places around the world. So again, what Engels is doing is a methodology that we can continue to use now, because it can be updated. If we have carbon dating that shows that, yeah, Engels was wrong 150 years ago in knowing exactly human society and history, you just update it. The methodology is the thing that we can apply it again and again and again. So, crucially, what unites all societies at this stage of development is metalwork, urbanism, and an increased stratification and inequality. In short, these societies make advancements or evolutions in different stages of civilization. What Engels should you read first? Socialism, I would not read that first. No. I would read that last. I think that's a really good question. I would definitely not start with Capital. I would start with just reading. I would start. So even though actually, there's parts of Socialism, Utopic and Scientific that just became the Communist Manifesto, right? If I've remembered properly. No, it's a different Engels book. I forget. It's a pamphlet that Engels wrote, and I can't fucking remember it. I would read the Communist Manifesto. Then I would read a like Sparks Notes kind of guide to the principles of communism. And that, yeah, then I would read the principles of communism. You should read like basically a guide for it. And obviously a way of doing that is joining a reading group if you want. So you're not doing it alone. But it depends on what your particular brain needs. So here is the most important point with regards to the family. Engels talks about one of many ideas formulated by Morgan on the evolution of human kinship. It outlines the development of the family through four main stages: consanguine family, Punaluan family, pairing family, and the monogamous family. The first three are evolutionary developments, forms of natural selection that banned incest piece by piece, resulting in a more intelligent and healthy species that was able to adapt to evolutionary conditions better, less diseases, etc., etc. So, like, the reason why incest feels like fucking disgusting to us is like our ancestors survived because they were like, ew, ew, brother, no, you know? And then their offspring were like, ooh, and they're more likely to survive, and like, ooh, okay? So that ooh has a really important role in our development. And that's, I suppose, because we were at a time of human beings being more, our well-being and our evolution being much more contingent on like natural world relationships and evolution. On the last stage, monogamy is an economic development spurred by the development of private property. It is with the emergence of monogamy, Engels claims, this is the key, that patriarchy emerges. If, and this is important, if you think that men who physically can be dominant frequently over women were physically violent for no reason in early era human development, I need you to explain to me how and why you think men are just violent beasts and what produced that. Because the point being that Engels is trying to make, that I also think is the crux of where the patriarchy and where gender-based oppression has come from, is that patriarchy emerges from the different needs of family relationships and how they relate to inheritance and property. And in many ways, the development of different classes. So through slaves, then through feudal relationships, then finally families producing children for capitalist excess labor, right? Like, there is nothing inherent in men that, and women, right, that make them want to oppress women. There isn't. This notion of like cavemen beating women up is a myth. There is no basis in human evolution where you can look at that, because actually human beings were trying their best to survive together against a world that was like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Oh look, you got a burn. You got one small burn because you invented fire. Now I've given you a bacterial infection and now you're dead. Good luck, guys. Men are violent because we teach them already from when they're young boys that the right violence is the right violence. What the right violence is and what the wrong violence is. And young girls are not taught violence and anger and instead have to repress those feelings to fit into feminine gender roles. Yes, but what are the, again, I'm trying to push you to think one step further. One step further. Why do those gender roles exist? What are they a product of and who do they benefit? Because I think you're right. I think you're right there. The answer is at a more fundamental level. Do we stay in the realm of ideas, the postmodernist ideas of ideas creating ideas, and we can talk about these ideas, and we can change the ideas? Or do we do a motherfucking East Germany, where we have a motherfucking socialist state, right? And then we put the energy of the state into educating girls and ensuring, actually pushing girls into different forms of the economy, right? And different forms of labor that meant that they had a pretty rapid transformation of gender-based oppression within their lifetime. Oh no, not me forcing women to become like scientists and doctors. Oh no, oh no. The Yamnaya were one of the first patriarchs, really. Engels, Condition of the Working Class in England. I've not read this. I have not read this. Oh. Irish who've immigrated to England investigate more closely. The rapid extension of English industry could not have taken place in England if England had not possessed in the numerous and impoverished populations of Ireland a reserve at command. Facts. Facts. Okay, so this is really important. Until the development of the monogamous family, women continued to be held in high regard. Why is it that even in the pairing family, women still retain high levels of respect and authority in a primitive community and household? This is important as well, and it links to what we were saying earlier. In the monogamous family, if the monogamous family essentially enslaved women, why did Marx and Engels call it progressive? It's because they're talking about like different eras of development developing on what came before it. So it is a progressive time, you know? Yeah, they had no armies. They were like, it was communities existing in as best as they could in relation to really battling the natural world around them, in opposition to what we see through the emergence of feudal states and preceding eras of, I guess, empire and nation. We wouldn't call it a nation in a contemporary sense. Societies before then, which are built on slavery frequently, where you have a period of it moving towards war, you know? Thank you so much, Doom, as well, for the tier 1 subscription. And thank you for supporting me for a whole year. Oh my God, it's been a year. Okay, so the important point here, oh my gosh, we fucking tangented there, didn't we? But gender in the economy, who owns it, who benefits from it, and why? The important thing that this, which we're going to go back to now, Gabriel Rockhill has been talking about is, let's just say this. Yeah, we fucked it yesterday. Yeah. Mushroom. Gender economy, who owns it, who benefits from it. So, which produces the concepts of women in the family, which must be understood through private property, which is held up in relation to, let's say here, this is where the church and schools in later eras fit in. Okay? So, what I'm arguing is you're saying Christianity produced this, which produced this. And I'm saying gender and the economy and private property has had a relationship with the church, and the church has been used to uphold the rich and the powerful in the economies, right, of the world. That we're talking about European development here. Produce culture, belief, and ideas that have then become part of the psychology of families and women, that produce these self-fulfilling ideas, like you say, in terms of the ideas of what we have and where it comes from. And this is really important because a lot of feminists will say, let's focus our energy onto fighting the culture, beliefs, and ideas. And it's not that that's completely meaningless and pointless. It's that this guy here is the enemy. This is the enemy, okay? This is the enemy. The fucking women of the USSR did not get their liberation because they debated Tsarists in the marketplace of ideas and culture and beliefs and attitudes of what women were. And the fact that, no, we shouldn't be property. Exactly, Donatella. The women worked hand in hand with men to burn the motherfucking patriarchal system. And there was at least a good faith concerted effort to ingrain women's liberation into the modern USSR that was unfortunately slowly dismantled, yes. I hope so. I feel like I really tangented, and sometimes I find it hard to lock this in, but this is the most important point. We cannot be stuck on the culture, belief, ideas and think that that's power. It's not. It's not. And yes, we're subject to harm. You know, culture, beliefs, and ideas that are like transphobic and are sexist do harm people. But how do they have any power beyond just being shitty ideas? This here. This motherfucking here. Okay, let's look back in.
And so after
I have autism, tangents, so expensive. Billionaires are the enemy of everything.
Marxist,
Yes,
but we can
including women's
discuss
liberation.
What exactly that means. Definitely much more Marxist than Derrida, and I did learn a lot from him. But
Oh God,
there
Derrida.
are limitations that little by little I kind of became aware of. But I was also in a milieu where I was taking seminars with, Paul Ricoeur and with Jacques Rancière, and Lyotard was still around and lecturing. I took a seminar with Julia Kristeva. I took another one with Helen Sixou. I was like a sponge, and just constantly going to everything that was going on at that point in time. Etienne Balibar's seminar as well, and then he served as the president of that's what they call it in French, the president of the jury for my dissertation defense. So anyway, I worked with a lot of them.
Yeah, exactly. The reason I wanted you to mention this is because...
You mean Ada Lovelace?
I won't try to speak for your mind on this, but I can speak for ours. The French theorists, the vast majority of them at least, the ones that were not legitimate Marxists, many of them claimed to be, but were not, which for reasons we're going to get into. A lot of times when we mention these names, they are not so much mentioned in respect. There is a recognition of maybe some of the work that they did, but a lot of them were problematic in many ways, ideologically and personally, particularly in relation to their ideological formations or the way that they digest the existence of France as a colonial government, especially early on when they were supposedly younger and far more radical and so on and so forth. The vast majority of them had been very problematic.
The Pride movement.
And that also kind of
pits and perverts
its way into their the ideology that they claimed stood as kind of in some cases, a correction of Marxism, in other cases, a rebuking of Marxism. But this kind of leads into another question, and this is mentioned earlier on in the book, but it's interesting because it's things that people don't usually know about or hear about. You speak about the Johns Hopkins conference in 1966, and then later on, a little bit, you mention an interesting CIA research report from 1985 from the Office of European Analysis about the Analysis School of Historians, where you were the text words as having carried out the critical demolition of Marxist influence in the social sciences. Could you tell us a little bit about this
most honest Marxist ever
in this conference? What is this CIA report talking about? Who was involved? What is the connection between?
Okay, this is the CIA.
So the conference in 1966 took place at the Humanities Center at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, and just about everyone agrees that this was the moment at which there was a grand arrival of what would become known as...
Guys, we have had... before we get to the sort of meat and potato of this shit, we should have some fun after this. Fuck Farage. I don't want to learn about that. I'll find something fun for us to look at, because... exactly, like, fuck me. Like... Oh God, I don't want to read Derrida. Yeah, we've done enough. I can't be asked to do a deep dive into workers to Great Yugoslavia. We'll have some fun. Let's have some pop slop after this, because this has been some pretty intense stuff. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Those who were invited included Derrida, Jacques Lacan, Roland Barthes, Paul de Man, René Girard, Todorov. Foucault couldn't join in person, but then served on the advisory board. It was the best of, if you will, of French theory who were invited to this conference. And given that I do a lot of archival research and I'm very interested in the political economy of knowledge production, right? I don't think knowledge falls out of the sky, and I don't think individuals, quad geniuses, just produce it on their own. I think that there's a material reality and a set of institutions that foster particular forms of knowledge, and then also either demote, invisibilize, or even aggressively attack other forms of knowledge. Mm-hmm. And so it was remarkable to me that this particular conference, as well as a series of follow-up symposia, professorial and student exchanges, publications, were all funded by the Ford Foundation. And the Ford Foundation works hand in glove with the Central Intelligence Agency on a whole series of soft power initiatives, particularly at this point in the Cold War. And they were funding, for instance, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which is the largest CIA front organization that we know of at least. And when it was revealed that the CIA was funding this organization, then Ford took over the funding and continued to support the organization. So you really have to think of Ford as well as Rockefeller and Carnegie, these big three foundations, working hand in glove with the U.S. national security state to advance a common agenda. So much so that the president of the Ford Foundation, when this conference took place in Baltimore, was McGeorge Bundy, who had just come off a stint as the director of national intelligence, right? He was a national security advisor, I'm sorry. But he was involved in Bay of Pigs and other such things. So he was a high-level operative. The reason that I think that all of this is important is because it demonstrates that part of the promotion of French theory within the U.S. context was precisely because there were interests within the corporatocracy and within the U.S. state that were seeking a philosophy that could rival the most dangerous philosophy, which is dialectical materialism, or the philosophy of Marxism that was identified with actually existing socialism. And there are many, many internal documents that testify to this. And I think it's clear that what Ford and other interests saw was the possibility of promoting a form of non-Marxist, structuralist, and we could unpack what that means if you'd like, form of social science, and that could function as a kind of weapon of war against Marxism. At this conference, for instance, there wasn't a sole authentic, if you will, Marxist who was invited. And then there were follow-up invitations, and it was the beginning of Derrida's regular visits to the United States, his collaboration with Deman and things like this. And that whole framework, I think, needs to be unpacked. In fact, the book that we discussed last time, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, is the first volume in a trilogy. The second volume, I'm completing and correcting the proofs for it right now, is called French Theory Made in USA. And so I go into all of the details about this, but just one or two elements that I think are important is that the Humanities Center at Johns Hopkins was modeled on an institution in France called the Sixth Section of the Practical School of Higher Studies.
Not heard of this.
Des Études. This particular institution was the institutional stronghold for French structuralism. We can just think for the...
Folks, I promise we're going to do something fun after this because we've been such theory heads. Make sure you are hydrated. Make sure you're taking your vitamins like I just took. Like, make sure you are looking after yourself because, good Lord.
Time being, French structuralism became what is known as French theory, as well as the Annales School of Historiography, which in its early years had very strong Marxist elements. But by the time you get to what's called the second generation and people like Fernand Braudel, it moves kind of away from Marxism while nonetheless maintaining a kind of materialism, if you will. So both the Annales School and French structuralism were housed...
Communism is when no fun and you have a motherfucking lesbian shouting at you about what the nature of reality is with mullet. Fuck me. Fucking hell. I'm gonna find out what Pokemon I am after this.
This institution in France.
My brain hurts. Can we do pop culture slop? Let's find that. What was that name of that rich lady? What's the name of that rich lady that's wearing stolen shit? Zinidra. Zenodo's a chatter on Twitch. Nah, anal. Nah, you heard it here. Anal school. The French made me go to anal school. I swear, bro. I swear. Nobody clipped that out of context. Okay, we'll take a look at that after. I need some slop. I need some easy slop after this. God damn.
Model for the institution where this Hopkins conference took place. This institution in France was funded by Rockefeller, funded by Ford, and bound up in the networks of the Congress for Cultural Freedom.
Okay, real talk. I think that folks should see the destruction of the idea that ideas can change ideas as a freeing liberatory act. Marxism gives you the tools to understand what you can change and what you can't. And there is genuinely a reason why they don't want people thinking through Marxist analysis, and why like the 2010s era is so peak like social justice warrior, and how those people are kind of annoying because it's very like self-centered, individualistic approach to mass systemic problems. Only because I mean, no, you would always get. No.
And the interests of the U.S. national security state in promoting anti-communist theory internationally. So when you chart all of this out, and sorry, I'm going, somewhat quickly, but just so that people can see it, from the point of view of the capitalist ruling class and their state managers, including the foundation managers, what they were attempting to do in the Cold War was to establish a kind of international architecture
for
the production and circulation of anti or at least non-Marxist ideas. And that's precisely what they succeeded in doing. And so the 1985 CIA paper that you reference is fascinating precisely for that reason, is that they reference structuralism, in particular Foucault and Levi-Strauss, as well as the Anal school.
Anal school. That's right. Foucault making you do anal. Foucault. Foucault, government, CIA coming down your brain, making you want butt sex.
For being at the kind of forefront of this war on Marxism, while this same agency had been working with Ford, Rockefeller, and other interests to promote structuralism and the Anal school.
Anal.
And so if you kind of can see behind the curtain to some extent, then you can recognize that there were kind of machinations.
Does anyone know that CIA paper? What the motherfucking CIA paper did they talking about?
In a kind of guaranteed manner, move the global intelligentsia, or more precisely the imperial intelligentsia, away from Marxism and in the direction...
1985. Okay. 1985 CIA post-structuralism anal. Foucault paper. Let's see what we can find. No, I want... CIA reveals that its operatives have been studying the complex international trend-setting French theory affiliated with the names of Foucault, Lacan. I've never read Lacan. I have read Foucault. Like, I am gay. Like, come on. Do you know what I mean? Oh. No, I don't think it's this. What paper do they mean? Hold on. Sorry, I'm using AI in the way that I use AI normally. Okay, so it's just not going to give me the actual motherfucking CIA report. Oh, no, it is. Okay. CIA assesses the power of French postmodernist philosophers. There is a lethargy about intellectual life in this country I find quite spectacular. Never before have I known such silence, such emptiness. It's like a family in which someone has died. Intellectuals matter in France, probably more than in most Western democracies. They've traditionally played a key role in the political process as apologists for the positions of various parties and as important window dressing in the quest for domestic and international respectability. Not the CIA just like saying it as well. Okay, not the CIA just like saying what Marxists say, but for evil. But for evils. Okay? We might assume that philosophy is an ivory tower discipline. Francis Fukuyama, end of history, that's aged really, really well. Jean Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Hobbes, Aristotle, even Socrates. But when it comes to French school of thinkers, Foucault, I've not read Lacan or Derrida. And I'm going to be so for real. Every time I started trying to read groups like, the thinkers like Lacan, I'd be like, I don't understand it. And I just thought I was stupid for a really long time. I thought that I was just stupid. Turns out I'm not stupid. I'm just a Marxist. But like, no, I'd be like, I don't understand what the fuck you mean. Like all of this weird intellectual language that's like got some like weird Freudian side to it. And I'm like, what? This Insta post covers the paper referenced in the Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism. Thank you, Silver. Thank you.
Campaigns to attack Marxism and attack the left. And they also engage in ideological warfare.
No!
Campaigns to attack Marxism.
Fucking dog shit websites.
And they also engage in ideological warfare. That is, they actually take a stake in how people understand Marxist theory and left theory, and try to argue.
I think you're right. I know some stuff.
Interpretations of Marxism for their own agenda, for their own purposes. In this document, the CIA says that their ideological warfare should be based on the following: attacks against communist ideology developed in Marxist terms. This attack would have two main divisions. One, attacks against the basic premises of the system, i.e. materialism, dialectics, etc., and attacks against the Stalinist deterioration of Marx, again in Marxist terms, but on the assumption that the basic premises are correct.
So there's something I want to say to this because it's actually genuinely really important. And I'd only say it to other socialists, but my critiques of the era of Marxist-Leninism, in which a ruler was called Stalin, not Stalinism, which is not a thing, is more like, don't think of it in terms of, oh my God, I think that he stole all the spoons, and I think that he's actually a really bad man. I think that there are, if we take socialism as like great state experiments, I think that, and I apply this to like my boy Tito as well, I think that there are phenomena in terms of the relationship of people who had psychological understanding of themselves, who were essentially moved around the USSR, for good or ill, that ultimately it didn't work for a purpose of integrating a mass line in terms of building socialism around like a fully democratic base, and it was based solely on that materialist lens, you know, that like the means of production. The flip side of that, of course, is those means of production be killing Nazis very, very well. And I got no problem with that. And I don't think any Marxist should. But the reason why I come to, I guess, non-ML conclusions is an understanding of what I find appropriate, from understanding the role that the attitude towards how you build those economies comes about. And I think that it is a slightly different era. So Lenin is like, let's say, super adaptive to the time because he had to be. The NEP came about because, like, immediately you had the revolution. Yay! Day two, the rich are like, hi, I'm the rich in Europe. I'm going to murder you and your family. And it's like, oh, fuck. So Lenin's like, fuck your banks. Huge W. Flip side of that is the banks are like, okay, now we're really going to murder this shit got personal. Now we're going to come after you. And as I've said before, it's only because there's a series of things to do with like the working class and the strength of the resistance inside Russia that meant that they prevailed. This meant that they had to adapt the plans, to the conditions around them because they were literally under attack. And I think that you could be a Trotskyist and was like, well, actually, Lenin was really bad because he adapted his ideas to the time, and he didn't even stick to his own books. And I'm really smart. Here's my newspaper. And I think that that's a really flawed way of approaching people. But I extend that also to other thinkers, whether that be Mao, whether that be Rosa Luxemburg, etc., etc. And I think that Stalin is just another example of this. I think that it's a period of history where people were trying to build socialism. And they did it to a certain extent exceptionally successfully. And we know long term that some of the things that eventually saw the dismantling of the USSR did also come from that era as well. And I call it the failure of the mass line. Post World War II. Some people can blame the Communist Party itself. I'm like, look, man, I don't know. I know that the CIA jumped specifically on that discussion purposefully to divide the power of communism internationally. That's noted. So I kind of don't trust that era of leadership as well. But I do then do like a sort of class-based analysis of what was emerging in the USSR. And I think it's clear that you can build some kick-ass war economies from super centrally planned economies that literally built the USSR going from like a feudal, I'm a woman, I have nothing, to you got a fucking queen in space is phenomenal. And then what you do post that, I think we're in an era of what China is adapting to and explaining now. And China saw what happened to the USSR and was like, no, and please no, we'll lose everything. Thousands will die, you know? And therefore, I don't see this as like Stalinism. That was bad. I more see it as different phases of all of these people, all of these theorists, right? Trying to build socialist projects in a world that literally, from Lenin to today, is trying to fucking kill them. Literally. The wolves, the American wolves are at China's door all the motherfucking time, you know? And I think that that's what you should start your kind of analysis of different eras of history. So what I try and do is actually kind of reject in total these like, well, Lenin said this and Stalin said this and blah, blah, blah. I take it as good faith that all of these leaders, whether it be Rosa Luxemburg, whether it be Lenin, whether it be Thomas Sankara, you know, are fucking trying, whether it be Deng, are like, oh my fucking God, I am not the Western, you know, communists who are arguing in as intelligentsia. I am building like communism and the world trying to kill me. The world is trying to kill me. And the world is ensuring that, as an Irish person, I know this. The classes that had a bit more power from when we were colonized were literally supported in a civil war that we had after we gained independence that mean that, frankly, Ireland is still colonized. This is a very difficult discussion to have with other Irish people, particularly as I have a British accent, right? American capital owns Ireland, but we did it, lads, so I guess that's better than the Brits doing it. Yay. Yay. Time for motherfucking decolonization, my fellow Irish people. I am being so for real, right? That's a conversation for us Irish people, though, okay? So I think that this is clever. This CIA clever thing is like, ha ha ha. For a start, I want you to focus on goodies and baddies. And baddie is Stalin with his giant spoon of death, and Lenin with his must crush capitalism, and Mao with his 6 billion who are dead. And that is great man theory. That's just great man theory, right? And like, I think that there's a reason why they kind of want you to focus on these individuals instead of trying to understand and analyze systems, which is why people like Revolutionary Thought and the Deprogram crew is like doing like class-based analyses and takes it like, or even Luna Oy, when we look at them in the way that they speak about Vietnam, it's like, oh my God, people are trying to build socialist projects in a really complex world. Let's take that as the basis. And here, the CIA is like, let's literally break in two key ways. Let's break the way in which Westerners, and by extension then because of people's proximities internationally, other groups engage in liberation movements. Let's make people focus on non-Marxist analysis of power structure relationships that focus on literally like vibes and words, and on like why Stalin bad, which is why I don't think it's useful having like, let's have a 10-hour discussion about why Stalin's actually really good or really, really bad. I'm like, nah, man, let's look at the USSR economy. Let's look at what it was like living there. Let's look at those relationships. That's interesting, and that's doing a Marxism. That's why I think that's a much more interesting question. And I know that people get views, though, being like, Stalin was a bastard. Stalin was the best man ever. And I'm just saying, I think that this is my 2 cents, okay? Of course, you are free to disagree with me here. I think they want you to focus on these things for a reason, guys. And it's to talk about the spoons and the how Chairman Mao wasn't literally the reason why motherfucking modern China exists. And if you listen to Chinese comrades, they have a whole internal analysis where they know of the benefits and the drawbacks of different eras of Maoist thought, right? Like, if you just fucking trusted people and if you were able to apply Marxist thought yourself. And that, I think, is the key that I encourage people to think through. Okay, rant over. I have definitely learned a little over the last 10 or years. I just like the educational context for many things. Some stuff you can make rational guesses. Am I being elitist? Am I being elitist? If I'm saying things like, it is a value of me on this channel to try and ensure that I am speaking to people in ways that are not like really alienating. Okay? So if you are like, what the fuck are you on about? I beg of you to like ask me to clarify because I want to get better at this. I'm Stalin's little spoon. Ooh. If anyone wants to know how the Marxist-Leninists of the USSR thought, there's quite an interesting fiction named How the Steel Was Tempered by Ostrovsky. It was a highly influential from the Soviet. So, was this how people felt about their own state, you mean? Throughout what era? Just out of... I'm too dumb and I don't know what to say. Please don't say that about yourself. Please don't fucking say that about yourself. That's not true. Bro, can you cut everyone some slack? We're reading papers where it's like, the CIA, bro, the CIA makes it so that Marxism hard for you and not the norm. And you're like, maybe it's just me. No. Maybe it's just there's a vested power interest to not give you these basic tools to understand class relationships so that you don't see your motherfucking fellow workers, right, as your comrades, as your motherfucking brothers, sisters, MBs, other genders, comrades in arms. You see them as like floating autonomous people who are subject to like the vibes of power. Man, bro. And like, yeah, maybe like the hippie movement was connected to that. So like, you're being really mean to yourself. You're like, damn, how couldn't I have defeated the CIA individually without knowing it? Good morning. No one is too dumb. The fact that you're here learning things. To be clear, I am learning alongside you folks as well. It took me to getting to 37 when I was in Kenya last year to like literally see. That's when I met like some of the most important, I guess, like, that's where I met people who were practicing, I guess, Marxist philosophy at such a accessible rate, the Communist Marxist Party of Kenya, that I felt it on the streets and in the gay prides, and was like, holy motherfucking shit. Holy motherfucking shit, please tell me more. Please teach me more about this. And that's somebody who studied a lot of Marxist thought at university, and post-structuralism and colonialism as well, which has this problem. Colonialism is not just like the vibes. Oh no, the English gave us the vibes of hating ourselves. No, they enslaved our people. Irish people were murdered by the British state. The cops, the reason why the police force exists in non-American contexts is because the Brits were like, we need to give people, like, we need to make people the jackboot of empire, and Ireland is the testing ground of everything. Because we were next door. We need to go to Kenya together. I need to get much better, my friend, but yes. I didn't go to high school or take philosophy or economics in college. We're learning together. We're learning together. Like, I sometimes get quite overwhelmed, particularly when it comes to, like, Marxist theories of labor. So you're not alone, and sometimes I have to recheck in with myself, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And that, I think, is okay. But anyway, to conclude it, like, this CIA is like, let's make you hyper-focus on anything other than material relationships and socialism, and let's make you argue about Stalin, and I think that's for a reason. And so does this thinker.
This type of attack is a universal one, in that it would reach members of international communist movements everywhere. So the idea here is, and this is 1952, this is before the secret speech, to undermine the Soviet Union through using Marxism to discredit the Soviet Union. Attacks against the existing communist system, both its fundamental premises and acts of ideological practices in collective terms. And this is really interesting too, defense of Western society in Marxist terms. So, like, you know, thinking about like the West or America and using Marxism to defend the West or defend America, that's a tactic that they were developing in the 1950s as part.
So when we were looking at that woman being like, so China's developed, but at what cost? Aren't they exploiting workers? That's what she's doing. She's deploying this tactic. Right? It's just the same thing recycled. Excuse me, sweetie, how are they actually capitalist? Sorry, how are they actually communist? When people have to work for someone else. Ha ha ha, checkmate. I'm very smart. Please give me my Tory graph.
Part of their
Nazi check.
Attempt to use theory to discredit Marxism. And then they go on to talk about how to produce ideological ammunition, they're going to go around and look for existing people who are already Marxists attacking the Soviet Union or attacking dialectics or attacking materialism.
So to be clear, Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, not that. There was some good faith critiques, right? Which are fine. And good faith critiques that I share. But like Sartre literally visited the USSR and was like, you saying this got no freedoms? Bitch, I'm more free here. Girl, I'm sitting in the USSR living my best life. Girl, you full of shit. Critique of like unfreedom, USSR. Overcoming decades of propaganda is tough for anyone. Indeed. It's almost like the boys here call themselves the deprogram for a reason. So many things start through my education in hindsight. A lot of us had World War II history in one way or another, but how many of you can recall any of the classes going in depth in how important China were for allies? They didn't at all. I know nothing about any form of the Pacific or Asian theatre in the slightest. I was really good at history, and there's one reason. I sat down, and remember my name's Siobhan, I was sat down inside a British education system, and they told me that Bloody Sunday was a little bit of... So that's the murder, by the way, of Irish Republican citizens in the occupied north of Ireland. And I was told to my face by a British school teacher that it was like a mistake, you know, because they actually, like, Irish people were sort of all terrorists, right? And I was like, you fucking what, mate? And I didn't know how to express it. But I was like, tiny Irish me was like, bitch, sauce? Because I've grown up in an Irish household and I know that you killed Irish people and that you enslaved us. And that the reason why the North exists is because you pushed all the Irish people off the land and put settlers there. And then you use your motherfucking fogs to shoot and murder people in the street. Like, I know this. I was taught this at home, so you're lying to me. I am 15, 14, so I don't know how to express this. So I was always incredibly distrustful of what I was being told as a baseline, you know? But we were never told about China. We were told about Stalin. I don't remember being told Stalin bad. I remember sort of images of like your Eisenhowers, your Churchills, and your Stalins together. I can't remember the specifics of if it was like, and then afterwards, oh no, horseshoe theory in action. I'm guessing probably if we went to look back at it. I try speaking to people around me and my social democracy when I talk about socialism, developing into functioning communism. They're like, it doesn't work. Yeah, and that's on purpose, right? Yeah, man. Like, maybe there is something to this socialist thing, but it just don't work in practice. Where are you getting that idea from? Where are you getting that idea from? Propaganda, right? And then depends whether it's worth having a conversation with that person or not, because they need to get to that conclusion themselves, you know? Oh, the USSR's role is hugely downplayed. Like, Americans think that they liberated Europe. Like, you know that, right? Americans think that somehow the, like, 12 million is, like, partisans and Soviet forces that died defending this continent against fucking fascism are just inconsequential. And then coming in, like, in the final year, oh, America came and that's, like, the most important thing, and Stalin bad. You know? And it's like, that's for a reason. That is purpose. There's a purpose for that. I know I'm not dumb. I taught myself to program, and I know I can learn. It's just such a big thing to learn. It took me a long time, and I've learned over many years, learning smaller bits at a time. Well, and then you can unlearn liberalism and implant it with socialism, like a lot of us have. We've all been through this process. It's okay, and we're all still learning how to do this. Like, we are all in this. And look, Gabriel here is telling you, he went to, like, the best universities in the world and was like, oh my God, maybe I'm actually not super smart. Maybe I'm really stupid, and maybe these French... Oh, no, it's the CIA. Like, yo, cut yourself some slack. Okay? You are smart. You are trying to learn. Like, and all I can say is, I've been saying this for a while now, we just try and teach people by being like, yo, money vibes. Money, power, vibes. Okay? Who got the money and the power? That's the most important thing in a society. You don't have to be like dialectical materialism. Okay? You can do that later. When people actually want to listen to you, because, yo, she ain't calling you back if you go in that hard with that shit. Okay? But you might be able to have good conversations when people come to you and they're like, what the hell is a dialectic? Or no, not even that. Like, why is our economy the way it is? Why is there no manufacturing in Britain? You know, that is actually dialectics. That is actually a dialectical question, and then it's on you to answer it in a particular way. Exactly, Olo. Exactly. The wise words of Jay-Z.
In Marxist terms, and they're going to
find it extremely hard to deprogram themselves
because those ideas,
or they're a part of an oppressive class and they're super lazy to stop oppressing people and actually work towards a better future. Yeah, you can get pills for being dialect.
Are helpful to them in discrediting and causing confusion among the ranks of the left, and similarly to look for existing outlets to give them legitimacy. And so be aware that there has been this attempt to develop an entire anti-Marxist form of Marxism, or an attack on Marxism and communism in Marxist terms, and that it's been orchestrated by the CIA, and they've promoted and chosen ideas that they believe would be useful, and made sure that these are the most well-known ideas at the universities.
I think you can get both, a pill and an injection.
Think about someone like Slavoj Žižek when it comes to a defense of the West in Marxist terms. That's literally, like, now almost his whole shtick. And so what I want to point out is that there is this effort to make these the most visible forms of Marxism available to people in academia, in bookstores, and everything like that.
We know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. God damn. Alleged William J. Casey quote, who was director of the CIA from 1981 to 87. God motherfucking damn. Who paid the pipers of Western Marxism? Interesting. Socialist realist novel. Story looks in the Civil War. Oh, interesting. Fought for the Bolsheviks and was injured. He heals from his wounds and becomes as strong as steel. Interesting. Okay.
Of non-Marxist or anti-Marxist social scientific research that served ultimately the interests, of course, of U.S. imperialism. So that's a kind of big picture overview, but I'm happy to drill down on any of those points or go on to the next question for that matter.
Beautifully said. Absolutely beautifully said. Thing is that something I always am surprised by is how open they are with this. If you get what I mean, like it's not as hidden as
it's not
you
clandestine.
Expect. I mean, like a fairly large conference. Recently not declassified but sanitized version of a CIA document discussing details of this with conclusions that are drawn from the ideologists of the CIA.
So not type 1,
which also conveniently had a role to play in the rest of it. It's interesting to see this background.
Yeah. Just very quickly, because there is the kind of covert and the overt mechanisms that often function in terms of a kind of dialectical play that one needs to be attentive to and also chart out over time. So the background for a lot of these operations was clandestine, and that is what's referred to as the Cloven Plan. This was established by the Psychological Strategy Board, which was a board that oversaw the entire psychological warfare campaigns of the U.S. national security state. So CIA, State Department, the whole matrix, if you will. And the plan Cloven was to reduce communist influence in France. And they had I think it was Project Demagnetize, was a parallel one that they ran in Italy. And the goal was, as they stated in all of the internal documents, to reduce the communist influence because the communist parties in France and Italy were the biggest communist parties in Western Europe, and there was a real threat of both of these countries going communist. And in reading through those documents, what you see is a full spectrum dominance approach. Unions, political parties, the press, the intelligentsia, religious organizations, civic associations, like they wanted to dominate everything. But do it as discreetly as possible and make it look as if there wasn't U.S. American influence. And so there is this kind of jockeying where they worked with the French government in order to get the French government to do certain things that they wanted to do so that they...
Was there anything equal in Britain as to reduce communist influence? From my understanding, there was an era after World War II where the trade unions were incredibly strong. And the thing is, it's kind of like the Brits being shit already. I believe that there was already an anti-Soviet Trotskyist element inside that. And that the powers that be helped elevate those voices. So it's more, and that's even more surreptitious. They just nudged pre-existing shit bags to having more power. Which is why the left in Britain is completely ineffectual, right? Like a complete joke. Like Cossacks, I don't know about the Cossacks to know whether that's the same. So I would say there was socialist forces inside Britain, and there has been, and we have had like the Chartist movements, one of the largest movements of working class solidarity in I guess Western European history, but that fundamentally, I don't know where the origins of the critique of Stalin come from. I don't know if that's organic or not, but I think they already were kind of trotty, and they just expanded on that. And then you had George Orwell as an anti-communist left, in his books being, yeah, for a very particular reason, right? So he could be like homage to Catalonia and is it Wigan Pier? What's his book about working class? I think it's Wigan Pier, in it, which are really like good analyses of class. And then it's like, but also this socialist thing that exists, actually really bad, really bad. And here's why communism's just as bad. And it's like, bro, same thing in Australia, right? Okay. And yeah, I can't tell you like the origins and the roots, but in terms of there being like, I don't think it's equivalent to there being an infiltration of like genuine communist thought like there was in Italy. Communism went bad. Checkmate. Yeah, socialists not trying, actually evil. Everyone should give up. The end. I am smart.
Cover, basically. But then there's also all of the overt work that they do. And one of the most powerful elements is they run these operations through the foundations of the ruling class. And then they stand back and say, oh, well, this isn't state meddling. This is the private sector. And I mean, the private sector, I mean, give.
Sorry, I'm just thinking, because I think this is probably the most salient way I can critique the era of governance of which Stalin was the leader of the USSR, because there's no such thing as Stalinism, is a critique that I think can be given for Mao as well, and is readily acknowledged within China, in that I think that Marxists thought in terms of building really, like, Mao has pretty much the best class-based analysis I've ever read in terms of the class analysis in Chinese society that he did in, I want to say the 30s, 20 or 30s. Like, bam. Who are people? What are their interests? Should we work with them? Yes, no. If we work with them, we'll win. They work with them, they won. Bing, bang, bosh. Fucking phenomenal. Really important analysis. Then, if we think of social development, attitude, beliefs, things like when we were looking at things like the Chinese law of the new ethnicity law, and how it's actually 90% of that law is like really fucking progressive, and it's trying to transcend a older era of development with people who view themselves solely through an ethnic lens by building a pan-ethnic national identity. And they're utilizing lots of figures from different ethnic groups to do so. I think that there is an era of if I own, I guess, the means of production, the party does, I can. It will ergo. It will follow that people will psychologically start to become products of, let's say, the role of language and the moving around of different ethnic groups in the USSR. And I think that project failed in terms of essentially you having like nationalist movements that ultimately failed. Ultimately, I guess, were able to be capitalized on by external powers and internal powers that sought to tear apart the project. And ironically, you have that in Yugoslavia as well. And I think a part of that is maybe what China is acknowledging now, which is when we have the tools and when we are the state, we can have like hard guardrails, language, autonomy, etc., that mean that we can develop a pan-national identity of China. And when it comes down to the micro level, I don't know, man. Like, we probably can't change that. And we can only do so much. And this is like a generational project for like hundreds of years. And you can try and do a cultural revolution, but it probably actually is not going to have the effects of what you want, of like snapping everyone to a communism right now. And again, I don't see this as like a, oh my God, and that's why no one should ever read Mao and Stalin bad. I think it's more like actually what happens when you're allowed to have good faith understandings through a Marxist analysis of different periods of history and development. What's worked and what hasn't. And guess what? People in China are doing that right now. And that's why they're probably just like, they are the future of Marxism, aren't they? Whether Trotskyists can deal with that or not, you know?
Give me a break.
We are yapping. Welcome in.
Right? Is it our state? No, it's their state. It's the state of the ruling class. It's a bourgeois state, and that's why it has that name, because it's the state of the capitalist ruling class. And so even that, Hakeem, it's interesting that, you know, they'll say, oh, this is Ford Foundation funded, therefore it's all supposed to be clean, when the Ford Foundation is, you know, running covertly a lot of these programs. So
wait. Oh, is this Hannah Arendt and the theory of authoritarianism? Isn't that just the horseshoe theory? Government bad. Like, isn't it that?
one of the things that we have to do, and I try to do in my research, is kind of map out, this is the overt war that they're waging. This is the covert war. This is how they relate to one another.
I would say Cuba has presented us with the best model to understand how to, like, slowly build changing social relationships and attitudes through different mechanisms of the state and civil society at a very, like, community-driven level. I think that's Ayn Rand, who's earlier. Then I don't know. I don't know her theory.
Various ways, and also
I thought Ayn Rand just wrote The Fountainhead, which is shit.
Because there are significant changes that have been made. Like the National Endowment for Democracy does openly today what the CIA did covertly for years.
Exactly.
And so there's also those kind of shifts that have taken place over time with the NGOification and other things, where it's they're basically different strategies of imperialist management that have to do with psychological warfare, so that people can accept what it is that's being put forth, and they don't question it in the ways that I think they should.
A lot of people, when looking at the forms in which either the status quo or reaction in general operates, is they hyper-focus on kind of this eternal battle against any form of, let's say, class consciousness amongst working class people, this approach to ensuring that levels of education are kept at the bare minimum.
If there's one thing we should take from communists, or at least communist-aligned states, it's that they tend to be incredibly resilient in the face of predatory market forces, but I'm also a filthy casual. I mean, I think that there's a mixed bag, and we just have to have faith that the current states that are kind of going through transitions, like, you know, Cuba and stuff, will be able to navigate themselves as best as they can in this new reality. I think we can, like, view from... I think there's two ways of doing something here. You can analyze and understand, like in China, right? China has a bourgeoisie. We explored this earlier. It's fine. They have no political power, so whatever, right? The Chinese Communist Party, Chinese Communist Party of China, has the power. That's why they are able to utilize various forces of, like, basically it's literally just like investment so that they can develop their state through a socialist model. we just have to hope that other states are able to navigate it to that level as well. I think what is unique about China is it's so big, it can be quite economically self-sufficient in ways that places like just at a very, I guess, like geographically deterministic like lens, like it's just harder for Cuba, you know? That doesn't mean that the project will fail. It doesn't mean that everyone should be like, oh, fuck Cuba now. I'm really useful to the movement by being really fatalist. It's more just like, okay, things, you know, class dimensions are going to change and we'll just have to see where it goes, but we should retain solidarity for the people of Cuba. Think of it as just, the Lenin adaptation to the NEP. Because that's the reality, you know, and that's what happens when you take socialism from the area in which we're sat yapping with books and stuff to fucking providing for the people. And you should have a lot of time and grace for those people. And that's why I'm telling you, I think that the focus on like arguing about like Stalin and shit is like actually a distraction from like, do you think people had like a good life under the USSR? Because when you look at that kind of dimension, or you ask like different questions that aren't like Stalin and his spoon, the worst man ever, or the most genocidal ever, and you go, what do you think life would have been like as a woman in the end of the 1800s in Russia, Tsarist Russia? And then what would it have been like at the end of your life in like, let's say, World War II era USSR? Because I cannot imagine a more dramatic transformation. And that encourages people to think on a different line where it's not like utilizing moralism of great man theory, good, bad. The slow tankies is usually used as a thought term in... it is. It's like way... Some people will be like, hot sauce is a tanky because like won't be like, I condemn Stalin and everything is ever done. And I'm like, I don't think morality is an interesting way of looking at it. I think that we should look at what the USSR was able to do and the benefits and drawbacks of their particular state model. And we start with a baseline of people were trying to do the best that they could to build a socialist state. Tanky, you know? It's well, I think it's also like totally divorced from the era of like the Hungarian Revolution, right? Stalin, Vuvuzela, Holden. I remember like speaking to someone and being like, "Look, mate, I'm fucking Irish, mate, right?" They say that it was a famine in Ireland, and it wasn't. It was a genocide that utilized a famine in order to export food outside of Ireland and kill a population that was non-productive to the upper class. Like literally, just like fuck it, you don't make me money. Your feudal like peat boggers die. That's what they were like, and that's why the entire the Irish population was like halved. You know. We have direct proof in terms of like the British state being like, export this food, do not feed the Irish people, do not like make it fit for domestic consumption, so fuck them Irish. Please give me the same level of sources for the famine in Ukraine that I don't think anybody says wasn't a famine. Famines were quite ubiquitous across the world at the time. Just give me the information that shows that level of the government being like, I hate Ukraine. I am going to steal all of the food and give them none because they are meaningless to us, right? And I've asked for this information specifically like 12 times now with these guys. And it's always being translated. And I'm just starting to think that information don't exist. And that they're full of shit. Okay? And that they're using a colossal human tragedy to try and make me think that the Ukrainians were treated the way that the Irish were. I don't think they were. Yeah.
And so on. But what your book really adequately and very importantly, might I add, shines a light on is that this machination, this machine, both like organic material influence on every aspect of society, but also a very proactive imperialist and capitalist machine, also focus on other aspects of society and hit them where it hurts, quote unquote, when it comes to reimagining them in their own image. What I'm trying to say basically is very often people from our space, a lot of Marxists, etc., hyper focus on the way capitalists speak to what we define as the wider proletariat and so on and so on. And that allows them to ignore something that the capitalists themselves do not ignore, which is speaking to sometimes the very ideologues that the working class people might want to listen to.
Jordan Peterson as an example, and I know people are going to be like cringe, but Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan has his place in this sort of intelligentsia bollocks, for a particular reason, you know.
At some point. And that is why it was so important, both as you adequately put in the book, these very active mechanisms, but also just the material conditions in the world that these, in this case,
to the bathroom.
French school philosophers found themselves in. It was very important to, let's say, pacify their potential revolutionary impact, both on the European and American and world intelligentsia, but also on the working masses, that this knowledge very often either trickles down to or trickles upwards towards the intelligentsia, to say it as simplified as possible. And that's why it's both important to know and also I must say slightly scary, not in a doomer pill type of scary or whatever, but slightly scary when it comes to looking at least these particular Cold War and early eras after the Cold War intelligence apparatuses that came from the States and from Europe, just how I don't want to say respect your enemy, but just how forward thinking they were in basically their world building, and when it comes to every single aspect of society that they wanted to touch and remold into something that was not a threat to them. So I'm guessing you felt slightly in a slightly similar manner as you were researching this, but then again you've been interacting with this world for far longer than the three of us here, so you might have been used to it to an extent. But that's the only
is that an ageist statement that you just made?
No, I mean, that is you've been in
I thought we were going to be the same person, but
oh god, this is yin and yang talking. No,
deep betrayal you got, Nick.
Talking to the super ego.
Yeah, but I appreciate what you said, because one of the things that's very clear from a lot of the archival work that I've done is that the powers that be, for lack of a better expression, know full well that you can manage the minds of the masses if you condition and exercise enough control over the professional intelligentsia, the journalists, the pundits, the professors, those who have a public platform. And in doing so, given that most workers don't have a public platform, you can inform, meaning indoctrinate them, because you restrict the information that they have access to, and you make sure that the leading luminaries of the day are taking positions that align on the interests of imperialism. And that war for kind of intellectual consensus, if you will, making sure you have an intelligentsia that does the bidding of imperialism, also goes hand in hand with a war of repression. You want to make sure that the workers don't have access. I'm sure we've all had the experience of you're looking for a really important book, but it's out of print. You can't find it. There's not even a PDF anywhere of it. It's not translated. Like the stuff that actually is often the most intellectually significant to the global movement is much more difficult to find. And so one of the things that's a regular in a lot of these projects is the war for hegemony, the war for imposing a particular view, goes hand in hand with the war of repression. In the Plan Cloven documents, in fact, they explicitly state that we should harass and restrict the sale and distribution of Soviet and common form publications, right? We want to make sure that we repress any of those and we promote the others. So that kind of double movement, I think, is integral to understanding the intellectual world war. And if you're a worker and you're subjected to that, it means that what's generally on offer from the intelligentsia is something that's in the interests of imperialism because they own the platforms that these people use to communicate, to publish, etc. Therefore, you have to go out of your way to find work that is actually aligned with the anti-imperialist struggle. And that's a lot of work. You know, if you're working a 9 to 5, or for that matter, 3 different jobs, and you are in a system that's trying to undereducate you as much as possible, it takes a lot to be able to tap into the resources that you need to actually educate yourself. And they do all of that on purpose, of course.
The conversation kind of smoothly links into another point that you make in the book, but I want you to elaborate on it also a little bit. This elite theory industry, it at a particular era of time, specifically the student revolts of May in 1968, that period was used to capitalize on the brand of French theory as this subversive, radical, marketable ideology that then was kind of, I did not live through that. I'm not a person of that era, but almost every
But your colleagues think you are?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I know. Jeez. You don't need to roast me too, please. Oh my god. Emergency medicine has given me too many white hairs in my beard. I think that's the problem. Anyways, reading all books.
You imagine if like motherfucking he came out his fucking saving your life. What you do in your time off? Read Marxist theory. Your view, POV, Che Guevara. Like, oh hi, like.
I'll kind of like back up a bit. When I first started getting into Marxism, I didn't know what to start reading. So I was reading Marx and Lenin and so on and so forth. And at the same time, I was reading French theory, because when you write Marxism on Google, that's what usually gets recommended.
Let's see what
right? Some of
comes
the very quickly, I was like,
hold on, sorry. What did he say specifically?
time I was reading
Marxism. Let's see what comes up. Just out of interest. Google it. Marxism. Blah, blah, blah. Marx Investopedia. Wow. Marxism is social, political, and economic philosophy named after Karl Marx. It examines the effect of capitalism on labor, productivity, and economic development, and argues for a workers' revolution to overturn capitalism in favor of communism. No. Okay, so that's like a distortion of it immediately. It is a social, political, and economic philosophy that is based on understanding labor relationships in terms of class contradictions throughout human development and economic development working in tandem, exploring contradictions in order to justify, I suppose in Marx's era, says that inevitably there would be workers' revolutions that would overturn capitalism in favor of communism. Critiques capitalisms and envisions a classless society. Communism, wait, yet true. No fun. Just like today, because we've been so motherfucking theory based. I'm sorry. Should we like play a game after this? My brain is pure goo. I'm just straight up saying it. My brain is liquid. Alienation, Marxism. Does Marxism support l'agabatoire? Marxism theoretically supports LGBT liberation by identifying capitalism as the root causes of oppression. Okay. What was Hitler's opinion on Karl Marx? They were best friends. Adolf Hitler viewed Karl Marx as his ideology as mortal enemies of Germany. At least they're not fucking lying. What the hell is this? What the hell? What was Adolf Hitler's IQ level? You know what? I can't save men. Men are out here being like, yo, clavicular, can you measure my skull? I'm really unhappy. I'm experiencing extreme alienation in late stage capitalism. Could we just go back to skull measuring, and can you please measure my skull? Wasn't the whole point of BreadTube like you had right wingers do a video essay and then the libs would do a video essay on the same subject so that the viewer is exposed to all opinions? I guess. And maybe like bought people buying into a notion that they were doing something instead of just consuming media. Full article, what is Marxism? Because you were talking about sources. This might interest me. Oh.
Did you know that from the 1950s to the 1970s, colonial governments all across the British Empire...
This person seems cool, and I follow them. They done it work with the National Archives. That's a cool job. Shy was right. M-word do deserve the loneliness. To be honest, yeah. Oh no, are you sad and alone? How about you motherfucking beat each other up and measure each other's skulls instead of being useful. Erica Kirk is mixed with... Bro, that's weird as shit. No. Okay, she might be, but I'm not doing that as a got ya. Come on. Just take a step back. I don't give a shit if she's done a nose job or not. She's motherfucking fascist. Your focus is in the wrong places, mate. Like, okay, this is that kind of like Hitler was actually a bit Jewish. Like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? She is shit. She is shit. But many people have had many nose jobs and they're not shit. So, like, come on. She's fucking dickhead. But I don't give a shit whether her nose is real or not, or what her ethnic background is. Like, I don't want to watch a video on I don't care if her mum's half Lebanese. Like, I don't care. Yeah, it's like gossip that is getting super motherfucking close to... Do you understand? No, it's okay, Bloody Sunday. Just been very clear. Do you understand how, like, if you put that as this thing of like, whoa, oh my god, I just found out. This is the example. Hitler's grandmother was Jewish. Okay. How does that help us understand who she is at all? And like, probably we could say with that access to a nose job is nose jobs are expensive and she's rich. She does need a soul job, exactly. And that's shit that money can't buy. More like a boot job. See, there you go. There you go, friend. Like, let's not make analyses on the base of ethnicity or on the, like, the basis of whether she is, like, Mar-a-Lago face and, like, looks like shit. Because that's not why we hate them. They're fascists. What, so if she was super hot and didn't have a nose job, it would be cool? Or, like, do you get what I mean? Do you get what I'm getting at? Like, it's kind of like... when we're doing that, we're like punching down on people. Not Erica Kirk. I don't give a shit about her. But like, if she is mixed race, I don't think that has anything to do with the fact that she's a fascist bitch. Maybe it makes her more of a hypocrite. I already know that she's a hypocrite. I think a lot of us are already there. She and JD are eyeshadow role models, but they are class-conscious Christian fascists. True. They're very objectively like, this is the class, you ain't in it, sweetie. She looks like a plastic surgery crossed with Nazi and a Barbie. She does, because she is a Nazi, right? And that's why we hate her. And she's a very bad actress. She's like, how dare you? But shit. But the point being, what? So when socialism, when no plastic surgery, you know? Fuck it. Anyway, brain slipped on role model versus soulmate. Oh, okay. I was like, anyway, I got lost. I stunlocked myself. I'm just okay, Marxism, this is what we're looking at. Stalin, Engels, Bolshevik Revolution, revitalized Marxism, orthodoxy. Trotsky led an influential opposition. Communist parties played the leading role in fighting fascism. Communist revolutions in China, Korea, Vietnam. Influence of Marxism spread through Latin America, Africa. Regimes inspired by Marx's ideas, unlike capitalist regimes, which are democracy. Yeah, I love it when I can choose everything in the country that I live in. Oh, wait, I can't.
Being French theory, because when you write Marxism on Google,
Drewski, that's really funny.
Right, some of the very quickly I was like led down the Zizek pathway, and I remember I read like 2 or 3 of his books, and I immediately did not like him. I did not have the ideological tools to really dismantle why at the time, but I was like, I don't like what he's writing. I don't like the ideological implications of these. Now I understand it, but the thing that was always pushed down my throat at every era.
Wait, okay, so let's get ourselves some motherfucking propaganda. Karl Marx is probably the most important social scientist in history. But whilst his influence is beyond compare, Marx's legacy is in many ways disastrous. How dare you? How dare you come after our boy, our Angie boy, who be writing letters about how other socialists ain't shit. The OG Marxist, thank you very much. Wait, can we get Marxy Woo? Look at him. Look at him. He's so pretty. He's so cute. How could you do that? Few thinkers, here we go. Few thinkers have had so many people to commit crimes against humanity. Think of Stalinist gulags. Think of the Ukrainian famine, which may have killed as many people as the Holocaust. Think of the Great Chinese Famine of the late 1950s, which killed even more people than the Holocaust. All of these crimes were driven by Marxist policy. Please explain slavery and colonialism to me right now, and why that's okay. And even if any of this was true, I actually think a nuanced take is, I think some infrequently wrong people went to the gulags. Gulags are just prisons. I'm not against gulags. I think that there were purges, and you can purge and purge and purge and purge, and you can't purge, right? You cannot face these challenges this way. But I also am not somebody who is under the pressure of like Nazis trying to kill me all the time. So whatever, man. People are products of their time. So I think it was a mistake, but not for the reason this guy thinks. Ukrainian famine. Why was the Irish famine okay then? Which was a genocide, and the genocide of Indian people. Wow, many of you are probably wondering where I'm going with this discussion. Yes, you're thinking to yourself, it's obvious that Marxist ideas led some people to do nasty things. Unlike capitalism, which is only built on slavery and oppression, which is fine and good according to this person. It's obvious that... why do we need to discuss it? It's not obvious to everyone. Many Marxists don't connect the crimes of Stalin and Mao directly to Marx's ideas. Instead, they dismiss these crimes as aberrations. These crimes were unfortunate consequences of bad people or bad circumstances. Marxism was not the problem. Okay, uno reverso. How was slavery not an aberration of capitalism then? I await whoever the fuck wrote this dog shit. Blair's research. No, it can't be. It can't be. Ugh. My posts are full on science. Oh my god, economics as a science is as solid as this man's hairline. Like, that's so fucking cope. I'm actually an economic heretic. Someone who thinks that mainstream economics is largely ideological in service of the powerful. I'm a pariah in economics departments. Oh my god, what a cunt. What is this crap? Oh yeah. Oh my god, these sort of people are insufferable. What's wrong with pinning the problems of Soviet Russia on Stalin? Great man theory. There's a gaping flaw when it comes to communist revolutions. Leaders like Stalin are not the exception. They're the rule. Think Mao, think Pol Pot. Pol Pot was not a communist. Think King Jong-il. For reasons that Marxists don't like to think about, that's not true. Communist revolutions frequently end up with despots running the show. This is just... I can't even be bothered. This is ridiculous. But this is what normal people think, right? On purpose. Horseshoe theory. Visualizing Marx's... Okay, labor... No! That's not what capital is. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, so maybe this is why you're not allowed to teach economics. We have a group of workers who collectively produce something of value. To do the job, the workers must use construction machines. We call this machinery capital. Oh my god, you stupid fucking twat. Like, 101 sociology. Like, it's so wrong. Oh my god, did Jesus, President Xi, Fidel Castro, everybody give me the motherfucking energy of being a really, 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 really wrong white man that just goes around thinking I know everything. They just never have any self-doubt. That's not what capital is, by the way. Capital is the surplus labor, you stupid bitch. I can't. There. So they're always stupid, by the way. They're always wrong. Back to the CIA.
These books is.
They would have info but made up by my own. Yeah.
Transformative, and the
isn't it just flexing capital? The machine's okay, but throwing folks on. No, at a very fundamental level, that's not Marxist theory.
The novelty.
Sorry, to double down on this, the extracting of surplus labor from that capitalists can do because of economies of scale from lots of workers working in factories, right? Who are the proletariat. Is is the basis of capitalist theory. They they extract labor value from you, and that's capital. Capital is not the machinery by which they do it with. Like, that's so wrong. It's almost as if by phrasing myself as being against something, I get to say my position is whatever I want to be, even if it's like just like at a most profoundly basic level, like absolute bullshit. Oh my God.
Of French theory. But this is literally something that is marketed. This is the thing that was always pushed down my throat at every era, every point of these books.
There is a communist, and it contains a foreword by British posh fuckery somewhere. You cannot imagine the length of ahistorical nonsense he provides, and the struggle to convince the reader that the following text was important but obsolete. Classic. No matter what, like, remember, folks, socialism is like sexy again. Almost like people are being subject to class contradictions and they feel that inherently. So just try and give people the tools that they can to understand the world that they live in.
It was incredibly radical, transformative, and the reason it was such a disruptive moment in Western, imperial core history is because of the advent and the novelty of French theory. But this is literally something that is marketed. This is a product that they're trying to sell. What sense do you make of that?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because
I'm so sorry. We've spent so long of today on theory. Like, I know my viewership's a little bit low today, and I think because it's been a little bit, like, fucking dense, basically. And I apologize for people who are used to me trying to combine, like, theory with the news and things. This has been super duper 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 emphasis on the theory stuff. I am a theory head. But yeah, it's been dense.
I suffered from, of course, the same
theory's better than football.
Disagree. There must be some type of deep affiliation between 68 and French theory, precisely because that is how it's marketed within the Anglophone world. And given that the U.S. is the world's leading imperial power, it is marketed globally as a kind of radical theory that somehow is bound up with the occupation of the Sorbonne and the kind of street movements and whatnot. And so a number of years ago, I just decided to sit down and figure this out. And I have a long piece that I published in Monthly Review, the journal, or that is also
sometimes, yes, in some contexts.
That's about the myth of French theory and 68, because if you actually look into the history of it, you find that all of the leading luminaries of French theory were they were all hostile to, if not just ignorant of or ignored, the workers' movement. And that's the most important element in 68. Is it's the largest strike, some people have argued, in at Western Europe up to that point in time. 10 million people. It really shut down the government. It did lead to some important gains for the working class. But the other part of 68 is the kind of new left student movement and the mobilization around that.
This guy is fucking great.
That movement as well, most of the leading luminaries were highly critical of and weren't directly involved in themselves. But what they did do, Foucault's a great example of that, and this resonated with me a lot because I remembered in the wake of Occupy, something similar happened, right? There's a big social movement.
Yeah.
It might have some serious problems or different factions.
One's if you're old like me and you're involved in the Occupy movement and you saw it take place in the UK, it was in the context of the anti-austerity movement. So there was already something there beforehand, and it just sort of slotted into that. But like, one's if you're a millennial is basically what I'm asking. But like, one's if you were involved with Occupy, and you're a baby. Okay, one's if you were there. Two's if you were like, I was not there. I think. Was that around it was just after the 2008 economic crash. It was it was the direct result of it. Gabriel Rockhill is a refreshing and very important figure in socialism. He's a really good communicator. I'm just a little zoomer. Okay. Oh God, I'm old. Oh God, I'm old. I'm starting to become one of these people that's like, I've seen stuff, brother. But the whole point is like the Occupy movement did like have a problem in that was not able to root itself in a. It became about the 1%, and then the 99% is just like whatever, instead of it being like, whilst like the 1% is a good stand-in, really like at the core is class, you know? This stream's elders disagree.
Different directions. Organized working movement on the one hand, on the other hand, a kind of anti-communist new left, petty bourgeois radicalism on the other. And within that, the aura of 68 in the post-68 era was such that intellectuals who, like Foucault, was, I mean, he was largely identified as being further to the right. I mean, he was a Gaullist and was a technocrat. I mean, he was even involved in the educational reforms that the students were revolting against in 68. So he was on the opposite side of the barricades. There's no doubt about that. And in the wake of 68, though, all you need is a leather jacket and a few fashionable pics and a megaphone, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, oh my God, he's a revolutionary.
Right. So why, the thing is, that's done on purpose, and it's to take the sting out of the tail of what you could do with your motherfucking comrades on the street. There is a purpose for that. And it's like the Occupy, the anti-austerity movements, the no cuts movements, the student protests and stuff are all direct results of like the failings of the state, but there being a co-opting by basically, it's like a bait and switch. Oh yeah, man, it's like these vague like baddies. Oh my God, I've just thought about this. I don't think I'm particularly smart, but in saying it, but this is why people like Trump have been able to co-opt this discourse. Trump and Farage, they not like us. They not like us. Who the fuck is they and who is us? The answer has to be class, or it is blah, 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 surface level stuff, right? Which means you get posh cunts like Farage being like, oh yes, chaps, they're also not like us, are they? And we know that, like, many of us are like, bruh, what the fuck? This a rich wanker. This the enemy. But many working class people in this country think he speaks for them. Like many working class people in America think Trump speaks for him. And you have two options, Western man. Two options. Turn your nose up and hate them. Sometimes we're going to feel like that. That's fine. I'm a motherfucking disabled dyke. Like, sometimes I cannot be dealing with that shit either. Okay? I'm not saying go out and fight with people who want nothing but material harm in your way. Of course I don't mean that. Or try and present options like we were looking at the Belgian Marxist Party, who are like, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Class, 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 class. Classisms. So what does the 1% mean? It means more fucking bourgeoisie. Sometimes the they creates a knee-jerk reaction. Who's they? Exactly. And that's how that bullshit can be fed into reactionary forces. Oh my God. But like, it all comes together, innit? Like, and that's why reactionary forces are still able to play massive roles, even though it's so clear to so many of us. The capitalism is the problem. And yet it remains so difficult to get our fellow workers on board with that, right? And this is why the co-opting of that movement, like, just think about where Tim Pool went. Tim Pool is now a vessel for like Russian and American oligarchy. He is the them. Not because he's like the money's Russian, but because it's the 1%, right? Like, that's the 1%. And he's like, I'm just asking questions, brother. And like that's why you should be supporting your leftist friends, right, on this platform as much as possible. I'm not even joking. And that's why sometimes when people are like some people are like, fuck Novara Media, end of conversation, because some of the stuff that we brought up earlier, I'm like, no, they are a net benefit, even though Michael Waller is very clearly a undereducated, over-intellectualized, like dummy lib. Regardless, Novara Media offers so many out of norm media analyses that are based on class, that offer people that, at least. And interestingly, Ash was critiqued in ways that I think, when we've looked at it, we need a bit of a reckoning with the social justice warrior side of leftism, right? We need to have this conversation. I feel comfortable having this conversation as someone that comes from several marginalized groups, you know? Yeah, like me being in a room being like, I'm intersectionally impressed, don't do shit for me. Okay? Having a state that tries to help me does. It's really that simple. And the state at the moment, and a capitalist state, absolutely doesn't. As a disabled person, it 100% would rather I was fucking dead. And if you have followed me for the past year and literally heard me tell you, doctors are like, we won't help you until you're dying in hospital. I don't know how else to tell you that that is a material reality for a lot of disabled people. And it's why I have no fucking savings. All of my savings have gone into plasma therapy that I probably need to take for like the next year. And it's cost me thousands. Because literally the state's like, yeah, fuck you. Bye. We don't care. Good luck. No, not even that. Right? That doesn't mean that we can't have conversations about how just like being like, I'm a disability doesn't help me either. I need a functioning state. I need a socialisms, a proper one, or I'll die. And all of your friends with long COVID will live very hard lives. And all of your friends with treatable illnesses will live very hard lives. Because human suffering is just inconsequential to these shareholder fucks. Even the NHS doesn't help most people. I know, Elron, that you have had such a hard time with your mum. I know that you understand this on an intimate level as well. They tortured my mum to death because she wouldn't play ball. I'm really sorry, my love. I know it's something that you have been going through for a long time, and it's something that I try and tell our friends who are like, they need to realize that like having a socialized, and it's not even fully socialized anymore. You're not a broken record. Please don't ever say that about yourself. We are people who, like, we've done a lot of theory today, but you are all human. We have a couple of people here sat watching. Some of you are at work, some of you are waking up, some of you can't work, some of you are involved in different kinds of labor, you know, not necessarily labor that's always understood through capitalism. And you all come to here with different human stories, and everything that we are talking about affects you and the people that you love and care about. Watching this morning as well, like, forgot about this, but like I was watching Lainey, and like we all had a friend of like Twitch left, Echoplex, who had who died because America. Like, we all just woke up one day and she was dead, right? Because having an inhaler is a luxury in America, the richest country on earth. And like healthcare and these things are like, these people are distorting. Like, I know that every single person watching this has had something, some human story somewhere. It could be a parent who they've watched die of cancer and now they have debt. Okay, it could be our friend Boar who came in earlier, who's been fighting for long COVID support for years, and they've got it, and now their insurance is like, fuck you, £200 extra a month. Why? Because they can. Our friend Echo, who's dead. Me, who, I try not to talk about it too much, but if I catch a virus, I will die. Okay, I will die. And I try not to talk about it because I'm trying my hardest to live just like a life that is at least somewhat enjoyable. Because when I was sat in my room thinking about that, I went a bit insane, as you can imagine. You will have something where it's like, I worked so hard. I did 3 jobs. I flipped the burgers. I wrote the reports. I did the Excel sheet. And I'm really unhappy. And I feel really disconnected from the people around me that I love and I care about. Okay? Because at the bottom of this is Ninja. Ninja has kids. Ninja's trying to do like a finance man, you know? Because he is someone that's subject to motherfucking capitalism, has children to look after and care for. And it's like, I know that you are all coming to this from a place where this is your life. We all have these stories. We all know these people. We all are these people. You can only be so angry for so long. And I'm old now and I've seen protest movements rise and fall. And something is stopping class consciousness rising. And it is nefarious. Okay? So stay on message. Every fucking problem in this world has a motherfucking root in class. We are the working class. Okay? There is a reason why these fucking cunts put so much energy and time into, at a base level, of which I am making no assumption of things like, you should support this. Luigi Mangione, I am just making an observation here. Violence is very bad. There was a reaction to that for a reason. And that's, this system is killing us, right? And we just lost millions of people to COVID and long COVID, and nobody's saying a thing about it. Millions of people died in America. Millions. Internationally, it's like 10 million people died, like 30 million people are mass disabled because of it. And we just don't talk about it. It's just fun. We're all just expected to get on with it, you know? Class consciousness is on the rise. Just stay on message. These billionaires hate us and they're radicalizing around profit. And they own the fucking media. They own media. I'm trying to educate my mum on disability justice. For some reason, she's hesitant. I think it's related to her being not good on it, and she knows it. And although I don't think it's fully reflected, it's more like a subconscious thing. I was having the same conversation with my therapist yesterday, and the advice from my therapist, I don't know if this would be relevant to you, but I am using it with my family. The long and short of it is, I need my parents to fight my corner. My parents never saw me go through chemo last time. I did it alone. Sorry. I did it alone in my room because I didn't want them to hurt. And now I can't do that anymore. And I can't be strong. And your mum cares about you and loves you. I'm sure. And it's hard having these conversations, right? Sorry. Sorry. Today's also just a hard day symptom-wise, so this is me when I'm very weak. You see me being very strong, and this is me unable to cope with just how disabled I am. And it's really hard, and I know neuro will have emotions like this as well. And I think the way that we have set it up is a tool where it's like, we're having like a family meeting, because then it's like emotionally like fraught. And it's like, please tell me how you feel and what this means to you. And how you're approaching it, with the presumption it is neuro. So for those who don't know, like, every treatment for my disease carries the risk of death, and it is very hard psychologically to live day in, day out. Like, going to my friends for football yesterday, if one of them had a sickness without knowing and gave it to me, I'd die. And it's just like that constantly. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. And Neuro has spoken before about their health needs as well. And the tool that I was given was work out your needs and have like a family meeting that is like has almost like an agenda, because that agenda, it makes it less like emotionally combative and less like you said, like, oh, there might be unconscious things that she's bringing, and she might be like, oh my god, if I unpack this around my child that has it brings a whole host of things where it can become conflict. And it's not this came from my therapist. The one thing I will give the NHS is, recently, after a 6-month wait, I have been given access to really good therapy. My therapist has been very, very useful. I wish I could see her for longer. I only get 10 sessions, sadly. But working out my needs and then working out tools. And I went to my mum yesterday because my mum is finding it very hard as well. And I purposefully hid chemo from them last time. And I now need them to help me find how to treat this. And it's having like an agenda and being like, let's sit down, and having space where they can talk about what they need, Neuro. But a part of that, and I was speaking about this with my therapist as well, is for both of us in this scenario as well, this is going to be really emotionally draining. Like, you have needs. Your needs as someone with disabilities have to be met. And you are both or you're all, I don't know if there are other members of your family as well, all navigating an ableist world. So the thing that we kept on coming back to yesterday in my therapy session was, do this at a time where you all feel you can be there. Because I would not do it at a time where I had to stream, or I have like my big consultancy work, right? Because it just, look, it's hard to live with this. Anyway. I'm glad you're out. I'm glad that you still went to your friends for the football. As much as living is terrifying, I'm glad that you're outside the home. Yeah, and like going with my mate to the gym on the weekends, like with a mask, and like the gym that she goes to is relatively empty, and I just wash my hands after, and like, look, I know somebody who died from a virus that was brought home. There's only so much you can keep yourself safe, and like I don't really want to talk about March because I had psychosis earlier this year and it was really hard, and it has made me have so much more love and solidarity for people who experience that. That is straight up, I think, this bitch dug up bombs. I have looked bombs in the face. I've climbed very tall mountains. My life has been at risk several times, and that is the scariest thing I've ever been through. It's really scary. You bring so much light to the world. Thank you. Yeah. It's mainly my mum, as she's supporting me materially, and although it would be good for other members, are you at a place where you can begin a conversation with your mum? Would it be, I think you understand where I'm coming from here, because I did this with my mum the other day. I was like, how do you feel about us putting us, like, my therapist has made this recommendation. How do you feel about us spending some time where the goals of this conversation was, and then like working out your needs, working out the needs of the family, and working out, for me, because I won't fucking kill myself all the time with how sick I am. Like, how we go about getting me the safest treatment that we can, because I cannot live like this. And you did raise a very stubborn bitch who doesn't take no for an answer. And you fucking saw me climb a mountain, the tallest mountain of my fucking life, in remission. How do we as a team work and get ourselves there? And what are your needs and my needs? And then we come together. And my mum, who has been struggling, as you can imagine, was like, okay, yeah, I think we can try that. And then that's a lot less potential reactivity when you start that conversation. So I don't know how useful that is, but that's the tools. Like, literally, she was like, the therapist was like, use it as a business, almost like a business meeting, because it takes with your family, this is your mum. Like you said, there is economic relationships and your entire life of like dynamics. Like, you both bring so much. If you take that kind of emotional sting out of it, it's not that it won't be there, it's that it can be led by an agenda that feels like goal driven. And for me, that will help me articulate my needs, and it might help you articulate your needs to your mum, and it might give her the option to go away and think. And this is hard as children who are disabled with parents, right, who don't always get it. It's like, it is ultimately their choice how they react to things as well. So how that conversation goes, and I think all of us here know this, right? It could be really painful because it could go wrong still. So we have to do it at a time where we feel like if we fall, there is an emotional landing pot. Like, I wouldn't come on for a bit, you know? My partner, who's in hospital since February, I'm so sorry, my love, was abandoned by her family after we lost her mother. Jesus, man. Hearing about people fighting on helps. Hey, there's a lot of families in our situation, you know? I'm sorry that you've experienced that. I'm glad that your partner has you. I hope that you're looking after yourself okay. For those who remember, like, my brother basically had like a massive spinal injury last year, and then I saw the other side of it, with someone you really love and care for is suffering and you don't know what to do. And I acknowledge it's really disempowering as well. You know? Oh, I think I'm snoozing the ads. Let's be, for the next half an hour, let's be super kind to ourselves. Let's watch silly things. We need to laugh. Okay? Look, it's not much of a secret. I don't think it's a secret at all. Spinal injuries seem to be going around. Shit, I'm sorry. People have these stories. People think that their failings are their failings alone. People think that, like I know I have a friend who witnessed a family member die, and I think they blame themselves, and I blame the American system. And it is about, that's where I guess we try and speak to people about Marxism, about the world, by talking about their lives. Because I don't know a working class life that isn't fucking destroyed in some way in the modern world, you know? I wonder if I can find this. I wonder if I can find it. Oh no, I ran out of power. CIA hit again. Ugh. Thanks, guys. Sorry, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Okay, I had one 2 years ago. I slipped a disc, and had to fight the insurance company like hell because they're trying to charge me for 1 day in the hospital when I couldn't walk. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Back from the gym. I hope you had a good workout, mate. Nothing happened and I didn't cry. Okay, hold on. Late stage capitalism. Let me search for. See if I can find this. There's a video 5 years ago. Wait, no. It's okay. It's not on you it's not on you folks to do that, right? It's on the system to support someone who's sick. It's not your fault. Oh no, not that. It could be Tanky, the program it was in. Maybe instead. Whenever I hear advocates for the far right, the anger spikes because I know that they don't get a single fucking fucking fuck for people. They prey on it. They prey on the suffering. All veterans are bastards. Lol. Let me see if it's here. There's just like a video that I think covers this really, really, really well. The original one did, yeah. No. There's just like a video of a man. I don't think we're going to find it this way. Oh, yep. No. Okay, bam. Bam. I don't know where the fuck this is on TikTok cringe. Tell me you haven't felt this fucking way at work. Like, tell me you haven't felt this way. No more to give. Done. I'm tired.
Why you show up to work if you're tired?
Why are you showing up? I need a fucking job. I'ma die. I will die. I will starve. And he like can't take it. And this guy, this fucking filming cunt is trying to motherfucker. It's not cringe at all. It is so fucking relatable. Like, why are you turning up? What? Fuck off, American. Like, fucking, like, what do they call it? Like, small business owning fucking fascists. Great. Just show us how you really feel about your workers. Very fucking relatable. I got super sad where I saw him hugging self. It's self-soothing. Camera. See, this is the thing that gives me hope, okay? No matter what, and if we ensure that things are class-based, look, unprompted, in an apolitical space, people are like, fuck that guy. I've been that guy crying, okay? I told you my story about having my car broken into when I was like massively in debt, working and studying, and I just graduated, and I was like living in abject poverty in Leeds, in the poorest part of Leeds. I woke up, my fucking window had been smashed in, and I just sat and cried, and I couldn't come into work because I literally I was crying. I called my dad crying, and I called work crying, and I like completely lost it, and it was all that stress. I was barely making ends meet, you know? Chat, hey Yogi, is gaslighting us about having hope? No, I do. Why the fuck the CIA putting so much money into stopping people from connecting the dots? Okay, what do? We just try and encourage people to connect the dots. That's the hope. Okay, this is why, even though I am a theory head, I love fucking streams like Little Bear and So Freely. Shout out to the Femme Queens, right? And it's because they are able to capture the human side of this. And I think that this video is such a fucking, like, I know I know that you've all felt this, right? When you've like, or you've fucking like worked in like a pub or something, and people are like, you're young, you shouldn't complain, and you've worked for like 10-hour shifts and you've made fuck all money, like you've worked to be in debt, and you're so exhausted, you're so tired, like you are tired at a level, and everyone's like, but you're 20, you shouldn't care about this, and you're like, you have me on my feet 5 days a week all the time, and I don't make enough money to survive, and I go home to a house which I have to share with other people who are exhausted doing the same thing. I barely have any time to educate myself or think. I sanitize and satiate my emotions with football. I fucking love football. There's a reason why it's working class and it's for something else. It's because it's very accessible. But like straight up, I've been looking into the World Cup so much because I'm completely disillusioned with everything. The UK is fucked, guys. The UK is fucked. But I guess at the core, I have complete crises of faith, okay? Of course I do. I'm like, oh my God, like fascism, the fascism's right here. I'm really scared. But then I see stuff like this, apolitical spaces, and people are just inherently, without knowing it, being their class. Fuck that guy. I've been the poor guy. When that guy is crying and is trying to self-soothe himself, I've been that person. That is the solidarity that we build everything on. And so for those who've just come in, basically the CIA were like, and let's make sure that we create an intelligentsia that confuse it. You are the working class. You should care about working class politics. It is simple. Either your government works with you or against you. It's that simple. And your class interests. Like, it's actually that simple. Majority of grafters will get maybe a few hours on weekend where they aren't recovering from work or engaged in domestic work where they would actually feel free to learn. Exactly, Bubble. My granddad emigrated from Ireland, so this is the family I was adopted into, not my Irish family. Confused, I was adopted out of Ireland when I was born, because I was a bastard child, and I was being adopted into poverty. And frankly, I'm lucky I survived, because some of those babies were killed in Ireland. Dark history. So my adoptive family, my granddad's Irish, or was, we lost him sadly, and he worked 12 hours shifts, and you slept in bunk beds in the factory. And when you got, he used to tell us, when you got into, he was a proud motherfucking trade unionist. This is, I guess, the family I grew up in, and maybe where somewhere along the line, the Irishness and the workersness filtered into my psyche from a young age without always being aware of it. 12 hours, you got into the bed and the bed was still warm from the man who was waking up to do it. And then in the next factories, the women doing the same thing. Ireland is the surplus labour of we are the OG surplus labour. And then we liberated ourselves with the fucking role of American capital, which, by the way, wasn't liberation, but that's a discussion for a different time. If I'm not mistaken, we received a lot of kids as part of a White Australia policy. Really? As a part of the anti-Indigenous, like, genocide of Indigenous people? Or did they take kids from adoption out of Ireland? Here's my question, Yogi. Do you know if they were taught about their Irish roots? That's the difference for me. Sorry for crying, guys, as well. Thank you for listening to me. I am a human. I am going through a lot. I will be going through a lot for the next couple of years. There isn't really a life that I can look forward to where I don't have to think, am I going to die? Of the treatments that I need. And a lot of people with immune system problems have that as well. So do try and think of them. I know. Just to double stress, because like I do have a therapist. I do. So it's not on anybody to do that, do not worry. Like I have a therapist. I'm under care for this, so I don't want people to feel like, do you know what I mean? Oh, I'll get into remission again. I will. I just I don't really know how much human beings could suffer until I got an autoimmune disease, and the option is, will you die otherwise? So I didn't get an option of not living with this, you know? I know, Neuro. Thank you for being here, Neuro. Neuro, you have, I think, seen me kind of grow in my confidence on the channel of like talking about these things. I want to thank you for being a positive force for a lot of people. I think I'm not alone when I say that in this space. You are able to come at a lot of people with a lot of compassion and love in your heart. I'm sorry I can't be there for your discussion about socialized medicine. I'd love to, but if you do VOD, send it my way. I know that I'm not alone in thinking that as well. If I get, by the way, my therapist was going to send me some like actual resources. If you want, I can send it to you. If that would be useful, because like I think the thinking was, here's the tools, and the tools you slap it on the table. Hello, business family, business meeting. Anyway, right. We finished there. Let's end with Drewski's fucking jokes about Erica Kirk, because that is funny. I think Drewski's really funny. Drewski, I spelled it wrong. Drewski, Erica Kirk. I think it would be useful. Cool. Oh my god. What is this? AI shit. The Erica Kirk skit.
Get on your feet!
Okay, but like, how does he make himself so white though?
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
how about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. And we are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed friend.
Can someone tell me? So I in my own time, on my own volition, like watch Drewski. I think Drewski's really fucking funny. Is Drewski problematic? Because I feel like there's this ongoing joke that like Drewski and the Studs like got beef, but I think it's like one of those like in-group like jokes where it's like clearly they have each other's back, and that's why this like pretend thing about like having stud beef is a joke. But have I totally misunderstood it? Because I am a 40-year-old white woman in the UK, and is he actually really problematic? I think he's fucking hilarious.
The Bible.
Really? Okay. I think Drewski's so fucking funny.
Sweet cream foam chai ice
matcha.
And
oh no, not about whiteface. Okay, I'll show you after what I mean. I can't speak for the Studs, as gorgeous as they happen to be.
Yes.
No comment.
Are you ready? 4, 3,
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country.
I think so. He's a little misogynistic. Yeah, a tiny bit. Like,
Yes.
I don't think the misogyny is the butt of the joke, though, if that makes sense. Okay, let me show you. If femmes come at me and they're like, "No, you are wrong," listen to them. I'm wrong. See, I told you I watched this shit by myself. I think it's really funny. Oh my god, could have been Love season 2. Okay, see, a stud one could have been Love. Wait, where is she? Like,
what size tux did they give you? You like got football pads on. Okay, why you got butters with a tux on?
Straight New York shit.
Alright.
I love her so much, okay? I'll die for her. She's like walking around with her dildo. I love her so much.
This what we do in New York.
She don't look like no fucking wife.
Like, look, I don't feel like they're laughing at her, okay? I feel that, like, the joke is, like, the whole scenario and, like, it just being, like, this, like, extreme take on, like, black culture in totality. But if you do feel like the joke is at the stud...
Just too formal for me. I can't even get my fucking fork in the fucking potato.
No, I'm so what? So
what's up, baby? Talk to me, chocolate. Come on, little ice, motherfucker. Why the fuck did you meet up with my ex?
I'd die for her. I'd fucking die for her. That's all I'm saying, okay? Like, Godspeed. I forget the name of this person. Hold on. Not Drewski's dad. Pitbully. Like, if Pitbully, like, honestly, I wish her nothing but, like, success in every endeavor she makes. Like, her energy is just so fucking chaotic. Like, why the fuck do you meet up with my ex?
Yo, she's so caught up on her ex. I forgot. You brought mine. I don't give a fuck.
Your aunt told me that you had anger issues.
No shit.
That bitch.
She told me nothing but bad news with you, bro.
I want you, nigga.
Yeah. So what happened with your ex?
I have a restraining order against him, actually.
You got a
he's
what?
A restraining order against him because he's so obsessed with me. I moved on and he slashed my tires.
All right, cheers.
She f***ing 80 niggas.
No, not any bitch.
She's just coming out with, like... Because obviously it's, like, part scripted and then part spontaneous. And she's just absolutely just off the wall. And I die for her, okay?
Nobody, for sure.
God damn it.
You look a mess.
What are y'all looking to get out of this?
Ass.
Oh my god, right, we need this. We need this as a motherfucking redeem.
What are y'all looking to get out of this?
Ass.
Oh, okay. Ass. Oh my fucking god. Just give me 1 second, folks. Yeah, with 5 S's. Oh my god. Okay. We're done for today, folks. We're gonna raid out soon. The stupidest motherfucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It is so funny. I cannot handle it.
Look a mess.
What are y'all looking to get out of this? God damn it.
You look a mess.
What are y'all
There. Okay. Honest question. Yeah, ass. Hero, icon, the moment. It's my guilty pleasure. Oh my god, that is like literally how I feel. Like, I kind of know it's like, it is so close to being like problematic, right? It is. It puts one toe into that like pure laughing at, like being horrible. But I genuinely think that it's really fucking funny. Ass. Like, how can you tell me that this isn't the icon, the moment in the edit here? Like, she's not the butt of the joke. She is the joke. She's living it, you know?
Looking to get out of this.
Ass.
Exactly. As far as I can tell.
This is a romance. That bitch needs etiquette class immediately. That bitch never been to a nice dinner a day in her life. And don't play with me, Drewski. Don't ever do that again.
Bitch, sit down.
Anyway, baby, daddy,
Can't believe you.
Nope, he just had a flashback or something.
No, why the f you keep saying baby daddy?
Because I'm pregnant with your baby.
We haven't done shit.
I said 2 nights.
We ain't did nothing.
What the fuck is so stupid?
Stop chewing so loud.
Suck my
You ain't got it.
You took it.
Oh god.
You got a little bit of sweet baby rays on your chest.
Open the door.
Okay.
You am I gonna see when
Yo, not too much on my fucking table, bitch. God forbid they pick you. I love you, daddy.
Who will become?
I'm gonna be up there fucking shit up.
Wait, how far into things are we? 28 minutes, okay. We're getting this clip, don't worry.
I'ma still whoop your ass. Nigga, I'm the last talking and weaving that shit like, hello? Man, it's a feeling you can't explain. Is it meant to be for me and Drewski? Absolutely.
Okay.
God forbid they pick you.
Nigga,
I love you, daddy.
Where you going? Everything I've learned is gonna push me to be a better me in my life going forward. And I went.
You return to fucking culture, okay?
For sure.
Right, hold on.
You look a mess.
What are y'all looking to get out of this?
Ass.
Oh my god.
You took it.
Well, you got a little bit of sweet baby.
Oh my god. It's like so funny. I can't handle it. Oh my god.
You look a mess.
What are y'all looking to get out of this?
Okay, so it's about 2 seconds after.
What are y'all looking to get out of this?
Ass.
We're getting this as redeemed. Sorry. If I don't do it now, I'll like literally forget. Hold on. Okay.
What are y'all looking to get out of this?
Ass.
Phenomenal. Like literally phenomenal. Okay, phenomenon. Oh my god. Okay, I'm uploading it right now so that somebody can be the very first person to unleash the ass, okay? Oh good lord. Oh good lord. Oh good lord. Okay. Thank you folks for being here in like a super theory heavy stream. Oh, thank you. Wait. Sorry, I got confused Nura in the other place as well. Yeah, I know, sorry. People left because they were like, oh my god, why are they talking about Mark so much? But look, whatever. Right, I'm adding channel points. Hold on. Budget. Corbyn, lesbians, queer excellent, wankers, new variant, ass. Ass. Hold on. Oh my god. 1 second. 1 second, folks. I'm uploading it for us. Yes. Oh god, it's so funny. Oh no. Oh no. Thanks. Hold on.
Yes.
Cool. No, we don't want that sound. We don't want that sound. Right, save changes. Hold on. I need to customize it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Viewer rewards. Channel points. Wait. Someone's going to be the first person to give us ass. Hold on. Okay. Manage alerts. Nope. I told you, la la la, ma ma ma. I'm gonna be waiting for ass. Description: ass. There you go. Okay. Right. It's live. Refresh. Who's gonna give us the first ass?
What can I get out of this?
Luca. What the fuck? The most logged in motherfucker to I have never seen a human being work as quickly as Luca did there. Luca was like, sit the fuck down, everyone. This is my ass. Okay? You motherfuckers think you're queer. And Luca's like, sit the fuck down. Okay? They're a motherfucking time traveler. They were like, I come to you from the future with ass. Straight up, if you hate Pit Bully, I will fight you. Okay? Pit Bully is a hero. We love our working class stud kings, queens. I don't know what preferred pronouns they'd like to use. But okay, awesome. I tell you what. Let's leave with we're gonna leave with Lil Nas. Let's go into Shy. We're being gay, so let's go into Shy.
Lil Nas X.
Everyone shake their ass.
Years in Montero State.
We'll have a special raid message. I'll be back on Saturday, folks, as well, where we'll be Spanish. I'll have more news. We won't get too bogged down by theory. Lesbians love ass. Funny how I told you. Wait, why did it do that? Uh-oh, I'll have to fix it. I'll have to fix that later. Right, hold on. Anyway. Okay. We are going to Shy, if they're still on. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, they might not be on. Oh no. Did I miss her? Okay, Denims is on. Let's go to Denims. Just same, lesbians love ass. I will see you 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. Jinx, indeed. Right, see you soon, folks. Look after yourselves. And people in the other